Clicked go live yet on YouTube. Okay. So, any second now, counting down the days until YouTube shows me what is happening. One moment, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic beginning to your weekend. Or for the US frogs, a fantastic Friday night. Alrighty, it looks like I am indeed live. Hello, Dad Noob. Thank you very much. Hello, Shadow C. Let me flick on the background music. I've mixed it up. Please let me know if that is a good volume. I can turn it up, I can turn it down. Happy Fox Girl Friday, everyone. Yes, sir, it is Fox Girl Friday. What's up? Wait, that's the bird. Don't worry, there's plenty of Fox Girls. Sup, hello, Lewis Costa. You've been here for a while now. It always blows my mind that people actually wait for these things. Alrighty, just to check everyone, is the BGM at a good volume for all of you? I have different sound balancing. Do you need me to turn it up? Is it good? It's pretty faint. I think I'll turn it up slightly. What, BGM? Yeah, okay, sweet. No BGM. Bit too quiet then. And of course there was a brief pause in the song right after I turned it up. Skater fashion insta cringe. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Gotta make sure everything's set up correctly. Okay, I'll turn this up a fair amount because this is a relatively quiet song. If it ever gets too loud, just let me know and I'll turn it straight back down. What's up? Hello, Shrimp Boot Jason. Not too much, man. It's my Saturday morning. What about yourself? I was actually planning to go to the boxing gym, but I woke up at 3 and then fell back asleep and then woke up at 9, which for me is incredibly late. That's a fantastic sleep. Alright, hopefully you should hear some nice vibing tavern-in music. Is the BGM coming through? Do I need to turn it up more? I can do so. Just want to make sure that is all good before we get the go-ahead. If you still can't hear the BGM, please let me know. I will just go on to a different song. Should be fine. Sounds good? Sweet. Love to see it. Now let me just 1 second, let me make sure all of my windows are in the correct order so I can see everything I need to. Alrighty, there we go. Nice BGM, thank you. I was planning to spend a few hours this morning editing a different VOD and finding new BGM. And instead I woke up, checked my phone and saw I have just enough time to prep for this stream and that's it. And also wolfed down a quick breakfast. The last of the leftovers I cooked yesterday. Nice chili stir fry, it's quite lovely. So apologies, I might actually need to go to the bathroom for the first time on stream depending on how this goes because I wake up very dehydrated because it's summer. So I might need to do my thing. But that being said, the goal is to still not to. But it is going to be like a fucking 5-hour stream. So you never know. Alrighty, now, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is South or Tarkus, it is your boy back at it again, and I am monetized this time. Meaning I will make probably about 7 cents off of this multi-hour livestream. Let's go! That is not the goal, just look, if you're going to be forced to watch ads anyway, I might as well get a few cents off of it. That being said, your boy back at it again. This is the finale or second to finale of the Drip tier list, this time featuring snipers, the last of the main classes. I will probably also do one for notable NPCs. Not for every NPC because there are thousands of them. Gasp, oh my god, it's Southcus. Please don't mix and mash them. One or the other's fine, but that's not a name. Nice AVT, apologies, I don't know what AVT is. What class is left? Oh, no, this is the final one. This is Snipers, last of the 8 classes. I've already done the other 7, and I haven't edited a single VOD, even though that was my goal. But I guess that's what I'm spending tomorrow doing. Cutting it down, ideally to about 5-10 minutes. So yes, welcome. I have a stream Discord, VOD Frogs, live viewers if you want to join. It is pinned in the top of the chat and at the top of the description if you're a YouTube frog. That being said, I think I will kick things off straight away with Acid Drop. Now, Acid, usually I would probably waffle for another minute or two so that no one misses any premium content. But when we're dealing with Acid Drop, it's not awful, but it's certainly not premium content. Also, by the way, if my VTuber model is in the way for you, let me know, I can move it, or even turn it off, tracking that a lot of folks probably won't have seen my VTuber model before, given that I only debuted 3 days ago. And I've been streaming a little while before then. Now, cutting to Acid Drop, I will say, The tie is nice. It's a very, very nice tie. Likewise, these are relatively nice shorts, even if they look a bit weird. The belts are mostly functional. Move low to the side. Okay, yes sir, yes sir. Ooh. How's that? Mini tier with company card on bottom. Ew. Acid drop has the vibe of Semi doing acid all the time. Yes sir, yes sir. Yeah, so the tie. It is a nice tie. It's a very, very nice tie. Likewise the shirt. Very nice undershirt. Wearing the belt across the chest pretty well, which is great because a lot of operators get it wrong. Sorry, you want to see... Oh, you want me to move up so you can see more of my left side? Oh, right, I need to move up in the other application. Still getting used to all of this. I take it what you're talking about specifically is my thighs. There you go. Is this better? Yes, you can see my thighs shake real quickly. Yes, sir. Okay, you've got that out of your system now. Let's get back to this. Now, acid drop. The jacket, though, is not where it's at. This is not a very nice jacket. The color scheme, it is a very, very strange shade of orange. Doesn't really work well with that shade of beige. Part of that is definitely the lighting. I don't think inherently the shade is awful. But the fit definitely is. This kind of really large, puffy jacket sleeve combined with the just to mid-waist side here, really not a good look. Likewise, these three buttons, very, very strange. This collar, incredibly strange design. Not a major fan. It's not the worst thing in the world, but like it's noticeably detracting from the rest of the outfit, which is otherwise actually pretty solid. Like, I'm not a big fan of Acid Drop as a character, personally, but yo, $5. Thank you, sir. That is very generous. Keeping up with the fan base's sensibilities. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yeah, no, Kiana, you don't have to do that, but it is much appreciated, so thank you very much. But yeah, Acid Drop, like, outside of the jacket, don't get me wrong, the jacket is definitely necessary. Without the jacket, the outfit would not look complete. Oh, and yes, by the way, sorry, I didn't respond. You're welcome for the blessing. Sorry, the bright color caught me off guard. I'm not used to seeing giant bright colors there. But yeah, speaking of bright colors, this is wrong shade of orange, wrong fit for this jacket. It takes away from the outfit. The rest of the outfit, as much as I'm not a fan of skater themes a lot of the time, especially in anime, I think they get it slightly wrong. The rest of the outfit is actually really nice. Like, sunglasses, they're the right shape and size for her face. A great attention to detail. The shoes are a bit janky. But, like, it's Arknights shoes. They're always going to be a little bit janky, let's be real here. The thigh highs, absolutely fine. Sitting comfortably above the knee, not right on the knee like a lot of the other thigh highs, which will, like, sit mid-knee on a lot of other characters. No, this is... Ideally, you'd want it a little bit higher than that to make it feel a little bit more comfortable, but that's absolutely fine. The thigh strap is at least serving a purpose, and it is large enough for that pouch. You'd still ideally want this to be a two-strap pouch, but, like, end of the day, this is going to stay up. So credit where it's due, this pouch is set up correctly. The shorts, once again, it's hard to tell where the shorts and the dress end, but it looks very, very nice, especially with the silver ornament hanging from the chain, and the belts working very, very well. Obviously, also keeping pouches in place, but honestly, like, this is much, much nicer than I thought it would be, because when I first think of Acid Drop, I think of a giant jacket, and it is not a good jacket. Tarkus is a 10 out of 10, very cool model, thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't draw it, but I did design it, for the most part, aside from the chest. But yes, I am very, very, very happy with it came out, even though you guys immediately roasted me by saying it looks just like Closure. Which, let me tell you, the artist who drew it does not play Arknights, so that was genuinely just a coincidence. But yeah, like, honestly, looking at Acid Drop's drip, I would say high B or low A based off of just this one, which is really a surprise, because I'm not a big fan of the jacket. Like, if it wasn't for the jacket, I would say this is a pretty strong A. But I think the jacket brings it down a little, so I guess I'll have to see how she looks. Part of that might just be, it's definitely partially style, part of that's also the color clash, so let's see how it looks in E2. Avril Lavigne tier. Okay, yeah, the color definitely looks nicer with this different bit of shading. It's a little less red, a little more orange. It definitely looks nicer at this slightly different angle with the slightly different lighting. Okay, it looks like she is not wearing a dress. She is in fact wearing a pair of shorts. Sweet. Yeah, it was hard to tell in the previous one. That's actually good. We can see that a lot more clearly here. Let's actually zoom in a little. So the shirt, very, very well fitted. But also doesn't show... It's actually a really good thing. It doesn't show any skin just above the waist, which is really, really good, because for this kind of aesthetic, this is kind of what you want to go for. Likewise, the jacket, like, the sleeves of the jacket, aside from these weird cuts here, are very, very nice. Not the sleeves, the inside part. It only looks strange because the collar's so massive and the sleeves are so bulky. And the color does clash with the orange tie. I did prefer the orange tie in the E0, in terms of... It's a little bit more faded in this lighting, but honestly, about the same color. That's fine. Knee pads. She's added knee pads. Very, very important. Oh no, she already had them. I just couldn't see the other one in the previous one. So these are not functional knee pads. They're not bad, but like, you need a strap at the top of your knee as well to properly hold them in place. These will definitely jostle a bit. But that being said, like, for skating, this should be fine. Because if it falls off, you have time to fix it. It's not like you're crawling through gravel. You think it'd be right if they were exact same shade? It does make sense for them to be slightly different shades, because lighting does actually massively affect shading, especially because even the tiniest bit of another color in the background adds a slight underglow shade. So it's very, very, very common. In this case, it's more faded, and that makes the jacket look nicer because the jacket loses some of its red, but it makes the tie a slightly more faded orange, which I would prefer a slightly more striking orange. But like, the shape of the tie and the fit of the tie is cool. It's just, once again, not a big fan of these shades of orange. I don't think they work very well together. Tactical military skating knee pads. Yeah, it is definitely strange that they are visibly and significantly armored. You'd think they'd be attached properly. Also, her thigh highs are a little higher in her E2, which is excellent. This would be a lot more comfortable to wear. This is a good amount of absolute territory. Borderline, you'd even want these another inch higher, but like, that's an absolutely fine level. Those are pretty comfortably sitting. You said wouldn't, not would, but yeah, I agree. Sorry, I can't understand double negatives at the moment. My brain is not functioning properly. Cutter. This is not cutter, this is acid drop. The shoes, once again, whack like crazy, like nobody's business. But if we were just ranking the shoes, pretty much everyone would be an F tier, because Arknights doesn't do shoes very well. Which, look, I'm not throwing shade, I do shoes worse than this. That being said, though, I will mostly ignore the shoes, because at the end of the day, they're fine. Even if they're a bit weird. The pouches, pretty nice. I do still think this thigh strap, there should be a second strap. This should be a bit higher, and there should be a second one. That being said, it is large enough to hold this pouch. It's just a case of a pouch this large, you do want it split amongst two straps to hold it more firmly in place and be a bit more comfortable. You consider the skateboard part of the fit. She's definitely going for an orange theme. It's just she's chosen really strange shades of orange that don't really contrast well with the black and also clash with each other. Snipers wear less armor in general? Yeah, absolutely. Unless you're in the gun church. Don't worry. I'm very, very excited to get to the gun church. I know exactly which one you're talking about. That being said though, like, I still reckon this is a high B, low A. I think leaning more towards the low A, because the jacket color looks like definitely at least part of the problems with the jacket color is just it's slightly too red in this particular shading. But do have to detract points for how the collar's sitting and how the inside of the jacket is sitting, and the sleeves are slightly too large for this style of jacket. But like, everything else is actually surprisingly nice. I only ever remember Acid Drop's jacket because it really stands out to me, but looking at this is actually really nice. I love the ornaments. The double belt, she's actually making it work, which is really, really great. Yes, you made it. Hello, welcome, Duckiness. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, sir, you made it. Oh, Duckies, I read your name wrong. I was thinking of Darkness from Konosuba, don't ask why. Now, that being said, Acid Drop, pretty much all of the snipers have a skin. I was really surprised when I was setting this up. Aside from, like, I think 3? All of them have a skin, which was crazy. Oh, and like the 2 stars, obviously. Now, Acid Drop has really bad tastes in jackets. Gotta be real. She has really bad sense of color balancing and really bad taste in jackets. Can't wait for Exia. I'm very excited as well. I love Exia. Now, I will say, this orange and black combo of her leggings, that is well balanced. Unlike her E2, E0, this shade of orange actually works really, really well with this shade of greyish black. Average skater, yeah. Most fashionable skater. Now, to be fair, a lot of them lean more into the mono black goth aesthetic, which looks really, really nice. The shoes, they've definitely improved, even though they still have that weird around the ankle thing where it doesn't look like it fits correctly. That's some minor legging socks. Yeah, these look more like leggings. They could also be socks. We can't quite tell because they have the shorts cut off, but it looks like they go all the way up. But like, the turquoise does not work with the orange or the black. The goggles are alright. I'm not a big fan of this turquoise highlight. Turquoise and orange, and this shade of orange is really just, it doesn't vibe. I do like that she's kept the necklace. This time, instead of hanging around her waist, it is hanging as a necklace. I like this shirt, aside from the fact that the collar is a zip-up. That does not make sense to me. Also, why do you have a collar like this on this style of shirt? Just have it hang around your neck tightly, keep the same consistency of fabric. It's a very nice shirt aside from that. This is a nice shade of orange, but she completely ruined any progress she made by using the world's worst turquoise. Even putting aside the color balancing, the gloves are a little bit whack. They're not awful, but like the jacket is awful. This is sitting on her really, really wrong. The pouches are all over the place. There's lots of weird tassels that just... These are only a problem because the colors clash so much, and it's drawing attention to that. So these tassels are acting as highlights, letting you know, hey, just in case you missed it, this looks really, really bad. The scariest part is that Terra has skate fashion. You'll never escape the skaters. She's stuck in the 2000s. Man, people dressed nicer than this in the 2000s. I don't know what to tell you. Truly the worst world to live in. For other reasons, maybe. Like the fact that everyone has super strength and there's lots of terrorists. She also wears shortest shorts. Yeah, she is wearing shorts. The shorts are fine. The shorts work pretty well with the leggings. If you're gonna wear really short shorts, it's generally better to wear leggings unless you have a very notable thighs. Which I have seen some people pull off, but usually it's a safer bet to just wear leggings because that shows off your thighs anyway. So I like the leggings of this. I do like the shirt aside from the collar, but this outfit by itself is a C tier. This is definitely a cringe. So I think with the easier E2, this takes it down to just a B. Like, I don't think this is a strong enough cringe to take it all the way down to cringe, because aside from the jacket, this is a really nice outfit. Just, man, acid drop, get someone else to buy your jackets for you. I have a nicer jacket, take that. She's clearly looking for her skater boy. And then she said, see you later, boy. So yeah, honestly, thinking about it, I think she's gonna start the day off nice and strong in a basic tier. Little bit cringe, little bit awesome, but more on the side of basic. Which, say what you will, still alright. Like, she's definitely got some pretty good level of drip. By IRL standards, you'd still raise an eyebrow at the jacket, but the rest of the outfit is really, really nice. Speaking of basic... Oh, did you see who's coming up next? Tarkus, why is my model so hot? Hey, thank you, sir. I can also make it hotter. Nope, that was the crying button. There we go. Ta-da! Now you can't tell what I'm thinking, other than I'm disappointed in you. You didn't join the Discord. Just kidding, I know you're in the Discord silence. Angel boy, yes sir, yes sir. Hello there, hello Woolly Ram, nice to see you again. Alrighty, so yep, acid drop, absolutely solid B tier. Because her E0, E2 outside of the jacket are actually really, really nice. So gotta give props where it's due, despite the jacket. And that jacket isn't cringe, it's just basic. This is cringe. This outfit is very, very bad. Now, moving on to Angel Boy. My model is very Cutter. I am not the character Cutter from the hit game Arknights, the 4-star guard, believe it or not. But thank you, I'll take it in the spirit it was intended as a compliment. My model with the mask reminds you of Code Vein. Oh, that is the wrong toggle. There we are. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there's only so many different types of gas mask you can do. Whether you go more the half-face gas mask that a lot of anime does, or proper gas mask. But proper gas mask conceals a lot of the body, so it's generally not as used in designs, unless you're going for tactical, for obvious reasons. Is the reason a name for the style this dude is wearing. Now look, I initially wanted to be like, hey look, say what you will, he does actually kind of look nice, but there are definitely some problems with this outfit. For starters, this tassel on his jacket, this is not connected to his pouches, but it makes these weird thigh pouches look like suspenders. Really, really loose suspenders. And even removing those from the equation, this is such a strange thigh high. Like, what the hell are these pants? Props where it's due, he's wearing really nice shoes, really solid shoes, but what in the actual hell are these pants? This is like a combination of Scardy and Granny's pants. Because it looks like his upper thigh is naked because of how harsh the black is. So for a second you're like, wow, he's exposed. Starter gear for high schooler in a zombie anime. Yeah, that is absolutely the vibes of Adnachiel. Sancta chick. No, this is a dude. I understand why you're confused because his pretty face. It's also like half formal. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a weird mix of a relatively nice if ill-fitting suit jacket that definitely is. This is not tailored for him. Doesn't really fit him that well. The jacket is nice, but it's a little bit not puffy enough. Like it needs to be a slightly heavier jacket because of how heavy the sleeves are. So either he needs to change up the sleeves and just really highlight the jacket, or go for a little bit heavier of a jacket. The headphones, they're absolutely fine. The choker, bit of an interesting decision, but it does actually add some really nice color highlights. The undershirt to his suit honestly looks nicer than his suit. I reckon he should ditch the... He should either commit to the really nice casual, like with the jacket, or the formal, like with the suit. This cross-body strap serves absolutely no purpose. He's not hanging anything from there. Boots and pants, yeah, like... This is such a weird texture of a thigh high that it looks like just another set of pants that he cut the top off of. Leg holsters, yeah. Also, his halo is half falling off in shame, yeah. His halo saw his outfit and judged him for it. This outfit, definitely in the cringe tier. It's not quite a D, like, it's not a D. Because at the end of the day, there are parts of this that look really nice, and it's not, like, super awful. But if you saw someone, like, this is worse than most IRL people's fashion. Which is really, really rare for Arknights. Other Sancta discriminate because his halo is tilted. He's always trying to get formal. Yeah, like, yeah, no, don't worry, I'm tracking his skin. Speaking of, moving on to his skin. This is definitely nicer. He's improved. He's committed to one aesthetic, and it immediately fixes most of the problems. Imagine becoming a full Sancta, because the Lord judged you on your feet. Yeah, you didn't commit any crime, except crimes against fashion with what you were wearing. Yeah, like, this is a much nicer outfit. The glasses, very understated, but they highlight his face and frame them really, really well. This kind of jacket works fantastically with a suit. The heavy overcoat style jacket really emphasized the formal and neatness of the suit, while adding a little bit of mystery to it. It's the reason why, like, if you picture an Undertaker, you picture someone in a dark trench coat. Trench coats style, like, they've been in fashion forever, and they'll continue to stay in fashion forever. Likewise, I love how undone the top of his jacket is, showing off this really lovely undershirt. By itself, this is a really bad undershirt, but with the rest of the outfit, it looks really fantastic. Likewise, the chain around his neck, both of the necklaces really great. And these straps holster his weapons. Or I'm not sure what it's holstering, but it's clearly a holster of some kind, and it does look really nice. Very standard but nice pants and belt. Lovely dress shoes. Works really well with the crossbow. Like, this looks like the outfit was sort of styled around the crossbow, so credit where it's due. He is massively improved. Dear God, that crossbow, yes sir, this would be a nightmare to pull. You can see the super strength in action. The Lord took a can and said, this boy ain't it, and now he's a soldier. Yeah, exactly, this is the Alexander Anderson sort of style. He used his priest shirt. Yeah, like, it's a really nice touch that he's got the priest shirt underneath the Undertaker style jacket. The skin is the equivalent of... yeah. I hope we get more alters for the 3 stars. I love the 3-star alters. And I do love that you can see Stewart in the background as well. I love that their E2 arts are just mirrored of each other. It's a really cool theme. But, like, not gonna lie, this would be high A or borderline S if it was just this. This is a really fantastic... Yeah, it's pretty default in terms of color balancing, but different shades of grey, a slight light highlight, and then a few little bits of gold to act as really formal, proper highlights. It's a classic for a reason. Like, monochrome works really well because it means instead of worrying about the colors clashing, you just need to get a good gradient. Just friends tier. But when you take into account this outfit, I reckon the highest I can give him is probably a low A. This is significantly nicer than a B. To the point where I definitely think it outweighs the slight cringe of his default being all over the place. And, like, look, he's older in his skin, he's clearly gotten more used to dressing himself. He's dressing much nicer. Stewart and Nachiel in their skins, yo, they banging, yes sir. People were very surprised when these skins came out. These aren't even out in EN yet. So after like 4 years, they just dropped the hardest fit possible. So yeah, not gonna lie, I'm definitely gonna give this boy an awesome, because, yeah, he started off bad when he was a little bit younger, but man, he styled the hell up. Like, credit where it is due, that man's stylish like crazy. Now, moving on to a unit where I will have to filter out my personal biases. Ambrielle. I am not a big fan of Ambrielle, she reminds me of Catapult. But that being said, this isn't about my preferences tier list, this is about their outfit tier list, so I will give it a very, very fair assessment, which is that it's a little bit basic. Like, it's definitely nice, but it's not meaningfully nice or eye-catching. The jacket, the skirt, the undershirt are just layered a bit too much. They need to have slightly more varied lengths. I do like the red inside color of this outer layer of jacket, but because it sits basically the same spot as her skirt, you just don't even really see it. Like, it doesn't highlight anything. The strap is nice, good spot to hold a rifle and whatever that is on her back. The thigh highs are nice, even if a little bit artistically it looks like she has chicken legs. The boots are fine outside of this weird collar thing they always do. Which I get is just to break up the silhouette mainly, but it looks scuffed. She's wearing 2 layers of pencil skirt, an undershirt, and then 2 jackets. So say what you will, she's definitely dressing heavily outside of showing off her thighs. I was gonna rank her down for reminding- No, I was never gonna rank her down for reminding me of Catapult. I just said I need to filter out my biases because she reminds me of Catapult. Doesn't like Ambrielle. No, I'm not a Fed. Okay, wait, I'm not a tax collector. I have worked with the government in the past. I can't say I'm not a Fed, that would be false. I'm not a tax collector, I'm not chasing her for tax evasion. I can guarantee that. But yeah, her legs become a stick. Like, she has crazy massive thighs compared to the rest of her legs. You must be the only fan of Catapult in the world. No, there are some nice fan arts of her. It's just mainly a case of she gives such a long introduction whenever you get her in Recruit. That's the main reason most people don't like her. But yeah, like, this is a very, very sort of basic style. It's... In theory, each of these pieces of clothing are really nice and have a lot of potential. It's just they're layered together in a really strange way where they all just take away from each other. I think it would be nicer if she just had the skirt, a t-shirt, and then this one layer of jacket, and completely ditch this middle layer of jacket and the second layer of skirt. I think that would, like... Removing pieces would definitely improve this outfit. It's not even a case of over-design or anything, it's just she's wearing too many pieces of clothing that all sort of fill the same purpose from an aesthetic point of view. Like, if you're cold, if that's why you're wearing multiple jackets, you need to wear a heavier jacket and stop exposing your thighs. Though, very nice thighs. I know we ain't rating weapons, but you love the gun. Yeah, this is a really fantastic gun. I love the way this is styled. This is... wonderful gold highlights. I love the way they've drawn the wood. I love the way they've drawn the scope, even if that scope is way too small. But like, yeah, no, hard agree. It's a very, very fantastically drawn gun. That being said, her E2... Like, her E2 actually looks a bit better. It looks like she's changed jacket. Oh no, okay, it's just sitting better. Like, this jacket is now sitting past her skirt and her under jacket, and it immediately makes it look nicer. This is exactly what I was saying. In this one, they're all basically level to the point where there's no real difference in where they're sitting, so it all blends together. You can't really tell where one begins, one ends. In this one, the jacket is meaningfully longer than her skirt, and it immediately looks nicer. But I still think this second layer of underneath jacket needs to be cut. It meshes too much with the skirt. The shirt looks like it's red underneath. This would be a bit too bright of a red. It would contrast the back of the jacket a bit too much. So I do think the grey's nice. I just think the style of the second jacket underneath really doesn't mesh with the rest of the style. That being said, this is definitely it's much nicer immediately just for having this jacket sit a bit lower, which is like kind of shows what I was trying to say with the E0 really, really well, because all 5 of these pieces of clothing end within the same like 3 inches. Immediately just moving one another few inches down makes it pop way, way more. The rifle has Lee Enfield design, yes sir, yes sir. Trigger discipline, yes sir, yes sir. She does tax evasion, but she fucking maintains trigger discipline. Gotta maintain trigger discipline. Surprisingly solid sniper, yeah, I just nudged out about that. It's a really, really lovely rifle. I don't think this is a sniper. Definitely not with that scope. You definitely need it to be larger. But definitely a very, very nice rifle. Tax evasion makes you cold. Yeah, she's got an extra jacket so that she can use it to, like, distract anyone who tries to arrest her. Show less thighs, anyone? Sir, have you seen my model? I am not against thighs. I am a certified thigh enjoyer. I only mean, like... Actually, wait, I didn't even say that about Ambriel. You must be delayed in talking about it, Nachiel. Either that or I'm just having a stroke and forgot what I said. I do... Oh, yeah, right, no. If she's cold, she needs to show less thighs. Yeah, because it would be nicer to have no thighs showing and a better undershirt. But that being said, like, the thighs are a really great touch. They work really well with the skirts. It's just you can't see the skirts because this second jacket. No, she's a solid sniper. Oh, gotcha, yeah. I was thinking literal sniper because we were discussing the rifle. No, she is actually pretty good. She was the OG global operator. Different undershirt, yeah. I think with a different undershirt, without this second layer of jacket, she would be a solid A with these outfits. But I think that does meaningfully detract enough that it just becomes basic, especially because in the E0, like, there's too many things sitting at the same point, and it just makes it really, really vague and hard to see. I knew she had a skin. This is not a very nice outfit. I'll start with the shoes. The shoes are fine. The swimsuit itself is fine. The problem is the jacket over it. Why are you wearing denim at the beach? This is... don't wear denim with a one-piece swimsuit, please. If she removed this denim shirt, this would immediately be like a solid basic swimsuit. Nothing too much to write home about. But this is designed for swimming, and then you've attached belts that means you can't swim, pouches that mean you can't swim. A denim jacket that completely ruins the color balancing. This clashes like crazy with this rich reddish pink. I do like the ribbon in the back. I don't like the frill of the ribbon in the back. I like the necklace. I hate how she is holding her ice cream cone. Rest in pieces. It's dripping into her open suitcase. Okay, so the suitcase is completely ruined. You're gonna need a new suitcase. She looks like a different character. Yeah, the artist, keep in mind this skin is many years later. This hasn't even come out in EN yet. So, Ambriel was one of the launch operators, so it's been like 4 years of progress for the artist, and I believe they kept the same artist. You just noticed the pouches. Yeah, the pouches aren't too bad, because you can theoretically remove them pretty easily. The problem is definitely this denim jacket. This detracts from the outfit. Also, it looks like it needs to sit slightly higher. Just design-wise, personally, I'd prefer the pink being slightly more around her chest, because, like, that's showing off your chest in a really weird spot. That means it's got a very strange design around the shoulders. The cactus looks better. Savage. You don't see the sticky suitcase version. Yeah, exactly. Like, she now has an ice cream flavored suitcase. So, honestly, I think this is enough to bring her down to a cringe tier. Oh, maybe that's a bit harsh. Okay, wait. Let me look at the others. This is basic. This is slightly nicer basic. This outfit is cringe. Ice cream defying physics. No, she's just tilted it and it's about to fall. The jacket is to pad her chest. Look, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what boob size you are. It looks nice. It's just about balancing the aesthetics. Women have lots of curves, you can balance it around. Men generally balance it more around their muscles because we have less curvy bodies. Low B. Yeah, definitely low B. I don't think it's quite bad enough to justify a C, but it's definitely getting there, same as Acid Drop. Like, it feels bad to put them in B. But they wouldn't quite match in C, but it's just both of them are very, very low B. Where it's like, yeah, at their peak, they look pretty nice, but most of parts of their outfit, IRL people do better, which by Arknight standards is crazy. Everyone knows the yellow duckling is the best part of Chen's L2D. We'll get to Chen, don't worry. Coming up after Ambriel, still in the A gang. There were like 7... I think there's 8 snipers starting with the letter A. Tarkus got double D's IRA. No, sir, I do not. I do have a decently sized chest because I work out my chest, but it's not like super defined muscle or anything. She looked clean. Yes, sir. Andriana rather. Definitely a clean vibe. That being said, like, I'm not a big fan of how loosely all of this is hanging off of her. I don't think these pieces of clothing are fitted quite right for her. It's a really nice outfit in theory, it's just sitting on her really, really weird. Triple D. No. If anything, judging by the model, you'd think like a C. But I'm smaller than that IRL. Though if you measure, like, literally just my bust, it's relatively high because I'm 6'2" and built not quite like a brick shithouse, but I do box. So I am relatively built. Sluttle fish. Adriana Goated, your favorite Abyssal Hunter. Yeah, look, I really like Adriana. It's just, this outfit, the jacket isn't sitting quite right. It's got a very, very flat curve, which completely removes any figure she has. The undershirt is sitting very strangely around her neck, and the pants are very, very baggy. The undershirt underneath the undershirt, like, what's the point in that? It's got grey. It looks almost like a dress shirt, but it must also be sleeveless, or maybe it's something around the waist. The pouches are alright. The shoes are alright. But this is just pretty basic, where it's like, it works as a design, but as actual pieces of clothing, it doesn't really fit her. She needs a slightly different size. So she's slightly misjudged when buying this. This girl made Arknights. I don't agree with you, but you do you. Hi, Moby looking shark. Lowlight has a thick tail. Yeah, she does have a very, very thick tail. She's a year 1 operator. Yeah, I believe she was at launch. If not, she came very, very shortly after launch, but pretty sure she was a launch operator. I think she and Ambriel both were launch. And then we got Fartooth years later. The pouch is absolutely fine. The fact that the best color highlights on her outfit are just these weird grenades in her pouches is a bit of a shame. Because this is a really great color highlight. It would work much better if it was part of her clothing. Or even if she had like some kind of necklace to break up the fact that this shirt sits really, really flatly across her torso. But that being said, like, I won't spend too long ragging about it. It's just pretty basic because there's a nice concept here. Just in terms of actual clothing, she's kind of slightly messed it up. Now, does it look any better in her E2? Yes, completely different outfit in her E2. Much, much nicer immediately. That is wonderful to see. Oh, really? She came out during Surging Flames rerun? That's a surprise. I thought she might have came out with the initial launch. Oh, yeah, that's right. She and Thorns were both the operators who came with reruns, weren't they? Oh, yeah, she came out with Thorns. That's right. Yes, yes. Okay, I remember. I came back to Arknights shortly before the Thorns banner, so my time frame of the launch versus not quite launch is a little bit fried. Dem thighs, yes sir. She's taken notes from Granny, except unlike Granny, she actually kind of pulls it off. This is how you show the outside of your thighs, Granny. Rather than looking like handholds, this looks like part of the outfit. Sorry, my behavior was really awful this morning. Maybe she just went on a diet and that's why... No. It wasn't a case of literally don't fit. It was a case of, like, the style doesn't fit. But I won't focus too much on her E0, which is just pretty basic, because this is a really nice E2. Straight away, the jacket, when it's looser around her torso and you can see her curves more, it looks immediately nicer. And it complements the rest of the outfit rather than detracting from it. The grey undershirt without those weird flaps, definitely nicer. I like that they've kept the same color scheme, just changed up the actual outfits. The shirt, this honestly might even be the same shirt, they've just added something around her torso that breaks up that really flat cross-shoulder thing. Actually, no, both of these undershirts are different. You can definitely different style now that I think about it. Yeah, absolutely, because they were both true shoulderless. Pants, completely different. I like the front armor panel of the boot, even though it does look a little bit weird. But hey, look, protecting, a little bit of extra protection for very little drag, very nice to see. I do like thighs being shown off. I'm a massive thigh enjoyer. That being said, I don't think this outfit is quite enough to be awesome. I think it's just a very nice basic. Like, when you compare it to, maybe this outfit would be an awesome, but the other one definitely isn't. So I'll move on to her skin before I start trying to average it. I know a lot of people like this skin. But gotta be honest, judging from an outfit perspective, this is not a very nice outfit. Once again, she, this is, you can't even say this is an understated outfit, because she's added, like, lots of weird bulk around the shoulders, she's added lots of weird highlight straps, she's added a giant chest piece across her chest that doesn't even look like armor, it looks like a pouch for skin. Love the hairstyle. Yeah, I love the hairstyle. The hairstyle works really, really well. But, like, what is this around one of her thighs tied into her pouches? The pants have that weird hippie style where they're super, like, they're not quite flared out at the bottom like proper hippie pants, but they definitely give off that kind of vibes. They look like someone who... They look like the pants you'd see on someone who does yoga, if that makes sense. The color scheme works really well, classic white and black, but it's just there's too many highlights, too many weird bulging lines. Like, it's sort of hard to tell what she's going for here, and it stands out in all the wrong ways, where it's definitely eye-catching, but it's not catching your eye to something nice. It's catching your eye because there's lots of weird sharp lines and protrusions, like the chest piece, the shoulders. The undershirt is pretty nice, but it's just, like, the jacket without this weird collar, these shoulder parts would also be very, very nice. But even the pants, like, you've added a lot of weird pouch highlights, weird heavy side pieces. See-through plastic, let's go. Yes, sir, her shield is indeed see-through plastic first of the day. Looks like something you'd see in Rainbow Six. I haven't played that game, but I can sort of get that. I have seen some of the art. It's an air rifle, yep. She does not have an actual gun, she just modified her crossbow to look like a gun. The cool blue sunglasses, yeah, like... But honestly, the fact that, Andriana only looks nice in this skin from the neck up is kind of... Like, kind of sums up how I feel about the skin. Definitely some problems, unfortunately. Why see-through plastic for a gun case? Your guess is as good as mine, man. Maybe she wants to show it off. Show the TSA. She's bribing the TSA and she wants to brag about that. So I think, honestly, her E2 could be borderline A, but I think her E0 and her skin are really, really basic. So I think, like, I don't think this is... This one might be borderline cringe. I don't think it... It's hard. All of the three in basics are like really low basics so far that could be borderline cringe. So Sniper's like, not gonna lie, Sniper's starting off a little bit weak compared to the other like, man, 3 low Bs and 1 low A. That is a weak start for Snipers compared to the rest of the classes. Solid B, yeah, I can see that. I think she has enough really nice elements that even though she does detract from it, it's not like super, super bad. It just does make the outfit noticeably worse. It turns a nice outfit into something not too amazing. Crazy take. What? Oh, what? You think this is top tier fashion, do you? Aosta will suffer. Yeah, don't worry. There are definitely some nice A snipers, but there are a lot of A snipers. We eating L's for breakfast. Unfortunately, Sniper Nights enjoyers so far eating L's. 8 hours stream. Hey, I've gotten through 4, and it's only been 40... Oh, fuck. Okay, I should pick up the pace a little bit. It has been 40 minutes and I've gotten through 4 snipers. Alrighty, so, moving on to Aosta, as mentioned. You came up with non-horny reasons for why people on Terra show skin. It's a way of showing you're infected or not. Yeah, I think that is definitely to a degree, but also keep in mind, like, IRL, fit people often show skin. The reason a lot of people don't show skin these days is not a lot of people are fit anymore. And it's not for everyone, that's very much a generalization. But it's like, if you spend a lot of time working on your body, generally speaking, you want to show it off in some way, most people. And all of the Arknights characters and all the people we really interact with in the world, they're combatants. They actively train. So they're very, very fit. So hey, look, you want to dress nice, you want to be notable. Giving Aosta anything but flooding is a crime, then call me a criminal and not for the reasons of the double homicide I committed yesterday. Looking at Aosta, his jacket alone, let's start piece by piece, let's break this down. This massive blue jacket is sitting on him terribly. My guy got that grimace proportion. This jacket is way too big, and while the blue is really nice, the collar and black on the inside doesn't really fit with it, and the orange actively looks terrible with it. That's a fair reason, as in either hiding your discomfort, disease, or claiming it. Yeah. The world versus you and your oversized jacket. And also his nail gun, which, like, credit where it's due, this is a cool gun. Yeah, Aosta definitely gives this is my first time picking my own outfit vibes. You like his jacket? Yeah, no, the problem isn't, the jacket itself is nice aside from the orange. The problem is how it's sitting on him. I also don't like the black. The black, inner layer of the jacket doesn't really work with this shade of blue, especially not with an orange highlight that clashes with it. But it's just like, look at how it's sitting on him. It makes him look like a damn triangle. And not the triangle where it's like showing off your shoulders. The triangle where his legs are a triangle. Yeah, he accidentally brought extra large on Amazon. He's very shonen derogatory. I love the jokes of putting like complimentary or derogatory in brackets. Italian hater SMH. No, I love the Italian operators. Especially for an Italian. This is awful though. Like, come on, man. You're surrounded by so many other fashionable people, and this is the best you can do. The oversized shirt could work by itself, but combined with the jacket, it just emphasizes the triangle shape of his pose. The design of the shirt is nice, though, even though I'm not a big fan of super baggy clothing like this, but definitely not with the other pieces. And it's hard to rank them individually because they combine... they combine to form a sum worse than the sum of their parts. How do those pants stay up? He must have a belt. But also, like, look, these aren't even full pants. They cut off above his ankles. Like, it's hard to even talk about this outfit because it's so bad. What do you mean he just has an A-shaped body? Yeah, he is the letter A given human form. Syracusan's look way better, yeah, for the most part. Platform shoes. Yeah, he's got platform shoes with an armored front. At least they fit. Say what you will, at least the shoes fit, even if they have no grip. Extra, extra, extra large pants, cut to be short, yeah. This pouch is absolutely pointless. What is he going to store in this pouch? It is way too small. It is smaller than his hand. What did you stumble into? Hello, Roland. It is your boy Tarkus doing a drip net ranking for the snipers. You joined at probably one of the worst times with one of the worst drips. Basically just ranking outfits for fictional characters if you don't know the game. Motherfucker, stay in the house. You're not gonna lie, leaning towards D tier, stay in the house. Aosta killed... Hey, he did not kill me with his bad drip. He made me cry about it. Everything about it hurts to look at. Yeah, exactly. Like, even just the collar is the size of his head. Like, what are you doing, Aosta? Let's see, look, let's be fair, let's see if it looks nicer in the... Okay, it looks nicer in the E2, because he looks like less of a triangle. Is this a game or an anime? This is an anime-styled tower defense game by the name of Arknights. But don't worry too much, you're more than welcome to stay, and we're mainly just talking about the outfits. So while it'll definitely not always make sense, most of it will still be... make sense if this is your kind of thing. No worries if you end up dipping, but thanks for swinging by either way. It's such a weird fit with his personality. Yeah, this is a really serious guy, and he's wearing such ridiculously bulky clothing, just does not fit him at all. You don't want to watch or play anything if everyone... No, this is one of the worst in the entire game. Let me cut to a random other unit later just to, like... Proven's probably not the best example... Yeah, Schwartz. So, this is more the sort of standard. Usually they look nice. So don't worry, there will be like, Sniper's definitely starting off weak, though. But yeah, like, it looks nicer in the E2 because his body shape is more normal, but this still isn't very nice clothing. He's a D shape now, yeah. He's storing nails in his cloth pockets. This isn't large enough for his nails, because we saw him holding them in the E0. They're way larger than the pouch. Different pose, same fit, too baggy, yeah. It's definitely less awful, but still really, really bad. Oh, look, actual anime. Yeah, most of them are actual anime designs and look actually nice. For what it's worth, like, the reason I'm doing a drip tier list of this game is most of the designs are really, really nice. Like, there are a lot of top tier designs. This is the second worst male design in the game, and this is the last of 8 classes. So we've gone through basically everyone at this stage, and this is probably one of the worst we've seen. This is the second organic D tier, which is the bottom of the list. Like, other people it's been like, oh, their panties are showing and they're 12. That's why they're in the don't leave the house tier. This guy's don't leave the house just because, like, man, let someone else dress you at this point. Who gets a bayonet that large? Yeah, I know, right? It's ridiculous. He's in perpetual dynamic poses to look good. Yeah, but his shoes are, he has chicken legs because his shoes are way too tiny and his massive baggy pants show it off. ABC gang. Who was the first? It was a character called Leonhardt, who has an incredibly punchable face in all of his skills. I don't have him open, or I would show you. But basically, like, if you take the smugness of Shinji from Fate, if you know that character, and ramp it up to 12, he is that level of punchable. Shamari, girl who dressed you up. No, Shamari's skin is nice. She just got a D tier because her panties was showing and she looks 10. Bayonet on a pistol. Yeah, no, this is a bayonet on an Uzi. And it's also in the wrong spot. You don't want a bayonet at the top of the rifle. That's massively messing with the balance. You like Leo? Yeah, look, a lot of people like him, but just design-wise, like, his outfit was a rare Male Knight's L, and so is Aosta's. Unless his skin massively redeems it. Honestly, even his skin isn't very good. This is probably only a cringe tier. Which makes it the nicest he's worn so far. But, like, this is not a nice skin. This is too toxic and faded of a green. Part of that's definitely just the yellow subset. This might look nicer in different lighting. But these pouches across his chest are very inconvenient. The blue turtleneck, why are you wearing a light sort of foresty blue? Like foresty green, and then a dark blue turtleneck. It doesn't necessarily make sense. The gloves are nice. Say what you will, he's wearing proper gloves. Shoes are nice. Pants are fine, but this is just like... This looks like something you'd see in a movie depicting a World War I soldier. Just slightly styled up. Leonhardt doesn't exist, I've been gaslit. You have yet to gaslight me, successfully. Though you will once again get a chance when we reach a robot, because there is another robot to come. Looks like Metal Gear Fit, but not as good. Yeah, exactly. This is discount Metal Gear. That being said, it's nicer than his other outfits. So he's definitely improved. Now he's just painful to look at instead of actively a cognito hazard. He finally got someone else to dress him up and he chose the wrong colors. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He takes... Yeah, he is an arcade king. But you should not dress like this to the arcade. Is everyone in this game eye bleach or cringe style? No. Most of them are styled really, really nicely. This is just starting off really, really weak. This is the worst start we've had. Usually by now we have an S tier. But my man Aosta is going straight up. Second organic don't leave the house. He should not leave the house until he finds someone else to dress him. I hate to do it to you, Aosta. You're funny, I like your character, but your outfit is not where it's at. Darkness hates all your male-made faves. I don't hate their characters, I hate their outfits. It is an important distinction. I think Aosta is very, very funny, and I love that one of the main Arknights memes is just his name. Just him saying Aosta. That's it, there's no other context. Now, a game has amazing design, but I'm stuck on it. Okay then, moving on to from Aosta. The average is like low A. Yeah, exactly. The average is probably solid A, not even low. Snipers are off to a pathetic start, yeah. Hey look, Amber from the hit game Genshin Impact is next. Yes sir, yes sir. We are looking at Amber from Genshin Impact, also known as April from the mobile game Arknights. Now this is not as bad as Aosta, but this is still not off to a very strong start. I don't know what it is about launch or close to launch snipers starting with the letter A, but they are really letting down the team. Oh my god, it's the Genshin Impact girl. Yes sir, yes sir. Bit of lore context, she is a criminal and Australian, and it's based. She ends up getting infected with magical cancer, and her boss steals her disability check that she's supposed to get so she can live with the magical cancer now that she can't be employed. And she's just like, alright, bet, lets him, and then like later on when he steals from other people, hunts him down and almost assassinates him. Just so that she can ask him like, yo, why did you steal from me? And then he tells her and then she just leaves, and he's really confused, and it's very funny. So she made sure he knew she could kill him, and then just didn't for shits and giggles. No way you love Genshin women? Yes sir, yes sir. This stream convinced you, don't delete your Arknights account, man. On one hand, Australian, yes sir. Work just ended as CB flooding for... CB is not in the sniper tier. But I think so far she's definitely flooding by comparison. Like, the fact that already in casters we were arguing, oh, is this flooding or just S tier? And instead we're dealing with what is probably a pretty strong B. And we're going, wow, okay, this is the second nicest so far. On the other hand, magical cancer, yeah, it's called erypathy. It basically functions as magical cancer. Once you have it, there's no cure, you're guaranteed to die eventually, and when you do, you'll explode into spores that give other people erypathy. So yeah, it's very contagious magical cancer, and it's the cause of racism in the game. It's a very dark game. That being said, don't worry too much about it. Magical cancer is all you really need to know. It's a prevalent thing, and you usually get fired and don't get hired because you have turbo magic cancer. Ill Cancer Institute. We can't just rank everyone down for having cancer. Spores. It's not literally spores, it's more Ori-Rock, but like that's the best way to get it across. She's not wearing a bra. She definitely is. You can tell by the curve, she is definitely wearing a bra. Most carriers are infected, yeah, it's still not cured. There's also normal racism, less so. The Rainbow Six Siege... The Rainbow Six Siege gang, in a crossover, which they made lore canonical for some reason, which absolute chads of the devs, they show up, they see, oh, this feline is really, really rich, this cat person. I'm gonna dress as a cat person. And then they realize, oh, they don't actually care what race I am as long as I don't have cancer. They only discriminate against you if you have cancer. And then they get horrified, and it was very, very fun. Rip Bozo's cognitive dissonance. Gives you $5 value meal. Yeah, her outfit really is the $5 value meal of Arknights. Watch the anime if you want to know the story. The anime's main problem is that the first few chapters of story is very, very weak, so even though it's a good adaptation of that story, it's a very weak story they're adapting. The whole RA cast will probably... Yeah, that's why everyone was so surprised when Aya got an alter when she was, like, one of the most infected people. Like, she was so close to death, and then they're like, oh no, she's fine years later. And it's like, what do you mean? Oh, the sarcasm? Yeah. But that's a special case. If you're infected, you get a really cool jacket. Yes, sir, yes, sir. You thought the game is racism and depression. The only people you're racist against are the sarcasms, who are literal demons. The problem with the anime is there's only the main theme, and there's... Yeah, the side stories would definitely be a strong start. Okay, right, now, moving on to April. This shoulder jacket, really not nice. These sleeves are way too large, and the layered sleeve doesn't work. Base drip or skins too? Everything. So all base skins, all drip, except for skins that only appear in cutscenes. Because otherwise Chen, for example, would have literally 20. They have given her a ridiculous number of outfits. So yeah, we're going through base, promotion, and any skins available. There might be one or two that were recently announced in CN that I just didn't notice. But generally speaking, all of them. Speaking of, latest CN operators will also be discussed in the special spicy DLC after all the base ones have been done. Yeah, I agree. That's a good way of summing it up. Her color scheme, like red and this shade of red, this shade of white, can work really, really nicely with brown highlights, just only on a better fit. Rainbow Six, here is he. Yeah, Rainbow Six got a crossover. We got Ash, Tachanka, Frost, and Blitz. And Blitz became a massive meme, by the way. Like, in a good way. He has a very memeable face in Arknights, in his Arknights art. And now Rainbow Six Siege and Arknights both agree we should buff Tachanka. TCADS is very special, yes sir. Kalzi with... Yeah, Kalzi as well has so many NPC outfits that, like, I do not have time. That would be a week-long stream. I cannot afford that. I'd need to take time off work. Fuse, I think Fuse might be coming up in the second R6 Siege collab, which has been announced. Probably, because he's one of the more popular characters. Cruz is the Drip King. We'll get to Cruz, right. Oh, yeah, if anyone needs to sneeze, do it now. Thank you, that's a very important comment. Anyone, get your sneezes out of the way. Right, now, back to April. This is hard to describe because all of it sits weird. The skirt sits weird, it needs to be a bit longer or have a second layer to the back. Because of how much bulk she's added with the rest of her outfit, it just really doesn't work too well. Likewise, this looks like a scarf, but it's not. It's hanging from the belt directly underneath her chest. Looks very, very strange. The base color scheme is really nice. It's just, there's so many weird flaps and pouches, it's much too busy, and then it doesn't have enough bulk where it needs it. Shoes are fine, by Arknight standards. Socks are a little weird. They're trying to match the color scheme. I think they'd be nicer just going the plain shade of brown. You can't believe R6 is going to have 8 operators and Monhan only has 2. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, like, this is definitely just a strong basic. It's hard to describe it too much because there's nothing majorly wrong with it. It's just, the silhouette, like, the way it's breaking up her body is really bad. Like, the strong shoulders combined with weird shoulder flaps and double-layered, massively oversized sleeves. And then she's got a belt around one of her sleeves. Like, why? It's nice in theory, it's just you could do so much nicer with this core concept, but there's nothing, like, it's definitely not cringe tier. It's definitely higher than all of the other low Bs so far, but it's definitely not an A tier. Let's see what she looks like in her E2. Yeah, definitely looking nicer, just because there's less of a focus on all of these weird flaps. I do actually think the red mini scarf hanging from her belt works better as a highlight than it did as the brown. It definitely works better with the default outfit, even though I do like the brown. Why are her eyes bigger than her nose? She is a launch operator, meaning she came out, the game celebrated its 4th anniversary recently. She came out right at the start. So a lot of the very first art, oh no, I don't think she was quite launch, she was just very early. So a lot of them have weird art styles that are less consistent compared to later operators. Bunny, yes sir, yes sir. Minor flashing you? No, 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 this is not a minor flashing you. Shamare is a minor flashing you. This is, like, you can see too much of her thigh, it's definitely a little uncomfortable. You can't see her panties, which is unfortunately a bar that we have to consider, because there is a minor whose panties you can see. What is this, Azulane? That being said, like, this is definitely nicer, but not meaningfully nicer enough to put it up to B, from B. It shows off how nice the base color balance is, and it also shows off how weird that sleeve is. And I do still think her skirt needs to be a little bit longer, or have something underneath, or just have something on the back, just to sort of give it a second layer. The first over-shoulder layer of sleeve works really nicely at this angle, it's just the second double layer of baggy sleeves doesn't really. You're biased towards Cordyceps, go bunnies? Yeah, I love the Cordyceps as well. Belts, Yu-Gi-Oh logic. Yeah, Arknights characters would fit well in the Yu-Gi-Oh universe. She's got the arse fang up, yeah. Part of that's just her thighs are thicker than her knees and it's at a weird angle. She looks shrunk from this angle. Yeah, she does. She needs her granny shorts from Genshin. Unironically, quite a few characters in Arknights would be improved with the granny shorts. Even though I'm not a big fan of the granny shorts. Like, it works on some of the Genshin characters, but not all. And they don't even do it on all of them. Like, Kaching's skin, if you have it, she's just wearing stockings, not even panties. Which really surprised me. She have headphones, but with bunny ears. Yeah, she is a massive music aficionado, and I like to not focus too much on the fact that they have 2 sets of ears, because it weirds me out. And it's only some of them. Some of them only have 1 set of ears. Or whether that's animal or human. It goes both ways. So yeah, her E2 is definitely nicer. Definitely probably... I would rank her E2 probably a mid to high B. Definitely nicer than an E0. Let's see what her skin looks like. It's an interesting color balance, but there are too many... This jacket is broken up into too many parts around the frills, especially around the stomach, and we can't really see too much of the outfit. The only parts we... Like, most of her body is hidden by her pose, unfortunately. But what we can see, the outfit isn't that strong. I love the gas mask, obviously. I'm a massive gas mask enjoyer. And I do, again, like the color scheme. This shade of brown with light white highlights and red highlights works really well. It works better with more of the brown and less of the white. So definitely improved color scheme. But this jacket sits on her really, really weird. The undershirt has too many fragmented parts. This is probably, I'd say, worse than her E2. But not, like, enough to get her down to cringe. Not even close. She's definitely a strong B, which... I'll take it. The first strong B we've had. Sniper's off to an awful start. What is this? Her outfit looks nice, but not close to the operator that's literally named after a month next to her. Oh, I'm gonna have to rank May, aren't I? Don't worry, like with Catapult, I will give her a fair crack. Even though I personally do not like her. But yeah, I think April is just the first strong B, which puts her at the second highest character so far. Okay, no, okay, we've got someone good up next. That's good. We've got a good outfit coming up next. Man, Sniper's off to a weak start. What the hell is this? The shorts are the kind you'd see her ass when she's walking. You wouldn't because of how the jacket sits, but I'm not a super big fan of this jacket. It is a very sort of flat jacket with not a lot of curves to show off her body, so I'll give her a very sort of rectangular shape. And then the flare at the bottom of having all of these sharp, jagged cuts. I understand in theory, just in practice it doesn't really look nice. You can't really pull it off with this style. Solid B? Yeah. Is this the kind of... No, don't worry, okay. Don't worry, okay. Here is a more normal example of what this game's drip is like. This is probably the... This is what I would consider sort of average, actual average for this game. Which is, this is actually a really nice, interesting outfit. Might be my first 6-hour stream, yeah. I've had to get an incredibly scuffed, incredibly long mobile charging cord, because my 3-hour stream yesterday, I almost ran out of battery. Which means my VTuber model would have died. So, it is an incredibly scuffed setup. But hey, it works. Yeah, no worries, Roland, if this isn't your kind of game. That being said, like, genuinely, the snipers are giving a really bad showcase. This game has really amazing fashion on average, it's just snipers specifically have not started off strong. Hi, you just got here, what did you miss? You missed a really bad start. And the second organic D tier, or it's not D tier because you're underaged and flashing me. It's D tier because your outfit is just that bad. The two nicest so far are Adnatiel and April, but we definitely have #1 new nicest in the form of Arknights. Finally bringing it back, showing off what Arknights is all about with a fantastic outfit. Cheeto is cute, yes sir, yes sir. To start us off, red with black, really royal red, really understated black, almost green, borderline grey. Really lovely color balancing, especially with her dress being slightly more on the purplish, dark blue side, but still greyish black. I love Arknights's default outfit. Even if I'm not a big fan of how the skirt sits on her, it's still really, really nice. Yeah, no, like, absolutely. It might not be his kind of game. It's a niche tower defense game. It's an anime-themed tower defense game. That, by default, is not for everyone. But, like, if it's for design reasons, look, at least we're getting somewhere now. Just show off S-tier design. Well, I haven't ranked them yet, so I don't know who's S-tier and who's not. Arknights might be S-tier, though. I'm not a big fan of this shoulder pad because the tassels, once again, look like mops. But the shoulder pad itself, like, the color balancing is really, really nice here. Where a little bit of gold, slightly different from her hair, just enough to make it pop and make her face more of the highlight. Likewise, the really bright red over one shoulder, it's sitting really nice on her and it's acting as a fantastic highlight. The sleeves are a little bit weird, the way they go just past her elbows like that. But the gauntlet gloves, very, very nice. This is actually sort of similar to gauntlets you'd wear if you're doing actual archery, which is really fantastic. That being said, it would go up higher, because chances are the bowstring is going to hit this little gap here sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. I love how comically oversized her arrows are, and props where it's due, her outfit is actually balanced around the color scheme of her bow. So absolute props where it's due for that. Wasn't Estelle D tier? She might have been. I don't remember. Akira, princess nun. Yeah, she is a nun and a drunkard. She's out here trying to sell alcohol to make her monastery more popular. First S for sniper. Yeah, honestly, definitely this outfit, best we've had so far, not even close. The clutching hand is very cute, yeah. And I also do love this style of glove where it's only on some fingers. I don't like how on the pointer finger, though, it seems to only be on the back of the finger. That is definitely a downside. The shoes are actually really, really nice, even though it's hard to see, they do have that classic Arknights collar right at the top. The skirt is very, very layered. I think it's slightly too puffy around her hips. It takes a bit of contrast away from the corset. But, like, the tassels are pretty nice. The frills are nice. The highlights on the skirt are a little bit weird. Likewise, these pouches, I'm not really sure what their point is. You're not going to fit much in them. You'd ideally want, like, a few large pouches rather than 6 really small ones. Eunectes has the... No, Eunectes does not have the best drip in the game. She has a nice design, but she is literally naked. Is that a scope for her bow? It very well could be. Looks like not, actually. Looks like something to just notch the arrow. It's hard to tell because they're anime weapons. But, like, definitely a strong A, borderline S. I do also like her tiara. The main problems with this is what the hell is this zipper, what are these pouches, and what are the above elbow sleeves doing. But outside of that, like, the curvature of her bust, really fantastic, works really well with the outfit, works really well leading into the corset, not the corn. The undershirt being white is a really nice highlight and once again draws attention to her face, which is really, really fantastic. Finally, nice trip. Yeah, exactly. The glove is probably a pair. Yeah, no, it absolutely could be Mediterranean style. It only looks weird because the inside of the finger is also exposed. That's the part that looks weird to me. Other than that, I really love the gloves. In her E2, slightly different pose. Once again, a little sussy. By Arknight standards, definitely a little sussy. But it shows off the outfit better. She seems to have different colored sleeves here, gone from black to white. I actually think this style of sleeve works better as white. I like the color balancing of the black better, but this sleeve doesn't look bad when it's white, because it once again lifts the focus to her face, which is really, really nice. She's wearing longer vambraces, which is fantastic. I also like that the back of her hand is armored. So this is relatively practical, even if this one is too short, which is weird, because that's the one that needs to be armored. That's the one you need the massive armor on the inside, because that's where the bowstring is going to hit. Once again, the royal red cloak looks fantastic. The skirt, less puffy this time, which I really, really like. You can't see the feathers quite as nicely, but they are very much still there. And it is a different skirt. It looks definitely more white than black. She can't even pull out arrows from behind her. Don't worry about it. You'd be surprised how much quivers can move like this while still staying attached. They must show the thighs. They're legally required to show thighs and have thigh straps. And likewise, you can see her boots are actually pretty nice, aside from this weird collar that looks like you'd almost want to tie a tie around it. Once again, I think leaning high A, low S. But she does also have her outfit. Her E2 is much warmer. Yeah, like, the slight shifts from black to white really do make it look nicer. It makes it a much warmer picture. Patriot arrow. Now, not gonna lie, I'm not as big of a fan of her outfit, unfortunately. Her face is still cute, even if she has that weird anime forehead. But the jacket is too heavy and over-designed for the way it's sitting on her torso. Like, yeah, I'm a big fan of midriff. I like showing a little bit of midriff. But this is, like, a military-styled jacket, where it's got lots of golden highlights, lots of pockets. It's got a tie and a ribbon. It's got shoulder pads still. Obviously, it's not, like, actual military style. It's just, like, themed similarly, if that makes sense. The skirt is pretty nice, but I'm not sure what's going on with the 4 belts. I do like this little bird she's got, but the strap it's attached to is just weird. I like that she's got her bow and arrow despite singing. She's holding arrows in a concert, yes sir. And fun fact, the JP voice actor also did one of the songs in the Arknights soundtrack. They sung it. Because a lot of the voice actors in Japan are also idols. Or just singers. This looks nothing like a nun's outfit. Yeah, this one's definitely weird. I think this outfit is non-canon. Some of them are canon, some of them are non-canon. She's part of the Church of Guns. No, she's not. You're thinking of Exia. Her forehead rivals Irene. Yeah, but Irene's forehead is nicer because it just sits better. So, like, I think this outfit is more of an A, unfortunately. So I think Arkedo might actually just be a high A. Because her default outfit is not quite S tier, but still really, really nice. Yeah, actually, I would say her E2 is S tier. Her E0 is probably very high A or very low S. And then this is just a solid A tier. So I think it does sort of average out to more high A than S tier. Inori Minase? Yes, that is her voice actress. Yeah, she's Ren's voice. So I hate to do it, especially because I love her E2, but I think she, like, I don't think this is quite nice enough to be a full-on S tier. Like, to drag it up into S tier, despite this. Nunskin waiting. Yeah, I hope we get a Nunskin, but it doesn't exist yet. So I think, unfortunately, she'll just have to be high A tier. But if she didn't have her skin, she'd probably be S tier. It's just the skin definitely does drag it down. It's a bit all over the place. Like, it's very, very busy, but it sits on her super weirdly, and the color balancing is a bit off. There's lots of classic weird frills attached that don't really serve any purpose, like the one around her wrist that is longer than she is tall by a significant margin. Nope, it's canon. Oh yeah, she's probably doing fundraising for her church then, right? She's from Laterano? No, she's not. Her opera covers her time as an idol. I do remember she was an idol. She became an idol to try and convince people to buy booze from her church, where she works as a nun. Her story's kind of wild. Easily just borrows Spectre's. Yeah, Spectre's default nun outfit is fantastic, not gonna lie. Yeah, there are quite a few idol skins. That being said, I think Arkedo's is probably the weakest in terms of actual idol outfit. Like, as a design, this looks really nice, but as an outfit, this looks weird. There's too much going on, things will get tangled, it's not practical enough. And it's just a bit too busy. A lot of the time with idols, yeah, they have really nice costumes that have good highlights, but this has too many different colors going on. That being said, I will, so that I don't have to do an 8-hour stream, I will move on to Ash. She can do literally anything for fundraising, yeah. Local nun will do anything to convince you to buy booze. Now, starting us off with Ash. This is a collab operator dressed from the real world, obviously. So probably not going to end up too high on the tier list. That being said, definitely a strong outfit. Definitely more practicality over form, though. That's a bit of a problem, a recurring problem. Or not really problem, just a recurring theme with the Rainbow Six Siege operators. Where it's hard to go, oh, they're really, really fashionable, when it's like, oh, they're wearing body armor. Modern day body armor. Which doesn't look very nice. This is what Ash looks like in anime? Yes, sir. That being said, like, I like her cap. I like the entire body full suit, even though she's exposing a little bit of skin around her wrist. That's absolutely fine. Love the pants. Love the thigh straps. These are relatively practical pouches, even if this one really needs... Oh no, okay, it's buckled at the top. I was thinking it needs another strap. Nope, disregard. Knee pads, very practical. Shoes, very practical. Pants, very practical. The undershirt is pretty nice, pretty practical. But again, like, there's no real highlight colors. You wouldn't blink an eye at this, aside from all of the guns and the pouches. There's nothing wrong with this, but there's also no real highlights. This is very much a case of function over form. So it's a bit harder to give it anything than a B. That being said, like it's still a really, yeah, it's a practical B. It's still a really nice B. By sniper standards, this is unironically, this is stronger than most of them so far. She's in her late 30s. She looks good for her late 30s then. Her hips are well defined. Yeah, I do actually really like that, but that's more of a drawing thing than her outfit. That being said, like, she's clearly dressed herself very well, but it's, again, more focused on practicality. You don't like Ash's voice? Yeah, that's fair. I personally like her Ian voice, but I understand why you would. It's like proper military outfit, yeah. And like, you can see it more here. Like, this isn't a jacket, this is body armor. From the looks of things. Like, this is very much practical oriented, despite the fact that her guns are hanging off of her weirdly. Her gear is supposed to be for breaching and being the first in the building. Why is it that? Yeah. No, like, I wasn't, that's why it's relatively light. This is also pretty solid. Modern military armor, generally you just protect your chest. There's no real point protecting your thighs if you get shot in the thigh. To put it in perspective, even with just body plate, there have been cases where the bullet goes through one layer of plate and then doesn't go through the back. And then bounces a few times. So generally you just protect your most important vitals where you can, where it sits nicely, and it's about mobility. Ash's outfit is very, very practical. I'm not at all saying it's not practical. It makes perfect sense for what she wants to do. Aside from maybe the sunglasses, which will definitely come off her hat here. What else would a sniper wear? Exia has more guns? Yeah, she does. She absolutely does. Ash only has 2 guns. Clearly she's not from the US. What is this? That being said, like, no real change to her E2 art, still a strong B. Then we have her other outfit. Now, not gonna lie, Ash adapted really, really well to Arknights' fashion standards. This is a really nice outfit. This very much fits the vibe. There are a few things that look slightly strange. Like, I think this gold highlight is a bit too strong of a color because it detracts slightly from her hair. But, like, the core concept of a gold highlight there, it's in the exact right spots. It's exactly where you'd want it to be. It looks really, really nice. Ash became a furry? No, she, they noticed everyone had animal ears, and they're like, sweet, we need to blend in. She saw a really rich person with cat ears, so she was like, oh, they must be a high-class individual, because they were thinking it would be racism. So she disguised herself as a cat lady, and then realized, no, they're not actually racist based on what type of ears you have, they're racist based on if you have cancer or not. Fake cat girl. Yeah, she is a canonical fake cat girl. Ladies and gentlemen, those are not real cat ears. I know, why live? Her shades, though, yeah, her shades are fine in this outfit. They do look a bit scuffed, though. They look too large for her face. Part of that's just how they're sitting. But, like, the shirt underneath is nice, the dress is nice. I love this kind of flare, this asymmetrical flare, and also how it's sitting around her waist, having it longer on the back, shorter at the front. This is an example of sort of tactical damage done really, really well. I'm not a big fan of this red piece of fabric, but I don't even think that's attached. I can't see where it's sitting. Likewise, I'm not super big fan of this tiny bit of skin she's showing right here in her chest area, but everything else, like the tablet around the neck and the shoulders, really fantastic. The sleeves, this actually really works. Gloves, very practical, very nice. The color balancing, it's a little understated, but it's a very, very nice understated. Pants, still really fantastic. Knee guards, fantastic. Shoes, fantastic. Gotta wear the part as the Sargonian Traveler. Why make everyone furry to blend in? Because everyone else in Arknights universe has, like, cat ears or antlers or something like that. According to Terra standards. Yeah, there are no... The only person who can maybe be a true human is the player character, and even then it's very heavily implied they are not. So, technically speaking, the only pure humans in the entirety of Terra are the Rainbow Six crew. There are no other humans. Yeah, thought to be extinct. All the people that... Yeah, they're Ken and Mimi. Furry among us. Yeah, look, that is a common joke about the game of furry knights. But yeah, I think this might actually be enough to take Ash up to A. Because that's a strong A outfit, but the others, there's nothing wrong with them, and they're aimed more at practicality rather than looking nice, but it does demonstrate that Ash knows how to dress herself. And, like, say what you will, she does still look nice in this very plain, understated tactical garb. So she's still clearly thought about it and balanced it well, even if she's mainly obviously focused on not being shot and dying. But I think this is enough, like, she wouldn't be as strong as Arketo, but I reckon she's definitely still an A. Definitely compared to the rest of the B, like, even her default outfit looks about where they're at their peak, and then her peak is definitely higher. So everyone is human-ish? Yeah, everyone's similar to human with animal traits, pretty much. She has a sword now? Yes, she probably does. Either that or a very, very long knife. We can't quite tell what it is because of how it's sitting, but it's definitely a handle for something that's not a gun. There's 5 characters. Yeah, there are unfortunately actual furries in Arknights, but there aren't any in the sniper tier list, so don't you worry, you won't see them. There's also angels and devils. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yeah, everyone's at least somewhat based on an animal. Even if that's fictional, like case in point, the angel Adnachial you saw earlier, his only thing is he is a halo. Other than that, he's a normal human. Fallen angels, yes sir, and devils. Alright, so moving on from Ash. Rangers is a scaly, yes, but he's not a furry. He's not hung. I would feel bad having to explain hung to a new person, even though he's dripped out of his mind. He gives the vibes of someone's furry OC. Arketo is a griffin, yep. And now moving on to the frog, also known as blue poison. Now I'll start off, I love this shade of blue with her hair. Straight away, this is very, very... Please don't say that hung is very hung. I don't like seeing that. Blue poison mentioned, of course she's mentioned. She's on the screen, although it might be lagging for you. I really like this shade of blue with her hair, and it really highlights her eyes as well. Really, really fantastic. That being said, the actual style of the jacket is a little bit worse. Or, not worse, just not quite as nice. Like, it sits weirdly around, it doesn't show off her body very well, while at the same time it's not really bulky, it's not... The only redeemable part about the jacket, really, or the only really notable part about the jacket is the nice matchup with her hair, rather than its style. The style-wise, like, the sleeves are a bit weird, it's a very plain, sort of rectangular shape. Zipped up, it might look nicer, but it's hard to tell because we don't see it zipped up. She voices Freeran, yep, and Anya. Hi, A, not biased. What, are you just looking at her actual place on an actual in-game tier list at this stage? Games have humans but not humans, humans with animal ears, humans with halos but don't have humans. Yes sir, unfortunately. Arknights, technically we do have humans, the Rainbow Six Siege crew. It's a frog, yep, she is a frog. She is a blue poisonous frog, and I love the bright colours for that. That being said, like, the actual fit of the jacket, yeah, the colours are nice, but in terms of how it sits on her body, it's not that great. The undershirt, once again, it makes her body, it doesn't sit very well. This window here around where her cleavage would be if she had... No offense. Just trying to point it out. Like, this is sitting really, really strangely. It should be a bit higher, and then the underneath suit would look a bit... no, not suit. Underneath... What's the term? The shirt you would have underneath a suit that she has underneath this weird suspender-style shirt would look a lot nicer. Her hoodie looks like a frog's head. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's very intentional. The frog hoodie is cool. Her leggings are fine. The shoes are very, very scuffed, but, like, that's standard for this game. The shorts are nice, but I think they're flared a bit too much. I think she would look nicer with tighter shorts. Pouch is mostly fine. This one is going to be a massive pain in the ass, though. This is going to constantly shift and bang. Likewise, this strap across your thigh is just going to be uncomfortable and going to limit mobility. Her build makes you think of Blue Archive. Yeah, I can actually get that. She does have that sort of vibe. Backskin with mottled pattern. Yeah. Yeah, I think Blue Poison is just another standard B. Which again, for snipers, is unfortunately high so far. But it's just the main focus is the nice colors of her hair and her eyes more than her outfit. Like, the outfit's just pretty plain. It's a nice plain. But it's not, like, super eye-catching or anything. The eye-catching part is just the colors. You'd also like to see her in tighter shorts. Least horny AK fan be like, there's a poison dart in her neck, but that's for the skin, yeah. In her E2, exact same. She has ditched the first layer of undershirt. Immediately looks nicer. It did look nice color-wise, but the suit undershirt underneath looks nice like this. I'm not a big fan of the suspenders. The shorts, once again, a bit too baggy. The thigh highs, why do they unzip at the back? Also, these thigh highs not as strong. I don't think this is enough to take her down to cringe, but it is definitely at most a B tier. Why does she have hanging vials? Because she fights using poison. So she uses these to kill people. She dips the darts in her crossbow in poison and shoots them. But that being said, you're absolutely right. That is a stupid spot to attach them. What are those socks? Yeah, these socks are a travesty. She had really nice stockings, and she decided, you know what, I want unzippable thigh highs. Lemotive operator theme tier list? I'm definitely considering it. I'll probably take a little bit of a break from Arknights tier lists after this one and maybe the NPC one, just to make sure I keep the ideas fresh. But the next tier list I do will probably be a Guilty Gear Strive music theme tier list. But definitely going to consider it for Arknights, because only what, about 20-30 characters have themes, so it's definitely doable. Thigh highs with windows, much AK wow. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these thigh highs. Dang, you're late, don't worry. The snipers are off to a very rough start. They have not been doing very well. That being said, let's move on. She has a pretty nice skin. This is more sort of casual wear. This is more the kind of outfit you'd expect on a teenage girl. I do like the blue poison frog in the background. It's very, very cute to me. But, like, again, this skin is just another B tier, unfortunately. You'd see someone wearing this IRL. It's mainly just showing off their body, kind of like a swimsuit. But absolutely fine, nothing wrong with it, no major problems. But, like, you're not really focused on the outfit. The dark blue leggings are nice, even if they end a bit weirdly around her, a bit too high on her legs. Very, very small crop top, very heavy jacket, pretty classic. I do like her hairstyle, but again, the highlight is definitely the clash between her eyes and her hair, which is really, really nice. How's she not human? Her blood is poisonous, essentially. That's her main distinguishing fact, because she is a frog. But again, like, a good way to put it with Arknights, they are 99% human, 1% animal. So don't worry too much about that. Where's the animal ears? She doesn't have any. She just has this weird, pattern on her neck. Yeah, she's a poison dart frog. So it's mainly just to keep the designs really fresh, but it's a fun little thing, as opposed to, yeah, the doctor is redacted. So yeah, I'm not going to spend too much more time on Blue Poison. She's just a pretty solid B. It is depressing that she's still in the upper half of who we've done so far by being a solid B. But we're almost up to a few nice designs. We just have one more kind of cringe to get through. Now, as mentioned before, I am not a catapult enjoyer. I do not like catapult. That being said, I will look at this objectively. I will put aside my own bias. Rather than just giving her an instant F tier for don't leave the house because you're catapult. Surely Schwartz will carry... I mean, Schwartz is definitely going to be up there. Fish and water animal, people tend not to... Yeah. Fish-themed characters generally don't have super overt animal traits, but you can usually tell what animal they're styled after by looking at the details. Yay, catapult. You see a glimpse of a certain angel there. We'll get to the other angels, don't worry. You two want to wear a plastic bag when you go outside. Hey, you'll fit right in with the Arknights universe. A lot of them have, like, parts over their thighs where it's see-through plastic. This is hella don't leave the house. I'm letting it sink in for a second to make sure I can work past my biases and give it a fair assessment. Catapult. I don't think she's a cat, actually. Also, a character named Fang is a horse, who's a vegetarian. She hasn't got any fangs. Sending the rest of Team A6, you're cool, don't come to recruit. Yeah, definitely that kind of vibe. Stay shirt. What the hell is that shirt? Yes, sir. So, to start us off, the jacket. This is a really bad jacket. The sleeveless does not work, the bulky sleeves do not work at all, and it is not sitting on her figure at all well. This massively hides her figure. It literally gives her rectangle proportions, and the collar is way too straight. The green is alright, but it's a bit too bright of a green. Likewise, these sleeves really, really bad. This is way too much of a highlight, blends too much in with her skin color as well, and the red doesn't really work there. The shirt is alright, even if it's... I'm not a big fan of this style of shirt, but it's definitely like a nice shirt. Love and peace. I don't know why she's so keen to draw your attention to that exact point, but look, a lot of people who rebel against authority also do that kind of stuff. The shorts, they are not sitting on her properly. They need to be slightly higher. Or slightly lower, I can't quite tell, but they're definitely not sitting on her properly. And what the hell is this strap attached to them? Thigh highs, absolutely basic. Shoes, absolutely basic. She's a Kuranta? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Crop top and hot pants, but the jacket is uneven and too big. Yeah, exactly. It's like, pick a theme and stick to it, lady. What's with her fingers? This is just called... A lot of the launch characters, they didn't have the same level of budget for artists, so they hired a lot of newer artists, which means it's a little bit inconsistent and there's sometimes a little bit of jank. This artist has gotten a lot better. I believe this is Mudrock's artist. But yeah, like, hands are hard to draw. They're at least... The individual lines are well, it's just a slight case of proportioning issue. You thought that might be the intent, her skin to her jacket? Yeah, it's the intent, it just looks awful. I can tell it's on purpose, it just doesn't look nice. Alphabetic, you missed Ambriel? Don't worry, Ambriel got a basic. And yes, I always do this alphabetically. You're confused with a gun? Yeah, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. A lot of them you can usually at least tell, like, vaguely what they're going for. This is just a really weird gun. But I don't rank too harshly. I'll give bonus points if they're styled for their weapon, but I won't detract points if their weapon looks weird, because weapons are definitely functionality over form. The shorts are public indecency, I agree. Operation Reserve Team A6 member Catapult reporting in. Hey, I can tell you're hella different from that stuffy old that esteemed, honorable instructor, Miss Doberman, right? Every fucking recruitment. Every single time. Basic, you fiend. Look, Ambriel's outfits has some problems. Her E2 is her nicest, but the others have some problems. Mainly the color balancing, and she chooses terrible jackets. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be a grenade launcher, especially because there's the grenade shells there. It just looks really strange. Cut-off shotgun? No, it's a cut-off grenade launcher. With a brace at the back. Air pressurized grenade launcher, yeah. Damn, he's got it memorized. No, someone posted it and I read it. My memory isn't that good. But yeah, like, not gonna lie, I don't think she's quite D tier. I definitely think she's below a B. I definitely think she's cringe, and the artist agrees because there isn't a skin for her. So hey, easy to rank. She doesn't have any other outfit, and the only outfit she has is bad. So straight in the cringe tier. Which means I can spend less time thinking about Catapult, which is always a win when you think about it. There's a reason you spam supporter tags. Yeah. If I'm going tagless, I'll still use anything other than Sniper to make sure you don't get Catapult. That is actually based. E2 operators by Drip. Don't worry, all E2s are also included. It's just because she's a 3-star, she doesn't have one. Wow, our first cringe? Yes, sir. Very first cringe. Now moving on to Female Tourist C, also known as Chen the Holungde. Which is an atrocious title, and whoever translated that should feel ashamed of themselves. It is one of the worst puns I've ever seen. And I am a bad pun enjoyer. Now, as an outfit, to start off with, it is worth noting, Chen's face and hair are very, very pretty, so that immediately makes things look nicer, but I try to look past that. The shading, likewise, on the skin, very, very eye-catching. I love this style of shading. But I'm just trying to focus on the actual outfit, so just pointing these out, because I do have slight biases towards these things. You'd never thought the name, but yeah, what the hell, Arknights? Yeah, man. They went from naming a character's alternate form Purgatory, to naming a character's alternate form Holungde. What the hell is that? B but have S tier skin? I actually think her default outfit is nicer than B. Oh, I E2 by Drip? No, sir. I E2 by random things. If I E2 by Drip, I would have Hung and Mountain E2. And that would be a sad day. Lung Wrath. Yeah, no. Lung Wrath was a very funny name with the rat pun. Like, that was a decent pun. They slid that in well, but Holungde is not where it's at. Before anything is said, Talala Keychain. Yeah, I love Talala Keychain. She's thinking about her sis. Why is she wearing a plastic see-through jacket with shorts? That is an Arknights thing. A lot of them do it. So, to start off with, this jacket. Really nice parts of the jacket, and also some really bad parts. The turquoise highlight doesn't work well with her hair color. You should choose a slightly different highlight, because especially she's got red eyes, dark blue hair, this turquoise just draws attention away from her face down to the back of her jacket, which isn't really good. Outside of that, the jacket is sitting really, really nicely. The sleeves are a little bit too bulky, but that's fine. I'm not a big fan of this, like, cravat-style tails at the bottom of the jacket, but, like, end of the day, the jacket is at least fitted to her figure and sits nicely. The undershirt, though, is very, very strange. It starts as, like, a bra, and then goes all the way down and is covered by a see-through plastic dress. It's weird. Her hat's nice, her sunglasses are nice. The parts around her waist, really not very good. So actually, I think whoever said it was right. This is definitely more a B-tier design, but she does get nicer in some of her other designs from what I remember. Material-wise, it's very weird, yeah. Drip itself or drip on the... By the drip, the level of drip they have, not how much the operator is dripping. Otherwise, it would just be a ranking tier list of how sweaty are certain characters. Which I know some people would enjoy, but yeah. Her skin flooding, maybe we'll see. Say what you will though, these are relatively nice shoes, even if not the best for beachwear, but she's not swimming, so... Still, you generally don't want heels with sand. Sand is already hard to walk in. Related note, Catapult artist did Ash, Mudrock, Greythroat. Yeah, like, Catapult's artist has done a lot better. They massively improved. But it makes sense, because Catapult was drawn like 6 years ago. Oh, do I judge how look they... It's a combination of how well it's styled towards them, like how well it fits on them, and how well it works as an outfit. There are some characters where their outfit is absolutely fantastic and wouldn't work on anyone else. That can be bonus points, because they've chosen something that works very specifically for them. But if the outfit is nice and just doesn't really fit them, they at least have good fashion sense, just not necessarily about them. That being said, because it's an anime game, it usually fits the character pretty well. So it's a combination of both, but mostly how it fits on the character, rather than as an outfit itself, because a lot of these would not work IRL on anyone. Like, Chen can pull this off, anyone else wearing this would look really, really weird. Man, so many drips you saw are cursed. Yeah, snipers are really not starting off strong. So far, definitely the weakest. Are we reviewing her original E2? No. I don't have any eye bleach prepared to make up for the horror that is her original prefix E2. So, is she a good character? Yes, she is one of the strongest in the game. She does have weaknesses that a lot of people ignore, because they're boomers, so they don't worry about things like DP cost and downtime. But she definitely does have weaknesses. That being said, she is very, very strong. Chen is a very good op. Yeah, both versions of her. Wait, original? So, the original E2, let's just say everyone thought it was a Blaze skin, rather than Chen. The artist does both, and they didn't do a very good job of the face in the original E2. But they fixed it. They have fixed it. This is nicer. The face, at least. Okay, no, thanks. Yeah, don't worry. It wasn't that bad. The face was very, very bad. And a few other things were a bit off. It's not bad that much now. You'll get there. Yeah, don't worry about it. Chen is definitely a unit who gets stronger when you have other strong units, and get her E2. She does really, really good damage with her E2. She's one of the best DPS units in the game, but that being said, like, she's not a DPS unit who can solo carry, because she has a very high DP cost, and is a ranged unit with short range. So for newer players, don't worry too much about spam rushing Chen, if you have her. Now, the rubber ducky, you are absolutely right. I love the rubber ducky with the little floral crown. Best part of the E2. In terms of outfit, this is a very nice bikini top. I'll give her credit, like, yeah, this is obviously a bit more on the sexy style of bikini top. Looks very nice on her. The pants, I can't give her credit for. This looks atrocious. She's wearing 2 different sets of panties which aren't sitting right, and then an incredibly tiny set of shorts. So if it was just from waist up, like, this is borderline taking her to cringe tier. Not gonna lie. So far, this is averaged down to cringe. This is a major problem. This does not look nice. When someone says sniper, you don't think stripping down to have a new outfit. Yeah, I like her jacket, so I prefer her E0. That being said, her skin's pretty good. No Talala keychain either. I know, right? It's one bottom with 2 straps. Yeah, it could be, but it looks like they go underneath. It absolutely could be, but it's hard to tell. Shorts, those are jean panties, yeah. She's got the Omega short jorts. Classic Arknights pants that are falling off. Also, her panties look like they're falling off because they're not sitting around her hips, they're sitting around her thighs. So this is definitely a C-tier outfit, and there's also nothing to talk about because it's just a bikini top, bad panties, and bad shorts. So let's move straight on to her outfit. How is the strap on top not slipping off? Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Neither of the straps look like they make sense on that one. Yeah, it can work for certain people, but man, she does not pull it off. She's good to roll for. You can't currently get Chen. She is a limited unit, Chen Alter. So don't worry too much about that. That being said, I hope you get her in the future, but she is hard to get. Arknights doesn't do reruns of limiteds very well, unfortunately. The Jandies. Hey, look, no, the bottom, that was definitely shorts. They weren't janties, they were jorts. Tail logistics fault, not a fashion sense, totally. Nah, man, that's some bad fashion sense. From C to A, F, yeah. If this was the only look, I could see the argument for S. That being said, there are still problems with this outfit that I think could take this outfit down more to J. The hat is very, very nice. The left sleeve is really fantastically themed and really well highlighted. That being said, the clear plastic on the right sleeve, it completely doesn't fit the vibe. It completely clashes with the rest of the shirt. Likewise, this weird hanging part, it matches the sleeve in theory, but in design it doesn't, especially because it's got a zipper there for no reason. And it's just sitting really strangely where a tie would sit. The dress underneath, really, really fantastic. The jacket, aside from those two key issues, very, very fantastic, though. They should have given her wider hips. Yeah, you're right. If she had wider hips, those panties would have fit. The problem is the plastic. Yeah, exactly. If they removed this plastic sleeve over her right arm, and this little weird part hanging over the front of her dress, this would be a much nicer outfit, Borderline S. As it stands, like, this is really lovely color highlights. I love the black, gold, and red, and yeah, it's very busy, but most of the busyness comes from the plastic, so I'm going to pretend they removed that. The plastic is too busy, it adds too much to the outfit, like, it takes away from the outfit design. This would look much nicer if they straight up removed that. Likewise, if they removed this weird flap or redid it. So I think this outfit overall would be an A. When you take into account the others, I think she goes to B tier. Which is unfortunate. B tier getting busy. Because, like, looking at it, it's more a case of Chen is really hot, it's not really her outfits. So when I look at Chen, like, when you look at this, she's really pretty, but you don't see anything of her outfit here, and when you look at the outfit detracts from it. Should have made the sleeves slightly shiny to indicate waterproof, yeah. Is W a good character? Yes, sir, she is. W is fantastic. Best character in the game without a doubt. I'm not biased, what are you talking about? She's definitely not a Jester-themed goth mummy sadist. I need to look a bit harder to see it, but the plastic sheet is... Yeah, it is. But that one is fine and just adding a little bit of a highlight. Like, still not the best, but it's not covered in bright ornaments. The problem with the one on her right is it's covered in highlights, so it's really showing off this plastic at the expense of the rest of the outfit. True, Chen is hot. Yeah, it's more a case of Chen being hot than her outfits being anything special. The tier list's in a sentence. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, look, it's definitely more on the basic side of things outside of this second outfit. Which makes sense, because there's only so much you can do with a swimsuit. You didn't like W, but the idea of seeing her beg and cry. Oh, so you're a masochist, a sadist, rather, I take it. You've seen bad enough to see... Okay. No worries, Roland. Sorry you joined at one where they haven't had the best start. That being said, thanks for swinging by. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday or Friday. W Synthesia skin win. What are you, the entirety of the Arknights fanbase? Alrighty, I'll now move on from Cholta. Let's go to Arado. Definitely nicer than most of what we've seen so far. Definitely above a B. So that's already off to a very strong start. Definitely B+. At least Echo is coming up. Yeah. Look, honestly, I just think overall snipers have less drip than the other classes. Which is just inevitable. Because they go for different sort of themes. Thanks for the small tips about Shelter. Don't worry about it, man. I also have a Discord. Please feel free to join if you want to get pinged when I'm going live, or if you want to chat Arknights or anything else. It is pinned in the top of the chat and at the top of the description if you're on YouTube. Plenty of boomers like me are available there to help you out if you have any Arknights related questions. Though obviously I can't do it while I'm streaming. Now, I'll start off with the things I don't like about Arado. Her hat is really weird, because of these weird two tassels holding it up and how it sits. That is a very, very strange hat. I'm not a big fan. That being said, color balance-wise, it's really, really nice. Cast as the best trip. Yeah, them and guards and defenders. Join the Poncerous cult. You've never talked to her? Hey, that's fine. You're always welcome to just join and chill and stalk. Laugh at some of the memes, listen to some of the music, or even just get pinged. That's absolutely fine. A war crime committer just like Blemmy. Yep. Arado... Oh no, she just puts people to sleep. She doesn't commit war crimes. Oh no, right, yeah, you're right. She does attack sleeping enemies, doesn't she? I just remember it's a bit jank. Now, her dress is a little all over the place, but it does look very nice. But when you actually break it down, it's sitting on her very, very strangely. It does look really, really nice. I'm not going to detract points from this. Just a lot of people wouldn't be able to pull this off. It's a true shoulderless, looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any straps holding it up. And it's got a lot of weight hanging off of it, which could be a problem, but the way it's sitting, it doesn't look like it's in danger of falling off. I love the layered skirt. Very, very fantastic. This is an example of a belt-style tassel done well. This actually looks nice. Unlike the usual of just have a belt hanging. If Arketo is anywhere below A, you will riot. Don't worry, she isn't A. Cheetos is A, yep. Her range plus sleep maker, good for Ezel's mini annihilation. Yeah, a lot of people said that. I just used Fear Meta though. Wow, I have a face now? Yes sir, yes sir. I have a VTuber model. It is more than a month early. I also have a gas mask. I can also look disgusted in you. Prioritize sleeping enemies, that's mostly not a crime. No, it's definitely a war crime. So yeah, I love the undershirt, sort of brownish, very dark brown, underskirt rather. Works really, really well with this style of dress. Love the dress, love the green highlight. Green in this shade of pink is a really unusual thing, but it works really, really nicely. There are lots of weird tassels hanging in weird spaces, but I'm not going to detract points from that, because her hair is already more inconvenient than these tassels ever could be. Just by the sheer length and how she's got it styled. Likewise, these feathers look absolutely lovely. I love the sort of Grecian theme they add to it. I love the shade of her eyes. I know that's not her outfit, but that black and red, really, really fantastic. Love that. Not a big fan of this jacket, though. This sits really weirdly. Like, it does break up her silhouette in a nice way, and it does add to the outfit, but it looks a little bit weird. It definitely ties in color scheme-wise, so credit where it's due. Do I think Hol Hiak is a good character? No. She is one of the worst 6 stars, unfortunately. That being said, like, it's more just a case of she has really low stats. Goated name. Yeah, Arado. Oh, Hot Spring Melon, you mean. You also have a gas mask. Wait, he's a Code Vein character. Why must you do this to me? I'm crying. Ah! I've never played Code Vein, so I don't know either way. But yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of all of the feathers on the jacket, or the feathers in the hair. As much as I love bird themes, I think it does slightly not mesh with the rest of her outfit. Likewise, these little white braids she's braided into her hair look a little bit strange, but that's mainly just, again, they contrast a bit with the hat. I think without the weird hat straps, these would look really, really nice. That being said, I think this is a very solid A. Really nice color balancing. The color balancing is S tier, but I think it's a bit too busy. She would definitely benefit removing, like, these belts. They're very bulky and eye-catching. They detract, like, this tassel as well detracts. If she made it a little bit simpler and really just showed off how the fit works and how nice the color balancing is, this would be a much nicer outfit. So I think it's just a case of, yeah, this is a really solid outfit, she's just over-designed it a little bit. You're a fan of the weapon, it works well with the outfit. Yeah, it works really well with the outfit, but it doesn't look like she's styled the outfit after the weapon. That being said, it's lovely that she's got a giant harp bow. She's a secretary bird, they have to... Yeah, I know they have those kind of feathers, it just looks a little bit jank. You N6'd her for a reason and you've never been able to use them. Yeah, me with Frostleaf. Mostima has her niche of having a 98% slow, yes sir, yes sir. My first 6-star was Angelina. Very, very bad first 6-star for a newer player, given she doesn't attack. But yeah, I think Arado is a really strong A. Once again, I'm tempted to give her an S, but that's mainly just because she's really, really pretty. So let's see how the rest of her skins track up first. She has a bird, always a plus. She looks like she's blushing. That is definitely strange to see. Let me zoom in a bit so you can see a bit better. Her face is definitely flushed. I hope it's because she's drunk. No real change to the dress, but we get to see it... Oh no, different dress. She's removed the underskirt. Still looks nice. I think her easier looks nicer. This skirt style is a little bit more generic. A little bit less nice, a little bit... It is simpler, but she removed some of the good parts instead of just all the extraneous flaps, if that makes sense. Skipping your final exam prep to watch this me talk about W. You can always come back to this, you know. I think you would have skipped your final exam prep for anything, though. That being said, hey, you're always welcome to watch. I won't judge you too harshly. I've done things like that before. I've skipped sleep to watch VODs before. Yeah, she is definitely blushing. A, same amount. She's great now that you're a year deep, but she was bad at first. Yeah, Angelina is a terrible first 6-star. But she is a good force multiplier for later on. Like, I've used her more now as a boomer. But, like, she was borderline unusable for a new player. Because, man. Her niche is definitely... Like, I cannot believe that a lot of people were recommending people re-roll for Angelina. Because she was one of the strongest later on. Discount Dark's Code Vein is worth it on big discount. I mean, I'm definitely willing to try it. I've never played it before. That being said, I'll probably play... I have a lot of games I want to play on stream first, so I'll start playing some of those. But I'll definitely consider Code Vein. If you are in the Discord, please do drop down just Code Vein in the suggestions. I'll check it out. Good 6-star for new player, Exia. Exia is probably the best general use 6-star that is strong from very early game and one of the strongest units in late game. So if you are going to re-roll,
Obviously, first off, reroll for a character you like above anything else, but if you're doing it for meta reasons, Exia is the best 6-star off of the starter banner. Likewise, Saria is a very fantastic general use defender. You will use her in any stage. She'll be absolutely fine. Outside of that, man, there are a lot of really good 3-stars, unironically, a lot of pretty solid 4-stars, and some really fantastic 5-stars. Most 6-stars are also just pretty good. You can bully people with Shu and Angelina. Yeah, no, like, boomers can always bully people with Angelina. The problem is just that Angelina's not very good for newbies. Ack. No. Ack can kill himself. He can unironically game over himself. He is terrible for new players. Your first 6-star was Shining. Hey, at least Shining's hot. And she's a pretty strong medic, even though I prefer Silence. Jessica is a 6-star. She has an altar, but it's not out yet. Code Vein is fun. Skip the DLC. I'll definitely check it out. Silver Daddy surprised you, and he carried you through the game. Silverash is definitely strong, but his defense down on his F3 is definitely starting to show its age. Bro slept on Aya. You start the game with Amiya Caster. Aya's definitely stronger than Amiya Caster, but Exia is stronger compared to every other sniper than Aya compared to Amiya. 6-star, damn it. Your first 6-star was Flametail. She had less damage than Plume. Yeah, and her uptime is also pretty bad. The new banner, Mountain, is peak first 6-star. Mountain's a pretty solid first 6-star, especially because he, like KB, gets very strong at E1 rather than E2, which is much more achievable for new players. Thorns is good too. Yeah, but he needs E2. A lot of people underestimate how much needing E2 is a hindrance for new players. How good would I rate Serta? Fantastic for late game. Decent for newer players. Her S3 basically lets you remove any dangerous enemy or boss. Like, completely remove them. But that being said, like, she's another case like Angelina where it's more, she's strong if your team is strong. If you're just using Serta, like, she, again, literally kills herself. So there is a limit to how much you can use her. Blue Poison S2 is budget Exia. Yeah, but the fact, we have a lot of budget Exias, especially like Cruise King Glint, but Exia is still ridiculously strong. She's also the best core caster today. Aya, yeah, I would argue, I prefer KB, but yeah, Aya is definitely the best core caster. Mountain, the only good brawler, oi. Throwing shade at some of my favorite units. I agree with you, but throwing shade. Silverish with Pram debuffs, yeah. Cheeto clueless. Cheeto's also great, but she's a side grade to Eku rather than an upgrade. First was Siege. Alrighty, now moving on to Arado. I think this is still just a really nice A outfit. It's definitely worse than an E0, but she has simplified it a bit. I think she just needs to simplify E0 more, keep the skirt. If it was a little simpler, it would be an S, but I think it's just, there's too much going on. So let's take a look at her skin. Oh, this is a pretty nice skin, if a bit basic in terms of what she's wearing. Exia is still the most... Yeah, to put it in perspective, on the EN side of things, they, like, a month ago released the most used 6-stars of the year, and it was Exia. So she's a launch operator who has been the most used and most liked operator since launch of the game, and the lowest she's dipped was still in the top 10. You like how much livelier chat becomes each stream? Hey, I can't control that, but I'm glad you guys are having fun, and I definitely have fun talking to you as well. Best core caster is Reed. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Good point, actually. Aya fans in shambles. Reed fans unite. Best caster in the game. Not even a caster. But yeah, this is a much simpler outfit, much simpler color balancing, but this is really, really lovely sleepwear. I'm not a big fan of how tight the socks are around her feet. But look, I take it the artist has a foot fetish. Not my kind of thing, but that's fine. That being said, it's really lovely, really fluffy. I would say for sleepwear, this is... I'm not a big fan of this massive, fluffy scarf thing she's got hanging around her neck. Waist, not neck. Outside of that, I would say this outfit is probably an S tier. But I think overall it would... Let me actually look. Yeah, I think she is another case of high A. I don't think she's meaningfully better than Arquero. Which is crazy that snipers still haven't quite breached that. Tarkus is slowly becoming famous. I mean, hey, look, I don't control that, but I'm very surprised how many of you have shown up. It's very flattering. Same artist as Beanstalk. Yeah, it definitely looks like the Beanstalk artist. You're absolutely right. Reed CPU bricking. No. You weren't around for the R6 Siege collab if you think Reed bricks your CPU. Is there a difference between hot and drip? Yeah, absolutely. I think Arado is really, really hot. I'm asexual, so I'm not really interested in that aspect, but like her face is really cute, really well designed. And likewise her hair. But I'm mainly looking at the outfit. If you have a really good body and you're showing it off nicely with an outfit, that massively contributes. But there are also some cases of a lot more conservative outfits that have still gotten very high rankings because it's just really fantastic fashion. Just at the end of the day, this is an anime game, so a lot of them will be a little on the lewd side. Because they make money based off how many people like these characters. Rather than sleepwear, I could see this as a date outfit, you're right. But it also kind of looks like sleepwear. So it's very, very nice sleep. Like, part of that's the slippers and the fact that she's laying on a bed. But yeah, you're right. This is either nice enough sleepwear you could go out on a date in it, or datewear that she's intending to take it to the bedroom. Either way, I would say this is an S tier outfit. It's just I don't think, I think she might actually be low S rather than high A. Yeah, I think she'll be the first S tier of the day. She is because it's a case of the reason Arknights got taken down off of S tier was she had that idol outfit, which looks a little bit worse fashion-wise. So yeah, I think I'll put Arado in first S, but it's definitely a low S. I think she is meaningfully nicer than the others in A tier. Like, because this is a really, really lovely dress with really great color highlights. Likewise at E0. The spot is reserved for apple pie. It's to keep her warm. A good 5-star or 6-star healer, Silence. Silence is my recommendation for that. Or Telopsis, or Perfumer, who's a 4-star. All of them are really fantastic. Diston, Cheadle, Idol. No, I really like it as a design, but as an outfit, it's a bit too busy. That was why she got dragged down slightly for that. Arado is definitely also busy, but like the core of Arado's outfit still works despite the busyness, whereas Arknights, it distracted from it, if that makes sense. Silence carried you for so long. Yeah, she is a fantastic late game healer who's also really, really great early game. Now, moving on to your boy Executor. He will, I'll say this straight off the bat, he will not be getting as high as his guard version did. That being said, he's still relatively stylish. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He has a weird base outfit, but his skin looks great. The pants, really, really nice. The shoes, very, very nice, very practical. But the jacket is too heavy, too many sharp lines, too loose on him. Like, it's a too bulky jacket. The under jacket looks a little weird, but like it's at least distinct and interesting. This one, though, you can't see it much, but we know what it looks like from his other outfits in his alternate form. Thanks for the shelter tips. No worries, man. I'm always happy to give tips. I can probably give more in-depth tips off-stream, though, if you join the Discord. Just because I'm trying to focus on other things as well here. Federico, your beloved. Yeah, no, I get why people like his coat. His coat is really nice, but, like, it does sit on him a little bit weirdly. Part of that's the puffy sleeves underneath. I do really like his gloves. I like the bag hanging across his shoulders, but it's just, it really does hide his figure. And I like his underneath jacket more than his over jacket. It's similar to Aosta where it looks really oversized, but it doesn't quite mesh super well with the legs. Like, it's definitely not cringe or bad or anything, but I think this is more on the scale of B tier. This isn't nice enough to be A tier because it doesn't really have a consistent theme. He's wearing streetwear lower half and then a really elaborate monk style, sci-fi style upper half, if that makes sense. Low to mid S. I don't think his outfit is nice enough for mid S on this one so far. It is nice color coordination. The orange does slightly clash with the shades of blue, but like not too bad. And the blue works really well with the white. And a shade of orange is a really good highlight color. Just, I think this orange slightly clashes with the blue. That being said, works really well with his pants as well. Could be a little bit better, but pretty solid color matching. Also, Angel with a shotgun, yes sir, yes sir. And his other version has 2 shotguns. Yeah, it gives big winter coat energy, but there's too many sharp lines. On really big bulky coats, sharp lines do look a little bit strange. Let's see what he looks like in his E2. Okay, his coat is sitting on him a lot better in this E2, because a lot of it's hanging off his back rather than his front. This gives more badass streetwear vibes. This looks like a more coherent outfit, if that makes sense. Part of that's just the angle, but part of that's how the coat's sitting. Because so much of the bulk is now at the back rather than the front, he definitely looks... it's more coherent, it matches better. That being said, I still do think the blue and the orange do clash a bit rather than complementing each other. So slightly off on the color balancing, but the rest of the color balancing is fine. I think in his E2, it's more like a high B. I don't think it's quite nice enough to A, but I think that'll improve on his outfits. Because I remember what his outfit looks like, and it's really fantastic. His E2 looks lighter, yeah. the coat looks less ridiculously oversized because most of it's hanging off the back. And as a result, you can see the undershirt and more of a jacket style. And it just looks nicer like this, in my opinion. And then, so yeah, I think those are pretty... These are both relatively in the basic tier, so let's move on to his really nice skin. This is some really fantastic streetwear. This is the kind of thing where if a lot of us had this IRL, we would just wear it. His E2 smooths out a lot of the sharp lines. Yeah, exactly. Like, without the sharp lines, it looks much more coherent. Congrats on the gender surgery. No, I always look like this. This model you're seeing, this is a webcam. I've just got it green screened so I can show you the back. Glad to catch another stream though. Hey, thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, William. Don't worry, you haven't missed much. Snipers have not been starting off strong, unfortunately. That being said, we're only at E and we're 2 hours in, so maybe I should speed up. Now, I would say this is an S tier outfit, except maybe one thing. This needs to be... There needs to be another button here. This is showing too much of his stomach. Outside of that, I think this outfit is without a doubt S tier. This is really lovely streetwear. It's a very simple color balance, but the jacket matches the jeans perfectly, and the undershirt fits really well with the inner half of the jacket, and it shows off like the little blue highlights he's added, the blue scarf, the blue armband. Really fantastic. I don't like that his boots are zip up, but it's not too bad. Outside of that, they look really, really fine. Not sure what the straps right at the bottom of his legs are. Or the straps around his thighs. They look like they're not attached very well. Likewise, I'm not a big fan of the fact that his jacket has a belt at the end. Like a clip-on belt. Glad we have Terminator in the game. Yes, sir, he's basically Terminator. Is that a downside? It's a downside in terms of the outfit. Obviously, he has an attractive stomach. He has borderline abs. But like that being said, like it would look nicer if this was tucked into his trousers and then hanging out one side. Like you see a lot of sort of waiter-themed fashion do, if that makes sense. And does he have another skin? No, he's X-Tier is the first with multiple skins, that's right. So, I think... Because I don't think this is a strong enough S. This is like borderline A, borderline S. I don't think this is a strong enough S to drag it out of all the way up to S tier. So I think I'm going to give him an A. Because when you take into account, like, he has pretty basic E0, E2 art. Where it's just a case of the color balancing isn't quite as amazing as it could be, and the jacket has too many sharp lines. Don't be silly, robots, I can't... He's not literally a robot, just personality-wise. What character would I smash? Basically none of them. I'm asexual. But yeah, I think definitely an A tier. Definitely nicer than basically everyone in B, in terms of consistency. But I don't think meaningfully nicer than the other... Yeah, mid to high A. Yeah, I'd give him about a mid-A. Some winter outfits for skiing have belts as extra measures. Yeah, but this isn't a winter outfit. This is very much a case of, this is just like a normal streetwear jacket that's got a clippable... Yeah, you don't want your jacket to clip closed at the bottom. Rare case where a zipper would actually work really well and they didn't use it. Never seen belts on jackets otherwise. Oh, yeah, so you're agreeing with me, sweet. That being said, like, he looks very, very hot in this skin. There's a reason male knights and joyers love it. The color of the background makes him pop hard, but the outfit alone, while hard, isn't that hard. Yeah, exactly. I'm leaning towards this more being an A tier outfit than an S tier, but it's a pretty nice A tier. And I think overall, like, he's definitely better in A tier than in B tier. He's definitely outperforming all the B tiers. He has more fashion than them. Executor's gender is duty. I love the lore that people keep flirting with him and he just, like... They think he's hot, so they flirt with him, and within, like, one sentence, they're like, okay, I'm not interested anymore. The zippers were already used on other ops, they couldn't afford any zippers. That implies there's a shortage of zippers in Arknights. Here's the lore, yes sir. Now moving on to another chaotic gun. Her personality is chaotic firearm, and I absolutely love it. Now, I'm massively biased towards Exia, but her outfit isn't as nice and vibrant as her personality. It's by no means bad. It's not at all bad. I just want to preface that. But I as much as I want to give her an S tier, like, this outfit is not S tier. They literally said he was really hot. Yeah, Executor is stunningly hot. Bro got negative riz. Yes, sir, he does. Why is her skirt lopsided? Yeah. Oh god, you're right. The stream probably does have another 4 hours to go. Fucking hell. No one mentioned Kato Kasan. Yeah, look, Exia definitely has some cultured art if you know where to look. Yeah, her outfit is a little bit basic. The skirt doesn't mesh super well with the jacket. Ah, sorry, I had to sneeze there. Originium slug. Yeah, so as much as I really love Eku, and I like her jacket, there are some problems with it. This vest style doesn't really work. Ideally, you'd want it, the white part's a little bit more narrow and then the black coming out a little bit more. It sits too high on her shoulders. Like, even if it's just a tiny bit more in. I really do love her collar, though. I'm not a big fan of this strap connecting the hoodie, though. That looks strange. The X is fine. I don't mind the zipper. The belt even looks fine because she's got a pouch there as well, even though it's sitting a little bit low. The sleeves do look fine, even though they're sitting lopsided. One is past her elbow, the other is not. I do also like the angel. I like this highlight color being a very soft pink. Her gloves, relatively practical, even though realistically you'd want the back of your hand fully covered. But the skirts are definitely a bit of a problem, especially with how they sit around her waist with the jacket as well. This is really giving her like that rectangle proportion that a lot of jackets do, which, same case here. She's wearing a double-layered skirt. Both of them are asymmetrical. It looks a little bit weird. Her stockings, absolutely fantastic, but unfortunately, as much as I really love Eku, I think this outfit, at least, is definitely in the basic tier. Like, there's nothing at all wrong with it, but there's also no real highlights. No real standouts. Like, it's just a relatively nice outfit that only works because she's really in shape. KFC skin gotta carry. She's the only 6-star that got 3 skins. I think there are others, but she's definitely the first in the snipers. You're getting PTSD flashbacks from reading chat. Yeah, they're bringing up some things that a lot of people know about. Her E2, though. I think her E2 shows off the default outfit much nicer. For starters, having the jacket undone like this means it contrasts really well with how long her grey shirt is, and her skirt is sitting better. So by default, this is layered more nicely. Even though it's the same core outfit, it's sitting on her much better, and it's showing off her figure a lot more. It looks like she has more of a hip here, and that's really important because, again, that just adds more depth to the outfit. Like, you can still see the bit of the problem with the white sits a bit higher, but having it looser around the neck makes the hoodie part pop a lot more. Chen Paid skin is coming out. Yes, sir, very soon. Oh, look, V1 from Hit Game Ultra Kill. I've never played Ultra Kill. One of my friends has been recommending it to me absolutely non-stop. A lot of guns. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Average American Walmart be like, JoJo pose, yeah. So I really, really love Eku's E2. It has been my background for more than 2.5 years. I think this is a high B, low A. I'm definitely biased towards this one. It is meaningfully nicer than an E0, even though it's the same clothing, because it's sitting on her nicer. She's wearing it a lot better, it looks a lot nicer. But I definitely need to see all 3 of her outfits before I can give her a fair ranking. But I definitely, this is a major improvement off of her. Yeah, currently I'm leaning towards low A. Why do you need triggers? For aesthetic reasons. The hoodie straps look more like hoodie straps and less like her hood is strapped to a jacket. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it looks much nicer there because it's hanging rather than it looks attached here, even though you're absolutely right, it's not. So that is working. Yeah, there's 9 guns. Yep, 9 guns. 4 on each side and then 1 in her hands. And I love the full-on halo of guns as well. So let's move on to our first outfit. This is a default. Once again, I think this outfit is more of an A. As much as I really love Eku, this is just a nice basic, nice understated. It could also be B, but okay, let's run through this. Start off with, outside of the fact that a little bit of her palm is showing, these are really, really nice gloves. You don't want your palm exposed in gloves. That defeats the purpose. Oh, you got your first top up and it gave you Eku? Hey! Oh, no, wait, you got Magellan. The one you didn't want. That's unfortunate. What is she cooking? She's cooking explosives. Don't worry about it. Knowing Eku, unironically. Exia, your favorite sniper? Same here. Definitely top tier. Now, I really love this jacket. I think there's a few too many pouches and a few too many highlights. But the core jacket itself is really, really fantastic. It hugs her form fantastically. The color balancing is spot on. This sort of brown with a very gentle yellow highlight, really, really amazing. The gloves, not where it's at. You don't want your palm exposed. That completely defeats the purpose of gloves. Things are going to get stuck in the gloves, and you're not going to be able to get them out. The sunglasses look like they fit her, even if they look a little bit oversized. The fact that she's got pouches working as a mini corset is actually really nice. Definitely more of a tactical vibe than practical, but it does look pretty nice. Inside glove is just a different color. It could be, but it also is the exact same. It could just be a very dull white. You're right. But if so, that's a strange design because it already has yellow and black. Especially the other hand holding a gun. You can see it's just yellow. We can't see the little bit of pale in the other hand. The yellow and black part of the glove is really fantastic. It's specifically this bit here that looks very strange. But I won't focus too much on that because you're right. It could just be a weird design choice on the gloves. The shorts... I think she needs something more on her legs. Like, I love having the thighs exposed. I love the short shorts. They're nice short shorts, but outfit-wise, I think it would be better with pants or some kind of stocking or something. The strap works absolutely fine. That looks like a knife holster. Oh, not quite. That's a pouch. It's just shaped like a knife holster. It's hanging weirdly off of her belt, but it looks fine. All of these pouches make sense, except for this one here, which... You don't want a pouch sitting, like, directly over your crotch. It's just going to be uncomfortable. Because you can't really keep too much in it because it'll jostle a lot. Yellow tactile fabric. Not the yellow part, the skin color part. Legion's shorts and R6. That being said, like, I stand by. I think this is an A-tier outfit. Especially, like, it's really interesting seeing pouches and a crossbody belt being used as an almost corset. But I think at its core, this is a really nice jacket, very solid undershirt, very nice shorts. This is a very, very fantastic basic. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, bare thighs. Why should she bring a knife to a gunfight? Hey, that just makes it even more impressive when she kills you with guns. Looks like a pistol. Yeah, it could be a pistol holster. Hard to say. It's empty. So yeah, I think first outfit, definitely leaning her more towards the A. So let's go to our next outfit, the KFC skin. Now, as with the other KFC skins we've seen... you took a closer look, it's not skin, it's skin-colored patch on the palm of the glove. If so, that's a very strange design choice. Either way, definitely loses a few points there, but like nothing, not major enough to take her out of A tier for this outfit. Her second skin, not quite as nice. The weird short sleeves do not work on this skin, with this kind of white jacket, with this kind of fit of the jacket. The crossbody sailor-style scarf doesn't look super nice with the rest of the outfit. I do like the underbody plain black, but you can't really see how it's hugging her figure, because the way the jacket's sitting, because the way the scarf is sitting, unfortunately. Likewise, the fact that one of her... Oh, never mind, she has undersleeves on both arms, they're just different colors. I prefer the black to the white, but I think both of them are a little bit bad. Gloves look really, really strange. I don't think this shade of white works well with Exia. It can work well on a lot of characters, but I don't think this being the main color works super well. Part of that's definitely just the lighting, though. It's got a cute vibe. Yeah, no, it's definitely cute. This is by no means a C tier. This is definitely at least B. I just think this outfit is more of a B tier. I do like the way the coat sits past her waist. I think it needs to be cinched tighter around the hips, though. See-through plastic. Oh, oh yeah, no, it is definitely see-through, you're right. It was hard to tell because it could just be reflection. The burger looks big. Yeah, the burgers are enormous. The BBQ bacon and cheese zinger looks fun. Singer crunch wrap, yep. The shoes are fine. The socks are a little weird. I like the way the jacket sits past her waist. I don't like how it sits up here. It needs to be tighter around her hips, in my opinion. Belt, fine. Pouches, fine. I definitely think this is more just a B tier. Which, look, for the KFC skins, that's about what you'd expect. They're definitely more grounded in realism, but they just don't... The color scheme isn't that great, and it doesn't sit super well. No, not enough to be cringe, but definitely, like, not enough to be A tier. Plastic, once again, down to C. I understand not liking the plastic. I get it. And now moving on to Exia's final skin, the purchased one. Now, not gonna lie, I'm usually a massive fan of the default Rhodes Island look. I don't think she wears it well. I think this is the worst we've ever seen of the default Rhodes Island jacket. It's definitely see-through. It's Sniper, so be ready to say that more than usual. Yeah, don't worry, I'm very prepared. The shorts nice, but could be a slightly different style, a bit of a plain style. This specific thigh strap, no idea what purpose that serves. The shoes, fine, they look a bit weird, but that's standard. It's just a case of, like, the default Rhodes Island jacket is so nice, and she's actually wearing it weird. And also this, giant puffy collar is a bit strange. I again don't think it's enough to take her down to C tier, like, it's nowhere near as bad as, Catapult. But I think this is, again, a B tier outfit. Which is unfortunate, because Eku, incredibly cute and incredibly badass. Casimiro's fried chicken. No, it is canonically KFC. It's a crossover event. You can see the improvement from her designers. Yeah, absolutely. I just, like, the art style has changed a bit and improved over time. Definitely a lot more crisp. I just think, like, as an outfit, the undershirt has a weird collar and is otherwise nice, but the jacket is a nice jacket and she's wearing it weird. Like, she's made it look strange with the outfit. So I actually... This is one of the worst instances of the plain Rhodes Island jacket we've ever seen, unfortunately. Yeah, this one definitely isn't by the original artist. You can tell it's a different style. So I think this is another B tier. So she's got 3 Bs and 2 As. I think her E2 and this skin are both A tier. A tier, sorry. Started a bit. But I do unfortunately think the others are B. So I think overall I might have to put Eku in B. Let me take a look. Let me see if I can argue it up. Yeah, on average, she's definitely less nice than Arketo and Adnachiel. But she's definitely nicer than all of the B tier. A, because Eku bias go. I mean, looking at how bad most of the B tiers are, I unironically think she might just be a really low A. She's definitely nicer than, like, April. Definitely all of her outfits fit her better than Andriana. I think if this was any other class, she would be a B tier, but for snipers, she's more of an A tier. Like, any other class, she definitely wouldn't be hitting B, unfortunately, on average. But I think, like, it's just a case of snipers so far. Their drip is pretty bad comparatively. There's a Kentucky and Arknights, yeah. Exia tier. No, I'm not doing another Liscam again unless I can avoid it. I'm not doing a mid tier. So I think I'll just set her at A, and that might change later on. Oh, wrong one. That might change later on if there's a lot more A tiers pop up, because she's definitely, like, only borderline A on average. But given how bad all of the B tiers are so far, she's noticeably nicer than the B tier. Alrighty, so moving on, we have Fartooth. They're not supposed to stand out after all. If you add a mid-tier, you increase the stream length by another 30 minutes. Yeah, let's go. I'll earn another 6 cents of ad revenue for another 30 minutes of streaming. Not that it's about that, just man. I've already had to scuff its charging setup for my mobile phone. I can only stream for so long in a given day. I have another family dinner tonight, and that's why I scheduled the stream 3 hours earlier than last week. Fartooth skin less buggy than Code Vein on release. Okay, this fit is atrocious, but her thighs are popping. Yeah, sweet. So, to start us off with, I really like Fartooth. My Discord profile picture is Fartooth's thighs. The outfit itself is alright. Like, it's not as bad as people think it is. But it is definitely strange how much it looks like she has no torso because of how high her pants are sitting. Anyway, you'll watch the VOD later. Thanks for stopping by, man. Glad you've enjoyed. Watch the VOD if you want to. If not, that's fine as well. Thank you for swinging by, though. More than that, her waist seems very short. Yeah, definitely proportion-wise, she's slightly misproportioned in terms of art. The 3 hours earlier is the only reason you can catch the stream. So it works for you. Have more family dinners. I'll definitely try to keep the Saturdays about this time slot, because I'm tracking that, as much as I can't stream earlier during the week, because I stream right after I end work, a lot of people are from America, so it's really only like the Philippines and Indonesia and maybe Japanese, though I don't think I have any Japanese viewers who can watch me at the times that are good for me. So I definitely try to stream different time slot over the weekend. Her gun looks like a harpoon. Yeah, her gun is a little weird. Reed the Flame Shadow is one of the best healers in the game. She is the best caster in the game despite being a medic. And she heals based off how much damage she does. It's a crossbow, yeah. It's a Saturday tomorrow, you can sleep in. It is a Saturday today for me. Aussie gang, yes sir, yes sir. Aussies can also watch me. That goes without saying. Right, now onto Fartooth. Once again, as I've mentioned with the other knights, you do have to take into the context, she is a competition knight. She is actively sacrificing some practicality for the sake of visual appeal. So, for starters, really, really love the armor around her lower legs, except for her shoes. Her shoes are weird. I know what she's going for. This is more a traditional style armor. They're also going for bird talons because she's a bird, which is really cool. Shoes are weird, but again, I won't subtract points for shoes, otherwise everyone loses points equally. The leg armor is really nice. You can't really kneel in this, but you wouldn't really need to. Very, very well protected. Obviously, it's not ideal to show off your thighs. You want to armor your thighs. That being said, I'm a massive thigh enjoyer. And it looks really nice. I do like this pouch. I'm not a big fan of this red and green strap, though. It's too close to the pouch. If you want to have it, you'd want it on the other side where there's nothing. Does Fartooth shoot small swords? Yes, sir, she does. She shoots swords. Is Kazimierz like France? No, it's Poland. Doesn't she kneel in like half her combat animations? Yeah. But look, say what you will, like, this is going to dig into the ground a bit. I'm not going to worry too much about practicality for that. She kneels during her S3. Yeah. I'm sure there is some way you can kneel in this. It would just be a bit... You'd have to get used to it. Now, the shorts. If these were just shorts, they would be really nice, especially this side here with the green and white highlight. Really, really fantastic. It goes too high. The fact that it goes to just under her breasts, even if you proportioned this right, this would look really, really strange. Her design is 90% leg, yep. No, they do go too up, but it's also a case of her waist is too short. Realistically, her butt should be about here. For her torso to be proportioned correctly. This is just a case of the artist slightly... The proportions look strange. The proportions are slightly off. So I'm trying to ignore that and just think about the actual outfit. Not enough leg. I do like her cloak a lot. That being said, like, it's fine. As an outfit, it doesn't add too much, but it does add a bit of distinction. I like it with the context of her being a competition knight. This is not going to get in the way, but it is going to add a lot of fluttering in the wind, which is great for a sniper. The puffy sleeves do kind of work. The chest area really works, especially the tiniest hint of cleavage that then she's also got a knife over the top of. So anyone in the crowd looking will, yeah, they'll see a bit of cleavage and they'll also see a weapon. The van braces work really, really well. I love the armored hands, even if I think it should be a bit higher up and a little bit less curved, but it does flow well with the puffy jacket. The plastic helmet, look, it's not as bad as Flametail giving an extra weak point. But it definitely looks weird. That being said, the braid, the colored braid on the back and side is really a fantastic bit of detail, even if the helmet's a bit weird. Arknights France analog is Gaul. Yeah, also Victoria. Victoria is a cross between Britain and France. So, I'm definitely biased towards Fartooth. I think this is an A. It's definitely not as nice as a lot of the other show knights, but it's definitely still really, really nice and really suits its purpose very well. In the E2, the proportion issue is fixed. The pants look a lot nicer. The straps around the belt are definitely weird. They were a lot tighter on the E0, so it didn't look nearly as bad. Looks more like looks almost like suspenders. But that being said, like it immediately looks nice when all they've really done is fix the proportion issue, which this just shows off the outfit a lot better. The flowing cloak, like, this shows off exactly what I mean. This won't get too much in a way, but it'll add a lot of drama and visual appeal for spectators, which is really important. I'm still not a big fan of this thigh strap. I'm not a big fan of that thigh strap either, but I do like the pouch thigh straps. Shorts look much better, belt looks fine, lots of weird things hanging off it, but at least it's sitting well and they're sitting in the correct position. So I'm not sure of the practicality, but at least it's sitting right. That being said, like, some of her parts are definitely falling off. With the outfit we went to the end of the Matrix. She does look good, it was just her proportions. Yeah. Like, when you look past the proportion error, the pants are mostly fine. It's just they look really, really strange in the E0. This does also show off how nice her legs are. And by that I mean the leg armor, not just the thigh. And the feet look less scuffed from a front on view, because you get more of the clawing talon vibe rather than the weird scuff. And then we move on to her outfit. Now, I am not a big fan of her outfit, unfortunately. As an actual outfit, you keep the armor. The legs look uncomfortable. Yeah, they would be, but end of the day, gotta sacrifice comfort for fashion, am I right, fellas? And in her E2, I would argue her E2 is borderline S tier. Just with the knowledge of her outfit coming up, she's not going to hit S tier. This, basically every piece of this sits on her really weirdly. This shirt is way too loose. It's got a few weird straps. It's really tight around the chest, but then it's loose around the sides and back. It's got a suit-style collar. I have no idea how this white part that's hanging from the collar is even staying on. Like, yeah, it's tied really loosely about there. That's gonna come off. That's gonna flap all over the place. The skirt is nicely layered, and she's got plain black shorts underneath, but, like, she's got weird gaps in the skirt, exposing weird, strange parts. She's got a hoodie that she's wearing half on one arm and is actively falling off. Her outfit is really confusing, implication-wise. Yeah, this outfit doesn't really work in the Arknights setting. She does have a ton of zip ties, yeah. She's got so many flowing tassels. I reckon this outfit is borderline C tier, more like B. I think this is more... I'm trying to ignore my bias. I think this outfit is cringe. So I think the highest I can feasibly give Fartooth is A, because her default is nice, and this is S tier. I would definitely say her E2 is S tier. But this outfit is really, really cringe. The color balancing is all over the place. There's so many vibrant, sharp colors, and then all of her outfits muted. Then she's got white, black, but that's distracted from by how many colors there are. There's all these flapping parts, all the attached parts. Jacket's falling off. Undershirt isn't... It needs to be tighter to match the front, or looser to match the back. You can't really have both. The skirt is layered really strangely. Yeah, the layers themselves are nice, but the way it's sitting on it isn't. It's modern art. It's apparently based on surrealist style, so not making sense as expected. Yeah, but just because something isn't supposed to make sense doesn't stop it not making sense. The skin, it's supposed to be... She's in the middle of being animated rigged. Yeah, I can definitely see that. But it doesn't stop it looking weird. I do like that the skin is its own reference sheet. That's very cool. It's literally an object test for game dev, yeah. I think this skin by itself, while there's a really cool concept, the outfit is cringe. So I think the highest I can give Fartooth is A tier. Which is a shame. That way she sits on the normal tier list. As much as I am a Fartooth enjoyer. Kawaii desu ne? I don't even think her skin is cute. It's definitely more in the weird part. Okay, sorry. I need to refill my water. I will be back in about 1 minute. Apologies. This will be my first time having to step away midstream. Give me just 1 moment. Tarka's powered down, time to shitpost. Fair enough. Yep, I'm back. Rip, rip, rip. No, I'm not dead. I just phased out of my mortal coil for a second. Truly a sad day that Tarkus has died. Pretty tragic. Yep, I'm alive. I'm back. Sorry about that. I may need a dip again later in the stream because this looks like it's going to be a bit of a long one. But we'll see how it goes. We're about a third of the way done. So only going to take 7 hours. Now, moving on to the next operator in the Cult of guns, Fiammetta or Suffering or One-Armed Chainsaw Man, or any of her other nicknames that were canonical codenames assigned to her. Out-of-body experience, yeah, it's an Australian thing. We cease existing for a certain period of time each day. Funny how my model crumpled. That's because I leaned like this as I was getting out of the chair. Angry Birds, yes. This is the Angry Bird, the original spicy chicken. Now, I'll start off from the bottom. These are really nice boots by Arknight standards. These are very, very practical. Very, very lovely. Arknights has an Angry Bird color. No, Fiammetta's just that angry. She transcends. So, these are pretty practical boots, even if they've got some weird straps. By Arknight standards, they're pretty solid. Her skirt, I really do like her skirt. I think it needs to be slightly tighter around her waist to better highlight and hang around her thighs. I think it's sitting slightly too wide. This weird brown semi-dress, I have no idea what this is, that goes from underneath her chest to just over her skirt though. Really weird, don't like it. The underneath skirt looks nice though. The undershirt, really, really fantastic. I love the ties, the two tone ties, the fact that she's got one black, one red. Little highlights there work really, really well. The jacket is pretty nice, even though it's sitting very, very strangely. But the way it leads into the skirt is really fantastic. Should have a KFC collar. Do not consume Fiammetta. We all occasionally cease existing. Yeah, when the stream is off, none of you exist. That's why you all want me to do an endurance marathon. I see how it is. That's not a skirt, those are feathers. Yeah, the feathers are part of her skirt. Bayonetta on a grenade launcher? No, she doesn't have a bayonet. This is a sight. This is a very standard grenade launcher sight. Oh, you mean the mini one. Yeah, she's got a mini grenade launcher with a knife attached. Does she have feathers outside her head? It's hard to tell if these are feathers or just hair, but it looks like those ones are at least feathers. The jacket, I don't think many outfits would work with this jacket, but I think Fiammetta does pull it off. So it looks pretty solid. I would give this one a solid A. Like, it's definitely not popping enough to be an S tier, even if the skirt is really, really nice. The skirt is the main focus, and the undershirt and tie is really, really nice. But the jacket and this weird secondary skirt look very strange, even if the color balancing is pretty on point. Collar, a little bit loose, because I think it would look better if it came in a bit more, but that would hide her breasts. And the artist very clearly wants to show this off. Suffering for fashion. Actually, aside from this weird tail part, this skirt wouldn't be uncomfortable to wear. So, like, it looks really great, but it's not going to get in the way. It'll get in the way when you're trying to get your extra ammo out. Especially since she doesn't really have anything to store her guns, and she's carrying them with both hands. Likewise, these belts, bit weird if you want to do it up. But, like, this isn't inconvenient. This outfit as a whole will be relatively practical. Not really limiting your mobility, not really going to get caught in things outside of this tail part. Oh, right, these are carrying cases. Fair enough. And then moving on to her E2, her jacket is sitting looser. Okay, now this shows off the parts I like as well as the parts I really don't like. So, the suit undershirt. Really, really fantastic. Once again, the ties look really amazing. The jacket sitting around her arms like this does actually look really nice, but it highlights the weirdness of the jacket. It's sitting fine on her, but it's not the best. Likewise, this weird overskirt thing she's got going on here, really, really strange. This brown part, not super flattering. It's hiding her curves, when realistically, like, this is the sort of curve Fiammetta would actually have. But it makes her look a lot more rectangular, which is just a massive shame. I love the straps over the thigh, even though they're not the most practical. They won't get in the way, at least. Boots continue to be great. It's a shame the skirt is even further around the back. I think it would be much nicer hanging over the thighs like it was in the E0. That being said, no major change to the outfit, but I think this is more a B tier. This one, because it's highlighting the jacket and the skirt isn't as nice, and the skirt is definitely one of the highlights and one of the nicer parts. Thigh straps, yes sir. I don't know what the point is, but it makes it look nice. She is the first non-Laterano Pontifica cohort. Weird, we have flashers and those who can't bend down, but snipers are the worst. Wait, they barely have bows. Look, so far the snipers have all had pretty good mobility. Say what you will. And then, of course, we move on to Fiammetta's brand new skin. Like with Whisperane and Dorothy, absolutely flooded skin. This, if it was just this skin, it would be SSS tier, no question about it. This is a phenomenal skin. Start off the small details. Her granddad giving the thumbs up in the background is incredibly cute. This is just really supportive old man, adoptive granddad who raised her, and is incredibly proud of her for being the first non-Laterano to become a proper gun knight. CN only skin? CN only in the sense of it hasn't come out for us yet. This is a relatively new CN skin. It came out a few months ago for China, so we'll get it in a few months. No fear, no Fiametta's KFC skin is a crime. Do not consume Fiametta. There's already so much weird fetish art of her laying eggs. You'd give her an S even without horny considerations. If it was just this skin, I'd give her higher than S. I will have to average them, unfortunately, so I don't think she'll get flooding. But she'll definitely be high up there, because this skin is phenomenal. What do you mean non-sancta, not non-sarcas. Granddad biggest fan. Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. It's not super practical, there's lots of flowing parts, but like with the others, this is canonically for a D&D event. The armor is really fantastic. Yeah, she's doing the Skadi, showing off her inner thighs. Not great for armor, but it's fine, because again, this is canonically a cosplay for a group D&D session. Which, let me tell you, she went insanely hard. So did Dorothy and Whisperain, to be fair. So they're just, like, dripping like crazy while they play a tabletop game. Her skin is a pass for you? Yeah, I can see why. Like, this is appealing to a specific archetype and vibe, but, like, not everyone will like that. Yeah, a little bit of absolute territory, a little bit of nice thighs. The skirt is layered a bit weirdly. I don't like this black part of the skirt, the way it hangs. I think it would be better a little bit further out, but it's still really nice. I love the proper armor over the skirt as well. I think the red part of the skirt could be a little bit longer, but looks really, really fantastic. The belts around her waist, yes, there's a lot of belts, but they do look really amazing. The little gloves. I love the armored gloves, even though it's very contrasted by her forearm. I actually think that looks really nice. And the upper arms being armored as well. This one at least looks fantastic. Then obviously the flowing fabric. Like, all in all, if this was day-to-day wear, this would be don't leave the house, you'll get tangled on things. This is canonically, she's dressing in a cosplay to do D&D though. So, with the context of what this skin is used for, this is incredible. She looks amazing. Love the area around the chest. Like, if you got rid of all the flowing tassels, like the massive coats, and just kept the skirt, maybe got rid of one or two pieces of the crotch armor, you could wear this as more day-to-day, still, like, obviously for an event. You wouldn't just wear half armor, half skirts for no reason. But, like, the core of this outfit is still really, really solid. And then she's added to it, because impracticality is fine, suffering for the sake of looking good. She's not dripping, she's burning with how fire it is. It's because the animations are too similar. Oh, yeah. No, if it's for animations, I understand entirely. Some of the characters just don't have great animations in all of their skins. And, like, for example, the reason I'll always use Saria's Bloodbind of Combat skin is the S3 animation is so amazing. I forgot about Bard Quercus. I think Bard Quercus is the worst of the 4 cosplay skins, but it is still an incredible skin. It's just the other 3 set the bar so ridiculously high. Who's Bard? Quercus isn't a Bard, but Bard is an archetype of Arknights. But yeah, like, I think without a doubt, this is an incredible skin, an incredible mix of very well tailored, very well chosen colors, fantastic fabric choices, fantastic belt straps, amazing highlights, combined with really excellent armor placement. So, like, yeah, you wouldn't wear this day to day. This would be a nightmare to move around in. But with the context of, hey, you're showing up to shit talk with your mates in a D&D session. You are setting the bar insanely high. And I love that her granddad is giving the thumbs up. So thinking about it, no JKFC skin is also pretty surprising. He's more of a Finball guy, but yeah, you're right. He does canonically run like a Finball stand, so it would make sense for him to be KFC. That said, he definitely has mob boss themes, even though he isn't in the mob. Right, so I think averaging it, I think Fiametta might just be an S. I don't think she's flooding, but I think all of her outfits by default are nicer than any of the A tier. She definitely... I would think she's better than Arado as well. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe there'd be a contender for low S or high A if this was a different class, but for the snipers, she's easily, like... She's still borderline flooding, it's just her default outfit has a few problems. she's definitely the nicest we've gotten so far in all of her outfits. So moving... She doesn't have another skin, right? No, sweet. Now, moving on to the next F, we have Firewatch. Man, snipers, why must you be like this? Time for Depresso Espresso, yes sir, yes sir. So I'll start off with what I do like. Actually, that's hard. I think that no individual I don't think this is cringe. I will say that. I don't think this is bad enough to be a C tier. This is very, very basic. Is this a deer? Yes, sir, this is a deer. First year syndrome? Yeah. The color is such a muted, consistent green. The only highlights is a tiny bit of like this faded beige and a little bit of red. None of it sits particularly flattering on her, except around the chest area. I do like the necklace. But it's not bright enough to be a proper highlight. The belt under her chest, pretty standard. The pouch is a bit too small to be practical. Crossbow's nice. Skirt is a bit short. And I really don't like that she has grey stockings that are like the same colour as her jacket and backpack. The shoes are fine. But like, I think this is just such a B tier. There's nothing to even talk about. It's just, this is really basic clothing that doesn't really fit together super well. Not enough to get it down to cringe or anything, just like... this is, just... What are you doing? What's the theme here? She's just put on green and white. This is the kind of outfit you'd see someone wear IRL, and you wouldn't necessarily think they're dressed nice. You'd be just be like, yeah, they're dressed. Very earthy, yeah. Surely it's at least basic. Yeah, no, this isn't cringe. There's nothing majorly wrong with it. It's just there's nothing really to highlight either. Nothing to go, oh, she did this really well, or oh, this part was really nice, because it's just all really consistent and bland. This is a case of understated, but not in a super amazing way, like some of the other understateds. She's supposed to be camouflaged, yeah, but she won't really be able to camouflage in this outfit, though obviously she can lore-wise. You need to break up the color, and you need to break up the sharp lines. You don't want sharp lines when you try to hide. The human eye is naturally drawn to sharp lines. That's why it's really important to have hats and things on your head, which Arknights offsets a lot with, obviously, animal traits for a lot of them. But even without that, her hairstyle means that... Look, a lot of problems anime artists struggle with, and me as well, is when you take the silhouette of the character, their hair looks like a penis. Arknights mostly subverts that with ears and interesting hairstyles, but that's why a lot of characters end up being cat ears, to break up the silhouette. We highlight the personality. Yeah, Firewatch's personality is definitely the highlight rather than her outfit. Her E2 looks slightly nicer. Only slightly, though. The jacket is sitting a bit nicer. It's showing off the sweater and skirt, but still has the exact same problems of basically just one main very understated color, no real highlights, then a little bit of black and a little bit of white. A lot of the characters end up with cat ears because cat ears, yeah. People like cat ears. This is definitely a higher basic, but it's still basic. Now moving on to her skin. Again, like, this is still just kind of basic. It's a relatively plain white dress with Rhodes Island on it. I don't like the yellow highlight color she's going for here. I think because she's going for, like, black frill, black on white, maybe darkish blue, it just doesn't really work with such a vibrant yellow. Likewise, the frill looks really strange with this dress. I do like the way the ribbon is... not quite a ribbon, but ribbon-style tie underneath her chest. That's really nice. The straps do at least make sense. Again, most of these you'd want to be cross-shoulder. But at least they all have super strength, so it's fine. The background is great. Yeah, if I was just ranking on backgrounds, everyone would get, like, flooding. Because so many of the E2 backgrounds are so fantastic. But no, just focusing in on the outfits. This is definitely, in a lot of ways, like, at least she's varied up the color scheme a lot more, but this is still just a really plain dress that isn't super flattering. Relatively plain stockings, a few frills here. It's just a very bland outfit. This is definitely nicer than her previous one. Definitely stands out more, but this is still, you'd see someone wear this IRL and you wouldn't ask them where they got their clothes or think they're super fashionable. You'd just think, oh yeah, they're dressed well enough. White, yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna not worry too much about Firewatch and just put her in a B tier. Definitely nicer than a lot of the other B tiers, but like, definitely no shot of A tier. No real cringe in the outfit either, but like nothing stand out about any of these outfits. They're just very plain, relatively drab clothings. Been watching the VODs and loving the series. Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. You're an artist and your insight and outfit is very helpful. I'm glad it is helpful. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to art. I have a lot of things I need to do better, but I spend a lot of time looking at anime characters. So I'm glad that me spewing my thoughts onto the world is helpful to you in some way. Glad you could catch this one as well live. And glad you're enjoying the VODs. Thanks for swinging by. Other skin? Oh, right. Yeah, she does have a second skin. This... definitely... Once again, her skins are nicer than her default. But this is still just a B tier. The cloak is sitting really, really strangely. Like, it doesn't fit her. It's too large. It's really damaged. The cloak would at least be... Okay, the cloak is actually practical. If you're in a snowy area, this cloak will be pretty good for camouflage. It has a very distinct silhouette. It's large enough that she can use it like as a blanket and cover herself entirely to hide if she needs to. So props to the cloak. The under jacket, though, is a really strange design. It's got the classic Arknights see-through plastic. Very plain black outside of that, under that first layer of grey. Somehow her face becomes different. Yeah, her face looks more like Tuya. Deer gonna hunt the hunter. Yeah, it is funny that the deer operator is a hunter. Yeah, I definitely think this is just another case of basic. That is an atrocious knee pad. That is digging into her thigh and her shin. That is way too sharp. Mask the silhouette. Look, her silhouette is still very, very good. Yeah, like... Phantom is the most noticeable example of this, where he breaks up his silhouette really, really well in a way that makes it really easy to blend into shadows. When you're trying to spot through camouflage... sorry about that. When you're trying to find someone who's camouflaged, the easiest way is really sharp lines. That's why modern day camo has very blurred, splotchy colors, and people will like wear hats and what have you. Because otherwise the sharp lines of the head are really easy to distinguish. The easiest way to spot something that's camouflaged or blending in is just looking at the lines. So that's why modern day camo is very, very blurred. Likewise, breaking up your silhouette is a fantastic way to make it harder to see you. Is that a sawed-off sniper? Yeah, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Masking hats in a world with cat ears. Yeah, it must be a... fashion designers and Arknights must be making a killing with all of the special accommodations there. All the tailors. Shoes are fine, but yeah, like, this is still just another strong basic. I will say the color balancing is much nicer. This yellow works great as a highlight. These little ornaments here work good as highlights. But that's more just a case of, like, it's still very drab color balancing. It's just, hey, look, at least you got it right this time. Just cut the hat. Yeah, that's what a lot of them do. Now, moving on to my girl, Greythroat. I like Greythroat a lot. She was my go-to sniper for a long time, before I had Eku and before Arcado power crypted directly. That being said, she is, in her default outfit, wearing a modified version of the Rhodes Standard. Ash had cat ears. Now, once again, she's not actually wearing this Rhodes Standard super well. I do like the flaring of the shoulders on her jacket. That's a really nice touch. Likewise, this is a rare example of, ideally you'd still want this to be a bit thinner and sweeping out into a coat, give it a bit more of an S balance. But this still looks relatively fine on the outside, even though, again, like, past this yellow part, you'd want it sweeping in a bit more and hanging off her arms there. Likewise, the way it's hanging here, you'd ideally want it protruding a bit more and then sweeping up a bit more gently. This weird strap that goes around her shoulders, this needs to be a more solid design if you're going to have this. Having these weird cutouts makes it look very, very strange and pointless. That being said, like, the tabard by itself is really fantastic. It's this weird strap that makes the tabard look really weird. Likewise, this bright turquoise is not a good highlight color for an otherwise really sort of understated design, because it's drawing attention away from her weapons on her face. Like, the fact that your eyes are first drawn to these two straps and then this part of her jacket is not ideal. Classic Arrows style. Yeah, she's got the Rhodes Island default. Arrows should be on the waist, not on the back. It does depend. If they're on your waist, depending on how much you're moving, they can fall off easier. Quivers, you can set them on your waist, you can set them on your back. But you can absolutely wear them on both. It is pretty standard to put quivers on the back, though, because that means you can put more arrows. You have smaller quivers for waist generally. But it's been a while since I've done archery. A long, long while. Now, what I dislike about Greythrow's outfit, though, this weird armored plate she's got as like a semi-skirt is not a good look. It massive, like, the way that the jacket cuts off her figure at least makes sense. The way that this cuts off her figure is really not good. Part of that's her waist is hidden by her crossbow, but especially the upper torso part, really, really nice to about here. I don't like the color the undershirt has, even though we can't see much of it. It looks more like a turquoise. Turquoise not a good match with this type of orange and black combo. But this armored skirt is really, really not great, because it's got really solid, strong lines going horizontally. Really draws the eyes. Not very good. And then it's got this weird handle at the bottom. This is way too tight. She is cutting off circulation to her thigh. But other than that, relatively solid, even if why are you having a knee pad where half of your the sides of your knees are exposed anyway. The shoes absolutely fine. The almost to knee height stockings, leggings, leggings, that was socks, let's just go with that. Pretty good. You want to go to the archery range now. Archery is really fun in theory, really boring in practice, because you do like you shoot 10 arrows at a stationary target, then you go pick them up. The difference is night and day between real battle, mobile archery, and stationary tournament archery. Yeah, exactly. When mobility is a more key factor, there's a reason quiver over the shoulder is the classic. Because if it's around the waist and you're running around and jostling and jumping side to side, you're just, whoop, oh, there go all of my arrows. You took a semester in college and you were having a blast, but uncannily good at it. Emiya Shiro MF. Archery is fun. It is by its very nature very repetitive. You've been meaning to ask, how did I get my insight for drip? Most of this is just me, I've spent quite a few years, I'm by no means like a god tier artist or anything. I would give myself a solid 4 out of 10. But it's just a case of like, same as with YouTube and content creation, I by default spend a lot of time thinking about, oh, I like this thing. Why do I like this thing? What are the parts I don't like about it? Same way like, oh, why do I not want to click on this YouTube video? Oh, is it the thumbnail? Is it the title? Is it just a case of I know I don't like that creator? So all of those things are worth considering. With design, it's very much just a case of like, the most important things with design are good color balancing, a bit of personality, and a good silhouette. Likewise, posing is really, really important, but a lot of these characters have relatively standard posing. You don't want them to fit in a coffin, which is why they often spread the legs. Generally, like a good posing tip, try to make it so your characters, if you put a coffin around them, something is protruding outwards. You don't want your default pose to fit in a coffin if you're going for a dynamic pose. That'll make it a lot more interesting. But likewise, like outside of that, silhouette and color balancing is really, really important because those are the things that massively draw the eye. So it's just a case of the more you do it, the more you think about it, the more you look at it, the more it'll become second nature. Like for Greythroat, once again, like, Greythroat's a really good example, actually. Without these little ornaments on her hair, if you took a shaded in black silhouette, this would look kind of like a penis. So this is what I was talking about and have mentioned a few other times. But because just adding this little bit of feather here, this gives you a little bit more implication. She's bird or hunter themed and breaks up the silhouette in a really interesting way. Likewise, I don't like the turquoise highlight, and I think this should be more thin here, but these flares on the shoulder are actually hanging really, really well and giving her a very interesting silhouette. It's like, if you've ever played the game Overwatch, the launch characters, you would never confuse any of the launch characters for each other, even at a tiny glance, because their silhouettes were incredibly distinct and you could immediately tell who it was. Some of the later skins, that became a problem, some of the later characters, that became a problem, but for the launch crew, you could immediately tell who it is within like 0.1 seconds. And that's a sign of really great design. It's the same as characters like Mario. Mario is incredibly distinct. But like, you can see a 2-year-old try to draw Mario and you'll be able to tell it's Mario. You know what I mean? You find shooting really satisfying. I definitely get that. I personally prefer shooting guns to archery. I find archery a little bit less dynamic, but I've done less archery than I have shooting guns. Mainly only one pad for kneeling. Yet that's absolutely fine. It's just a case of it's weird that she's got so much of her skin exposed on this. I have no background in fashion, just art. But that being said, I do judge people quite harshly in my head about their fashion. Even though I dress like shit, I just wear like sweatpants and a t-shirt for the most part, but I have a lot of dope jackets. It's more just a case of I really like anime designs, and the more time you spend thinking about things and trying to analyze things, even if you get it wrong sometimes, you'll get it a lot nicer. You'll get a lot better. Arknights archers keep archery fun, but yeah, like, by having different targets every mission. Every scream feels distinct. The urge to consider is a pathway to abilities. Yeah, genuinely, like, if you want to improve at something, a good first step is just spend, whenever you notice, like, naturally, oh, I like this, or oh, I don't like this, or even, oh, this is completely bland, I want to slide my eyes over it. Just take a second to think, okay, well, why? And you'll improve pretty significantly. So much fun with Overwatch near launch? Yeah, about the same for me. You're not great with guns, you jump, like, at the loud noises? Yeah, I can see that. I'm just a bit of an adrenaline junkie, case in point, I'm a boxer. But yeah, I think, Greythroat, this outfit has the core of the outfit would be an A tier. Like, there's really nice elements to this, but overall it goes down to B or borderline C because she breaks it up badly. I'm leaning more towards B though, I don't think this is bad enough to be C. But like, this armored skirt, really not where it's at, the undershirt not where it's at, the turquoise highlights. If they were a different color, these would be really nice highlight spots. Not the best, because you still want mostly the attention to be on the face, but the attention is generally on the upper torso, and if these straps were less bright and in your face, it'd work absolutely fine. Pathalon is X. Yeah, that's just Exia IRL. So yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Greythroat on a B tier. That being said, she starts varying up her outfits massively. She's another case of completely different outfit on E2, which they don't always do, but is absolutely worth noting. Everything about this outfit is different in the E2. So let's take a second to look at this. I will say, once again, the jacket a bit of a weak point. Now, having a jacket is really important here. This is just the wrong one. It is hanging way too loosely, it looks too large, and it's got too many flowing belts. The default jacket itself is sitting at quite a nice angle though. That works really, really well with highlighting her figure. Likewise, the flared tails to look like feathers, fantastic. The sleeves though look really impractical. I'm not sure what it's attached to. It doesn't look like it's attached to anything. She's not wearing a bra. Yeah, she could be, but it looks like she's not. But that being said, like, this is a heavy shirt that definitely is providing some padding itself and support, so that's relatively fine. Let's zoom in a bit. Yeah, the way it hangs around her neck means definitely this is tight enough that this would provide the support anyway, so it's not the end of the world. She's not wearing a bra, or she could be. It's hard to tell. I really do like this part of the shirt. I don't like the grey quite as much. I think it needs some more detail. And I also think it should be a little bit narrower. When you're going like shoulders, it's always nice to have a little bit of the clavicle exposed. So on my model, for example, the part between my necklace and where mine ends. Mine slopes up to make almost a triangle around my neck. That's sort of what I'm talking about. I think this would look nicer if it sloped up a little bit more, because then it acts as a slightly better highlight and lifts more attention to the neck rather than the arms. Because if the attention's drawn more towards the neck, it'll aggregate more towards the face, rather than here where the attention is pulled away from the face because this is a shaded color, a very, very dark color with nothing to draw your attention to right around the neck. The patterning is really, really fantastic. Obviously, this fits her incredibly tightly, fits very, very fantastically. Alas, time is fleeting, you need to be off. No worries, man. Glad you had fun. Boss needs you to make a delivery. Best of luck. Hope you enjoy your Friday or Saturday. Looks like a cape here. Yeah, it does look like a cape, but I think those are supposed to be jacket sleeves. That being said, like, either way, it's not attached to anything. The belts around her waist, pretty solid belts. They're sitting in the correct spot, which is worth noticing, because a lot of characters don't have that. The shorts, incredibly tight, but incredibly well-fitting. If it wasn't... This tiny gap is a slight negative on these shorts. Outside of that, these are really, really fantastic shorts, and these thigh bands are actually really great as well. They're close enough to the shorts that they look like they are part of them. But they have just enough skin showing to add a little bit of highlight. And look, end of the day, if the attention isn't going to be drawn to the face, drawing the attention to the thighs is also a good option. But yeah, generally you do want the attention to be the face. This shade of turquoise is a lot less in your face. This is a much nicer shade of turquoise, so I will take a second to mention this for color balancing reasons. This turquoise is way too bright. But the turquoise in her E2 is much more similar in terms of vibrance to the orange in her E0. Which makes it much nicer. It's still a little bit bright in parts, but it's nowhere near as in your face, and like the lighter, less turquoise parts work really well as a color scheme. Strong urge to E2 Greythroat. Ayy, it's working. The thigh highs obviously great, even though they are much too small for her thighs. She is cutting off circulation like crazy. The shoes, absolutely fine. I'm not a big fan of this glove. Gloves that only cover half of your hand, like, they always look strange. They never look good. I've never seen someone look good in a glove like that. Now, I would say this outfit is a very strong A. This one, though, very B. So let's move on to her skin. Now, I really like Greythroat's skin, especially because her eyes are not lopsided anymore and they make sense. Which is an unfortunate part of her E2 art launch issues. I like parts of this outfit, but there are a few problems. So for starters, this collar is way too big. Having her arms exposed like this is an example of how you do this style of covering the arm really, really well, where it's a flap that goes over one shoulder and is hanging over the top of her chest. That's a really, really interesting design, and then it's also got the scarf to add back a bit more color and bring highlights to her face again. And the scarf has interesting patterns, which makes it catch your eye more, which is really, really fantastic. The shoulder exposed, really great. I ideally think this would be a little bit further at the back rather than looping a bit around here, but that could just be a slight art issue. The collar is the main problem. The collar draws too much attention away from her face, as well as being a bit too large and impractical. Her hair changed color from grey to white. That's just the lighting. Now, so I like her from about the mid-chest up. I also like the part around her breasts. That's a really interesting design. Obviously very, very tight, but looks very, very nice. And color balancing wise, that's another spot where it is okay to have a secondary highlight, because of, this isn't even for perverted reasons, it's just a case of, because of the protrusion, the eyes are generally drawn there anyway, as well as just the natural curve of the female body. Likewise, that's why hips, bust, and face are generally the best places to have highlights for women, especially the face. For men, it's generally hip, face, and abs, because that's the sharpest curve we have. We don't have many curves, though our thighs can also function very well as a curve, but that depends more on the pose, but those are the two default for men. Outside of the really weird collar, the jacket is fine. Nothing really much to write home about. I don't actually like this dress. This slit across the side doesn't really work. It cuts up her figure, it doesn't hug it quite as tightly as it needs to, and it takes really nice hips and makes them, like, de-emphasize. It de-emphasizes the hips. The crossbow looks unnaturally big. Keep in mind, all of the Arknights characters have canonical super strength. Hodora is the curve. Yeah, Hodora is an example I was thinking of, how could you tell? The turquoise, once again, better balanced than her E0. I still think it's drawing attention, like, it works fine here because it's drawing attention to the thighs. I think it's still too bright of a color. It needs to be a little bit more dull. Likewise, this little bit of yellow here, really not a great color. You'd want something a little bit less light. You'd want, like, whether that's an orange, a red, or even a brown. I think a brown would be very, very nice there. But for the same reason as the reason I don't like this side slip on her dress, her skin tone is drawing too much attention away from an otherwise black outfit. Likewise, it shows off all of these belts underneath, which looks strange. But it's mainly just, it's de-emphasizing her hips, which breaks up her silhouette in a bad way. The belt, very, very strange. This flap makes no sense. Other than that, the belt is fine. The skirt, aside from breaking up her hips here, is really, really nice. I think it needs to be a bit more symmetrical. I'm a massive fan of asymmetry in design. It's a great way of capturing eyes, but I think this skirt would look better if it hung down to about here on the back as well. Asymmetrical in terms of maximum length, not in design. Outside of that, outside of this part here, where it's breaking up her hips badly, like, it works well on the other side. Pouches make perfect sense. Looks like she's got a knife there. Always great to have a backup knife, just in case, you never know. Thigh highs, obviously fine. Shoes, obviously fine. I think for snipers, this is still an A tier outfit. I think for any other class, though, this would be B tier. She's strong and independent. Hey, not as strong as independent as Hoshiguma. So yeah, I think Greythroat averages to an A because she's in snipers, but she would be B for any other class. Oh, that's sitting weirdly. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, like, compared to anyone else here, she definitely has more distinct fashion. Even though there are a few issues with two of her outfits, like, she still is at least going for a consistent theme and pulling it off. Like, even at her worst, she's still nicer than most of the B tier. I do think, though, for other classes, by the standard of other classes, she'd end up in the B tier. But, like, comparative to snipers, she's definitely looking a lot better dressed than a lot of them. So, that is Greythroat. She only has one skin, right? Yes. Now moving on to Grey Altar. Now, once again, this is a rare case of male knights not immediately winning. I won't say losing. They're not losing. This isn't Leonhardt. But by male knight standards, this is definitely on the weaker side. There are definitely good parts about it, but overall, first off, right off the bat, very, very obvious. This design is too busy. There's too much going on with his clothing. All of these extra bright yellow hanging bits, they're drawing so much attention away. You're not sure where to look. Finished tank VOD and I put penance at Flutter. Yes, sir, she is unfairly fashionable. Not gonna lie, you would smash Cruz, you and half the fandom, man. Yeah, say what you will. He doesn't have the weird boy shorts. He's wearing actual pants. So props where it's due, starting off. He has pretty solid pants. It hangs weird around his crotch. These straps around his thighs and the zipper around his thighs look weird. But in terms of pants to socks transition, it looks really nice here. By Arknight standards, love the knee pads. The shoes are obviously really, really bad. At least around the ankle. That is way too wide for him. But the pants, pretty solid. The jacket. I'm not a big fan of this jacket design at its core. I think the collar needs to be a bit thinner. And it needs to sit a little bit lower so it curves a little bit more. The fluff on the inside is nice, the color balancing is nice, but it's mainly the highlights. The highlights are really where this outfit starts to fall apart, and it takes something relatively basic but nice at its core, and just adds a lot of random noise that doesn't work at all. It doesn't add to it, it just subtracts. Like, there's so many different places pulling your attention. Your attention's on the side of his arms, on this weird gadget here, what he's holding, this screen. Part of this is part of his weapon, so I won't detract too many mental points for it. But, like, it takes away from the outfit. Even just the zipper running down his chest takes away from the outfit. Better be Cruz Alta. Look, she's been popular since before her Alta. Do with that what you will. I do like this little chest rig he's got here, this black part here. That's a really great highlight. Likewise, these glasses, they do look like they'd fit him, and they're hanging around his neck, which is nice. So I think B or A without the highlights, but the highlights take it down to a solid B. There's just too much going on. He's made his jacket way too busy. Like, the fact that his tools are so bright, the fact that there's so much vibrant yellow in an otherwise really sort of dull brown and understated outfit, like, it means the highlight of the outfit, yeah, there are already problems with the outfits, like some weird straps, but that's normal for Arknights. But the highlight of the outfit is taken all the way away from his face and to his arms, which is just not ideal. You'd never want someone staring at your arms by default. It doesn't matter how ripped you are, that's not a good... Sorry, you guys are just being funny. Another M. Knight hate. No, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. I just think this is B, which for male knight standards is very, very bad. Have I been ranking Drip for over a week? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the last class I need to do. You see this stream recommended on your page 20 times. Hopefully it's not too much spam. Sorry about that. I have been posting daily, though, so sometimes you will just get spammed. Unfortunately. But yes, this is the last of the 8 main classes. I will probably do one more stream for NPC ranking. But outside of that, that'll be it for Arknight strip ranking. Is he left-handed? Where is his left hand, rather? It is here. It's very hard to see because it's blending in. But, like, this is what I mean. There's so many highlights on the jacket that you can't even see where his hand is sitting unless you know where to look. We've breached the 3-hour mark. Okay, I need to speed up. You're right, we have. Right, so let's move on to his E2. His E2 looks nicer because the coat is more vibrant, which offsets the yellow highlights. That being said, the yellow highlights still draw too much attention. This is definitely a more solid B, but ultimately there's no real change. It's just the lighting gets rid of... The highlights makes the problems understated and the good parts a bit more heavily stated, which is definitely an improvement. But that's just, it's in better lighting. It looks better in different lighting. His E2 looks nicer, but it's mostly lighting. Yeah, exactly. He also does have a skin, though. Now, this is what Leonhardt wants to look like. That being said, still relatively on the basic tier, maybe an A. I could see an argument for an A. I personally think this is still more B. I love his hat. I do love the fluffiness. I like the fluffiness around his collar. I don't like the fluffiness hanging to the sides here. Likewise, this jacket, there are too many different hanging parts. It's breaking up his silhouette too much. It needs to be more to the back rather than to the front. Like the fact that he's essentially got 3 different jacket endings right over his front. The belt, that belt makes no sense. Even like it's sitting way too high on his waist. I do like the ornaments though. The pants, they're very, very tight. They're like equestrian style pants, but hey, they look nice. Didn't even know he existed. Yeah, his skin isn't out yet, and he's an alter for a character who wasn't the most popular. Bro really has it in Leon. He has a very punchable face. The skin is too childish. Yeah, that's kind of my problem. This looks more like, oh, you're dressing up your 14-year-old kid, rather than an outfit that he specifically would wear. Like, there are parts of it that are really nice, and it looks nice on him, but I don't think this is nice enough to be an A tier. It definitely has the potential. Like, at its core, this could reach A tier. It's just there are a few problems, like way too many jackets, not clear enough defined lines, but also really strong lines just in the wrong spots. Nothing wrong with keeping the inner child alive. No, I do agree with that. You should never be ashamed to have your interests, no matter how childish some people might claim they are. Who cares about those people? Enjoy what you like. I do like his shoes, pretty nice for Arknight standards. The bells are a nice touch. They make his calves look insanely massive. This guy doesn't just do leg day, he does leg week. His face is the look of despair. Yeah, exactly, he's going, alright, are we done with the photo shoot? Can I take off these clothes now? Yeah, so I think overall he's just a strong B, but like he's definitely a nicer B compared to a lot of the other Bs we've had so far. Oh, we switched from tavern music to creepy music. Let me know if the sound balancing ever ends up with the BGM being too loud. Some of these will be different volumes to each other. This is terror, everyone's faces look like that. Look, he definitely looks a lot more concerned. Like, he is dead-eyeing someone to the left of the camera going, I cannot believe you made me do this. I will never forgive you. We're having a talk once this photo shoot is over. And he only has one skin? Yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay. Now moving on to Inside. Now to start us off. This MF has the Roblox face. That being said, that isn't part of his outfit, so I won't linger too much on that. But he absolutely has the Roblox face. They've improved it since his NPC version, but that was so wild to me that he just got added with, unironically, the Roblox face. Now, moving on to his outfit. I think his outfit might be a bit cringe. Like, this is at most low B. There are two... This is another case of, like, at its core, the upper body is nice. The very, very basic layer, the blue layer of the upper body is nice. The pants are all over the place. Look, the highlights are really, really weird. Especially this flare acts as a highlight. This is a silhouette highlight rather than a color highlight, but it's still a highlight. Which means you're really drawing attention to making it look like he has chicken legs. The boots are crazy strange. Because I can't tell where the shoe ends. Like, I think the shoe ends up here and then just has a weird curve around the ankle. Definitely strange. Way too many straps, especially on his pants. This is too vibrant and royal of a blue, not a good highlight for a dark blue. Works up here for lighting reasons, but doesn't work great as a secondary highlight. He looks like the most NPC op ever. Yeah, absolutely. His gloves are alright, but they need to be a little bit higher. Why is there rope on his pants? Yeah, there's too many straps. He didn't meet the strap requirement. He and Speria are fun as characters, but they were she was done dirty mechanically and him visually. I do agree with that. Like, as characters, ignoring their appearance, they're really, really fun. Speria got done crazy dirty by being Ack but unable to heal himself. And the buff is bad and can stun your other units. And then Insider looks like a Roblox NPC. This sleeve, the underlayer of the sleeve with the white and gold looks nice. With, like, the torso at its default, the underlayer of the torso is nice. The problem is all these extra bits. So the semi-cape can work, but not with this giant, like, rig across his chest. The blue and orange do not work with dark blue and white and gold color scheme. It's adding too much color. It's drawing the attention to this part of him, as opposed to this, which is the default. The white on blue does actually work really well at highlighting his face, so I will say props to him. That's a good color scheme, especially these highlights around his neck. But the belt straps, the belt's really weird. The pants, incredibly weird. The pants should be black or brown. They shouldn't be the same as the shirt. The sleeves do actually work. I really like this asymmetrical sleeve, with one being relatively tight, one being relatively loose. The armband does not. The glove's a bit strange, suitcase is fine. I like that he's got a pistol holster. His wings do look drippy. Yeah, his wings definitely don't help. But that's not part of the outfit. He can't affect his wings. So I think this outfit definitely leaning towards the cringe, because the torso by its default is nice, but everything else about it is wrong. Let's see, yeah, E2. E2 looks a little bit nicer because the chest rig he's got going on is less stated. It's easier to ignore. That being said, this really, again, highlights the pants, highlights the weird boots, highlights all the straps. The belt is weird, the rig is really weird, and you can still see how nice the default chest is, though. Like, this sleeve is nice, the other sleeve is nice even if you can't see it, and the chest area is really, really nice. It's everything else that's the problem. Doctor, turn on my cringe inhibitors. Yes, sir. Insider outfit 2023 to 2024. He got an okay kit for his design. Yep. So I don't think he has an outfit yet, no. So I'm just going to put him in cringe. Like, he's definitely nicer than Catapult, but not by much. Also, yeah, we've swapped volume levels, so let me know if the BGM is too loud. Hopefully this should still be a good level for you. Have to go sleep. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for swinging by. Hope you have fun, and enjoy your Friday night nap. Presumably it's Friday. Music a bit too loud? Yeah, I thought that might be the case, so let me turn it down. Yeah, the other one was definitely a lower volume video. That one should hopefully be good. Saturday morning for you. Yes, sir, same for me. It is currently 2 PM Saturday for me. Alrighty, now moving on to Jessica Sniper Edition. We are halfway done the normal ops, and then we just have the DLC. But that being said, there's more DLC than usual. So it's only shaping up to be a 6-hour stream. Let's go. That being said, there are a few upcoming who I won't have too much to say about because they're very basic. Like, for example, Jessica. This is a very, very basic outfit. It's relatively nice basic, especially by sniper standards. But, like, the jacket still breaks up her silhouette a bit poorly, but it highlights her curves somewhat, which is really, really nice. The problem is these weird shorts. The shorts are way too baggy. Likewise, I have no idea what this strap is that goes from her shorts around one thigh. Sorry to mention again, music could be a tad softer. No, never apologize for that. I have different levels of audio balancing than you guys do because of how I have messed it up. So if it's too loud, always let me know. Hopefully that is about good. And if it needs to go down again, absolutely fine, let me know. I'd rather you tell me now than me listen back to the VOD and go, wow, the music was way too loud. Thanks, that's perfect. Hey, wonderful. That's better. Hey, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, sorry about that. It is very hard for me to tell, so if there's ever any audio balancing issues, let me know. I can change it. I just can't hear it myself. Now, say what you will. Cross-shoulder strap, really, really nice. This is a really nice jacket as well. This is another case similar to Greythroat, where they've actually done the multi-layered sleeves right. And part of that is that there's only one. Like, this is an interesting breakup of the silhouette that doesn't draw too much attention, that makes the jacket look really nice without drawing all of your attention to it. This is a really great highlight color of a red, even if it clashes a bit with her hair, which is a bit unfortunate, but like for the jacket itself, it's very, very nice. Sleeves are fine. I'm not a big fan of this white line on the side, but it's fine. You have a plan, Jessica. You just need 3 million LMB and taxpayer stimulus. She has a great practical outfit. Yeah. This might actually be higher than a B, because this is, it's just the shorts, really. The shorts are a really big problem. If they're a bit tighter or a skirt, this would look much nicer, but what it does is instead of curving inwards on her thighs, it's making it curve outwards, which just gives her a triangle shape. Like, at its core, because of her shorts, her shape, instead of being a sort of curved S, becomes a triangle. No, it's not a skirt. These are shorts. It's very hard to tell, but these are in fact shorts. The real reason she's a sad cat is despite all the money she can definitely afford better clothing. Basically, yes, 2 human ears, 2 feline ears. Yep, another case, even though we can't see them. Knee protection, fine. A little bit weird of a design on that, but end of the day, it'll protect your knees, and that's the main point. Socks, nice. Shoes, nice. This, if it weren't for the shorts, I'd be comfortable giving this an A. But I think with the shorts, it's a B. That being said, the shirt is very, very nice. Color balancing could be a little bit better. Clashes a bit. You've got red, green, yellow, and blue, which you don't want all 4 of those. Even if 2 of them are... The green and the yellow are bright, the blue and the red are dark, they don't really work super well together. The gloves are really fine. Underneath shirt, really, really nice. The other knee is a lost cause. At the end of the day, you'd usually want it on your left knee rather than your right. Actually, it depends how you move. You only really need knee protection on one leg when you're dropping into a knee. Unless you're crawling, in which case you need it on both. And you also need arm pads. Elbow pads, words. But it's absolutely fine to only have knee protection on one knee. But yeah, like, looks really... If it weren't for the weird shorts, I could give her an A. But the shorts are such a major downside. When it moves on to her E2, her shorts look nicer here. Because they impact her silhouette less. The jacket's sitting on her really nicely, even though it looks worse. You see more of the shirt, but no real change to her default outfit. It's just a different angle. Still a solid B. The shorts are still a major detractor, though at least the strap makes sense from this angle. Because it looks like it's a holster of some kind rather than coming from her shorts. Is that shorts? No, it is absolutely shorts. Let me zoom in for you. It's hard to see because it's very darkly shaded. But this is absolutely shorts. This line here is where they separate into the two legging parts. And you can see here by the crotch part as well. Like, this is absolutely shorts. Unfortunately so. Is this my skirt denial arc? I am wearing a skirt, sir. I like skirts, but she's not wearing one. Okay, there we are. That should be a good level of zoom again. I think one more in. There we are. Now, moving on to her skins. She is yet another sniper with 3 skins. Now, gotta be honest, I'm not a big fan of her visibly not wearing a bra and then having tears over her stomach and chest. I don't think it's enough to put her in C or D. She doesn't look underaged. That being said, it definitely does detract from it. The jacket damage looks really cool. But the rest of the jacket looks a little bit less nice. Like, this damage around her chest here works really well with the shirt. You're a big fan. And likewise, the red sort of fiery damage looks really, really cool. Asymmetrical stockings could be better, but by its default, nice and interesting. Very nice shoes. The shorts make a return. Booba peak is peak. Yeah, this is a better version of wind chimes. You're good. That's actually a good way to put it. There has to be a reason for the flush, yeah. The jacket is still nice, just not as nice as their previous jacket. Again, I think the shorts are hidden enough that I want to give this an A tier, but I think this is still a B tier because they're the same shorts. And the color balancing, this bright yellow is not the way. Aside from that bright yellow, really good color balancing. But I think this is still a high B, maybe low A, this outfit, but hard to say. This is definitely B, this is definitely B. So let's move on to our next outfit. The original Mudrock design. Also known as Armor. Her shirt lacks tearing, needs more. Yeah, that stage art. Just look up some fan art. You'll see what you're looking for. Now, this is practicality. This one will be mainly ranked over practicality. This is obviously not super stylish. It's not intended to. This is very heavy-duty protective gear. The mask has cat ears. Yeah, it's very cute. So, it's actually fine to have your forehead exposed like this. It's not ideal when you're walking into acid. But, generally speaking, like, a lot of gas masks, yes, they'll cover that. If it's slightly ill-fitting that's exposed, that's not the end of the world. The chances of you getting any acid or poison there are mostly fine. Like, it's pretty low. Her eyes are protected, her mouth is protected, her nose are protected. Those are the most important parts. And at the end of the day, your hair is always going to be a weak point unless you have, like, a full head covering anyway. That's why it's not too much of an issue, because, like, her entire head is exposed. It looks more like she's, her entire body is protected, which is the main thing. It's not the end of the world for your head to be slightly exposed, depending on the circumstance. These two pouches don't really serve any purpose. The rest of it, very well armored. I love the biohazard indicator. Again, in a biohazard situation, you don't want any skin exposed. You want a full suit, but I understand why they've done this for aesthetic reasons. Acid Cat is dripping. Definitely looks pretty good. I love the shovel. I love that the shovel is tinted with the acid she's dealing with. She's working in Chernobyl. If she did, she would definitely need a hood. The gloves are great. Ultimately, this looks pretty good for what it is. This is very, very practical. Very baggy, but this is an example of baggy done well, where you actually need really thick clothing to make sure you're properly protected. So this is proper protective equipment. I wouldn't be willing to give this outfit an S. I'd definitely be willing to give it an A. I think the color balancing is slightly strange. This yellow, again, doesn't quite work. She's a big fan of very bright but faded yellows. The four most impressive parts: my face, eyes, nose, mouth, and boobs. Yeah, look, I didn't ask for a lot of jiggle physics on the boobs, but the rigger decided to give it anyway. No booba. Man, given how much armor she's wearing, I would be concerned if there was booba. Acid green, she likey. Yeah, but this is more yellow. I also think this shade of green is a bit too bright, but it works as a warning label. So I would say this outfit is more on the A side of things. Now let's move on to her third and I believe final outfit. Yes, sweet. So like Eku, she has 3. Now, this is definitely nicer than her default. The best skin for her? Yeah, I can definitely see that. The color balancing, I think this shade of pink once again slightly contrasts her hair a little bit. But the kimono is really, really lovely. Or not a full kimono, like the dress is really, really lovely. This is an example of really flowy sleeves done well. I love the flower highlights. These are really, really well-placed highlights. The ones up here draw the attention to her face. The ones up here make sure, on the sleeves, make sure the sleeves don't appear weird by adding a bit of depth to it. The ones here, look, probably drawing a bit much attention to the thighs, but the attention is already going to be on the thighs. I would prefer if it was slightly tighter around her waist. It looks a little bit loose, but end of the day, that's fine. Shorts underneath, very, very expected when you're wearing a slit this large on a dress. Socks, fine. Little weird being asymmetrical here, but I get, like, it's fine. I'm usually a massive fan of asymmetry. I think it would be better if they were symmetrical, both like this one, for this case. And I do really like the color matching of her dress to her shoes. It's unfortunate that this shade of pink slightly clashes with her hair. It's a tactical kimono. This is a very plain outfit, but a very, very nice plain. Like, plain in the sense of there's only really one piece of clothing and some shorts here. Music a little loud now? Okay, I'll turn it down again. Thanks for letting me know. Hopefully that should be good. Let me know if it needs changing again. Yeah, sorry, it's very, very hard to balance because I have it balanced very, very differently to everyone else. So I think this is another A. So I think overall, Jessica's an A tier. She definitely has good fashion. Yeah, there are a few problems, but like, everyone messes up an outfit slightly. She's not fashionable enough to be S tier, because she does have problems with her outfit, and this isn't like super incredibly distinct. But at the end of the day, she's dressed very, very nicely. So yeah, I'm gonna pop Jessica in the A tier. Definitely nicer than any of the B tier. Yeah, her style is tomboyish, and it's also very understated. She's not trying to draw too much attention. But she does look very, very nice for what she's going for. Like, end of the day, it's still a very, very nice outfit. Alright, now moving on, we have Ji Yun, a character most people have forgotten about. But, gonna say it. Pretty solid fashion. Especially for snipers so far. This is very, very nice. Who? Yeah, not gonna lie. Not unexpected. Keep in mind she is out in EN, I'm pretty sure. But I can't say for certain. Who? Yeah. I'm pretty sure we have her in EN, but I'm not positive. Who? Who? Oh, yeah, she came out with Chong Yui, that's right. Yeah, you actually built her and then you forgot about her. Standard. You've never seen her? Yep. She's kind of slipped under the radar. She's an AoE sniper who wasn't in launch and isn't W. Shirayuki exists yet. Now, to start us off, yes, this headgear looks a bit weird with these straps here, but over her forehead it looks really nice. Likewise, the gold highlight hanging her hair into a ponytail, really fantastic. The gold around her horns, the gold earrings, asymmetrical, lovely, drawing a lot of attention to her face. Balancing it out with the gold on her tabard, really, really fantastic. Makes sure the attention is on her face as a primary focal point, which is really great. I love how this shade of blue works really, really well with this white and this black. And the multi-shades of gold work really, really well for drawing attention, even if I think some of this yellow is a bit bright. The chain there, really fantastic. The strap, a little bit weird. I do like the little bit of skin. Like, this is another example of loose sleeves working really, really well. Works fantastically leading into the almost Vambrace style glove. I love that she's got a little bit of elbow protection as well. Really fantastic. Bracelets, I'm not a big fan of this shade of blue being mixed with the gold on the bracelet, but end of the day, it looks fine. She looks Indian. Yeah, she's going for different vibes to a lot of other characters. The only built... Yeah, you only have Eku, Cholta, Posy, and BP. Hey, they're good choices. She's just Meteorite, but with slow. Yeah, but Shiryuki already exists and was Meteorite with slow. Now, the undershirt. First layer of jacket, really, really nice. Short sleeves work very, very well with this height. You might want it like an inch shorter, so it hangs around her stomach a bit more. But given the undershirt also hangs to her stomach, it actually works really, really well and ends up with a really lovely layered effect, even if otherwise it would clash a little bit with the hanging of the sleeves. The shirt itself, very, very nice. Showing off her stomach, showing off her chest, obviously very tight. Not a big fan of the gold highlight. I think it could be a slightly different shade, slightly more popping. It's a bit understated comparative to the others, but end of the day, it still looks really, really lovely. These straps are a bit weird, but look fantastic. So overall, her shirt, her torso, really, really great. Really great outfit. Likewise, her belt is sitting properly. All of these pouches are hanging properly and in the correct positions. Absolute credit where it's due. These pouches are all practical. Her S2 actually kind of goes nuts. It's just that cost. Yeah. She's a variant of Sarkaz, yeah. Close to flooding, yeah. So far, definitely flooding. But that depends on the other operators compared to the list. I don't think she's nicer than Fiametta, for example. Pants, very, very nice. I'm not a big fan. I'd prefer if this was a skirt or if this was a true slit. I'm not a big fan of it looping back right around the ankles. That being said, end of the day, like, that's just a personal preference. Works fine as an outfit. Midriff buff, yeah. All of these patches fantastic. I love the Curious looks like on her back, strapped in securely. All of these make sense. The blue actually works really well with the gold in the rest of our outfit. I just don't like it specifically with the armbands because it blends in a bit here. Again, I'm not a major fan of her skirt. Like, all of the strap, there's no real major out-of-place straps, which is really great by Arknight standards. And she's got knee protection, credit where it's due, practical shoes. I would definitely give this outfit an S tier. I don't think she's meaningfully different in... Yeah, E2, exact same outfit. You can just see certain parts of it differently. I love the echoing out from her belts. You can see the glove mini gauntlet a bit better. Exactly the same. Shows off a few more highlights in her hair, which is fantastic. Really, really solid outfit. I wouldn't quite call this flooding, but definitely S tier. And then, does she have a skin? Yes. Sweet. Her skin is definitely worse than her default outfit, but that being said, like, it's not super bad or anything. This see-through overshirt with a zipper, silhouette-wise it's great, color-wise it's not, design-wise it's not. So you need it to curve in a little bit more and then come out, and you don't want a zipper. You would ideally want this to be more of a vest rather than... It is a very nice skin, it's a very modest skin. I just don't think it's quite as nice as her default. The white jacket is nice aside from all of the zippers towards the end. Zipper overload. She didn't quite meet the zipper requirements. Yeah, the duck is incredibly cute. The pants and the dress, relatively fine. I do like that her outfit is styled around her umbrella. The color highlighting is very, very good for the most part. This is a very solid green to contrast a white outfit with sort of dull grey undertones. I just don't think this vest is good. I don't think this shirt is good. It's sitting very strangely on her. Part of that's definitely the vest, though. I think it'd be nicer to have this be almost one piece of clothing. Necklace solid, even though I'm not a big fan of having a belt clip necklace around your neck. Definitely looks strange. I think this outfit is more an A, but I don't think it's a low enough A to drag down her default. Love the headgear as well. Looks really, really fantastic. Sitting great around her head and highlighting her forehead, and then obviously lovely earrings as well. So yeah, I think I'm going to give Ji-yoon an S tier. Yeah, definitely nicer than all of the A, but I don't think meaningfully nicer, or like significantly enough nicer than Arado or Fiametta to justify flooding. Especially because her outfit is also probably an S, it would just be a lower S. S tier based, yeah. Highest she'll ever be, because she was power crept by a 4-star who was released 3.5 years before she was. Now, moving on to Justice. Sarkaz is generic AK term for demons. Yeah. She's a sub-variant. Now, for those of you who are new here, first off, I've got a Discord if you want to be alerted when I'm streaming. Feel free to join if you want. It is pinned in the top of the chat and also in the top of the description if you're over on YouTube. But also, there is a bit of a running joke, where, obviously, the robots are not wearing clothing, so I can't rank their drip. They're in the Therm X tier. But as you can see over in the chat, everyone is saying, Smash, SSS tier, holy flooding, F tier, lacks balls, flooding, X tier, that flag though, X tier. Now, I'm always welcome to hear arguments if you disagree with me. No one has convinced me yet. I do agree the lack of balls is a bit disappointing. And it's also worth noting, he has a skin. I like Justice Knight as a character, even if not as a unit. I think the passive is a little bit weird and too situational. But that being said, obviously an X tier, literally not wearing clothes. Not X tier, rather. Therm X tier. The robot has childbearing. Yeah, he's got the horse main hat. So yep, Justice Knight all the way down in Therm X tier. Because Justice Knight is not wearing clothing. The horse knot, that's clothing. No, it's not. If someone is naked and wearing a high headband or tying their hair, they are still naked. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. You're welcome to try, but you're not going to do it. Obviously, color balancing nice. Likewise in the skin. I like Justice Knight a lot. But, like, this tassel is not clothing. If someone's wearing a necklace and a headband, you don't go, oh, you're not naked. Peak design. Right, so moving on to default Cruz. Now, I won't spend too much time on Cruz, because there's a nicer variant of Cruz in the game. That being said, it's obviously worth comparing, because very meaningfully different levels of drip. She gets better at it when she gets older. Needs more headband only outfit. Kokodayo, a child. Yep, now. For her default, her E0. Cruz actually wears the Rodimi. It's back. Apparently it flickered. Hopefully I'm still around. Looks like my internet just flickered. Hashtag Australia gang. Let's go. Am I here? Can you hear me? Just to check. Just want to make sure, is the stream running fine? You're good, no disconnect. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, now Cruz, she's wearing the Rhodes Island standard pretty well. Color balancing pretty nice. This is a solid green, matches her hair very, very nicely, matches the jacket nicely. The blue, I'm not too much of a fan of for highlights. It flickered for a sec, but it's good now. Wonderful. You can only hear Cruz in your mind. So yeah, not as big of a fan of the blue highlights, but end of the day, this is pretty nice drip for a kid. Decent shorts, not too fond of the thigh straps for Cruz. Shoes, fine, socks a bit weird, but fine. So like, this is pretty solid B, not too much to talk about. Her outfit... Okay, I think her outfit might be don't leave the house tier. Because at this stage, she is very much underaged. I don't want to see her wearing a bandage bra and showing off her entire stomach. Peak, nice. You never liked her skin except the chibi, yeah. The shirt is questionable. Somehow the shirt makes her look more naked than if she wasn't wearing a shirt. She wears a pumpkin, it's peak. Look, even putting aside that, I think the skirt is really, really weird. The belt is weird. I do like the ornaments. I don't like the color balancing of the green, white, and orange, though. But I think this takes Cruz to don't leave the house. I don't like the fact that she's painted her stockings to emphasize her bones, which implies she's naked. And I don't like the way that this shirt really highlights... Like, she looks more naked than if she wasn't wearing a shirt. She has to leave the house to go trick-or-treating. She shouldn't go trick-or-treating. You shouldn't let your kids go trick-or-treating dressed like this. You sure the opening was a tie? No, it is not. Like, if she was wearing a crop top, she would look less naked. But no, this is very much her entire stomach. There's 16 at the absolute youngest. I still think this is a little inappropriate for a 16-year-old. Obviously, you do you. But at the end of the day, I don't... I think she should, the fact that she would look less naked if she removed this jacket is what I have the problem with. End of the day, yeah, she's at least wearing a bandage bra. I think this will drop her down to a D tier, though. The outfit a kid her age would assemble. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think, like, fashion-wise it's fine. And, like, she has alright fashion, case in point, her default outfit, she wears it very, very well. But this just, like, this makes people uncomfortable. If you go trick-or-treating dressed like this, people are going to be uncomfortable, regardless of your age. It's worse, though, because she looks underaged. And that being said, like I said, I won't spend too long on Cruz, because we have a better version of Cruz coming right up, baby. Anime normalized some weirdo behavior. Yeah, that's not bad for anime standards, but when you think about it IRL, would you want a 12-year-old showing up at your doorstep wearing that? No, you wouldn't. It is kind of weird now that you notice it. Yeah, Mummy Cruz. Now, on the other hand, Cruz in her late teens, early 20s, what a glow-up. Now, I will say, as much as I really like this outfit, there are a few things I want to talk about in a negative way. Mainly this part here, showing off her stomach where she seems to be wearing some see-through stocking. I think that detracts from the outfit. I think it's better to have the stocking than not. I think it would be better if this jacket hung over her shorts slightly, like hung a little bit lower, or if the undershirt was a more normal undershirt. That being said, that is basically the only problem I have with her outfit. The shorts, fantastic. The absolute territory peak. Not a big fan of this pouch. I think it needs to be a different color. You don't want a white highlight there. Boots, phenomenal. Stockings, phenomenal. The belt is really, really great. Even this sub belt hanging off actually acts as a really nice highlight, which is really, really nice to see. Love the buckle. Love the jacket. I think this undershirt, though, like I said, should be longer and should come with the rest of her stomach and tuck into her shorts. Outside of that is a really fantastic undershirt. I do actually like aesthetically the straps here. Really great color balancing, even if they don't necessarily make sense or serve a purpose. Likewise, guarding just your wrist when you're doing archery is a strange decision. What is that arm strap? Yeah, they're very weird, but color balance wise they look nice, even if they're strange on the outfit. This is where you can see what Mr. Nothing is here for. Her booba looks small, but it's big because of her jacket, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call this small. This is small for anime. This isn't small. I love the skirt. Really, really great use of the jagged lines and damaged aesthetic. And obviously, not quite asymmetrical, but exposing her thighs and legs as well. Really love skirts that aren't just flat all the way around. Like, whether that's hanging across and having a side slit, whether that's having a front slit. However you do it, really, really looks great. Color balancing, fantastic. Outside of this strap around her thigh. Pouches, those are fine. They could be slightly better positioned, but they're fine. C or D. Yeah, not going to do a boob size ranking tier list. If you want that, it already exists for Azur Lane, and I guarantee you there's more variants. I do like this very faded green arm strap here, and this shoulder protection here. Definitely looks more coherent with the outfit than these straps, even though these straps look nice from a color balance perspective. Likewise, her hair ornaments, very understated, but very, very nice. She's braided it into her hair and it looks fantastic. Likewise, this thing around her ear, can't be comfortable, but looks nice. She looks stacked as hell because you can see them through the rigid top, yeah. I think this is an easy S tier outfit. Maybe flooding, but that'll depend. Not even close to Utage's. Her E2, it's the exact same outfit, just from a slightly different pose. I definitely think there is an argument for default Cruz to be flooding. Because the only problem with this outfit is just this little part of stomach here, and even then, she's mitigated it by having a body stocking underneath, and it looks pretty nice. Like, this is a really, really solid outfit. Yeah, Udage is the biggest in Arknights, for what it's worth. Like, I think she's... For snipers, flooding. I would probably put her in an S tier for others, though. You don't think so? It doesn't hurt that she's China. Yeah. I'm not going to try and guess Udage's cup size. You can do that research yourself. I'm asexual. I just appreciate the aesthetic. I'm not about that life. That being said, like, Cruz's outfit, really, really fantastic. Definitely at least an S. And then, of course, you have her other outfit. Now, as nice as her default outfit is, this is a massive improvement as well. I think this is pretty much undeniably flooding. There are a few weird tassels, like the weird pearl necklaces, not great. The tying ribbon part of the dress, not great. But outside of that, really well staggered dress. Really great color balancing, where it gives some depth to the dress while also really highlighting her hips. Fantastic use of the color balance there. The slit is real. Yes, sir, the slit is very real. Lovely shoes. Anklet is fine. Likewise, the pattern on the inside of the dress, fantastic. I love how it's tied here, really emphasizing her figure. So this is definitely a lot more risque than a lot of people would go for, but it's also a fantastic outfit. absolutely flooding. Even the weird parts of the arm look really great and mesh well with the outfit and hang around her shoulder logically. Likewise, the tabard, really, really great. She doesn't seem to have a weapon outside of newspaper, but anyone from the Asias can tell you that newspaper is a weapon in the right hands. Put her in flooding already? Yes, sir. With that one taken into account, definitely takes her up to flooding. Because her default outfit is already borderline flooding for snipers. But I think her skin is on par with Fiametta's skin, and her default is nicer. Just ask Mliner. Alright, now moving on to Luna Cub. Most of her outfits really match her hair. Yeah, like, she's balanced around her own figure and her own style and her like natural hair color and skin color, which is really, really great fashion sense. Now, top 3 weapons for Asian mums: belt, frying pan, and slippers. JLM and Chris get the tier approval ratings. Look, I'm trying to be objective, though I will always hear arguments if you disagree with me. I'm always down to consider them. That being said, Luna Cub. Luna Cub was raised in the wilderness, and it shows. Her clothing is by no means bad, it's by no means cringe. Not at all cringe. But, like, it's a little basic, it's a little weird, it's a little poorly fitted. Yeah, I really like the color scheme, I do agree on that. But this looks like pieces of clothing that she either got when she was much younger and is planning to grow into, or that she just scavenged off of something. The jacket's really nice, it flows way too low, hangs off the floor. She has no bra. No, it does look like she's supported. I'm not sure how, because you're right, I don't see where a bra strap would go, but it does look like it's supported. Mythology inspired, yeah, I can definitely get that, like Artemis. Again, the highlight, though, is mainly her face and her hair. The skirt part of this is nice. I don't like the fact that this skirt has a zipper. It's way too loose to have a zipper. The belt is fine. Too many colors, in my opinion. Looks really nice, though. The strap... It's mainly just a case of the coat has really nice parts, but is massively too big, and has way too much white on the back. I think... artistically, design-wise, this is really, really nice, but I think in terms of actual outfit, it's just kind of an ill-fitting dress, an alright belt, and an ill-fitting jacket. It's kind of a B tier. You can see the inner shorts. No, that looks like just a second layer of the skirt that is folding around. I do like that little thigh strap there with the feathers. I don't like the other one as much. Bandage on the knee, yes, very, very common. Her E2 should be the exact same outfit, just from a different angle, yeah. So the dress looks a bit better fitted here, but it's just a case of her clothing doesn't really fit her. It fits her aesthetically, but like physically, it doesn't fit her. It's too large. So I think she is going to be a relatively strong B tier. Oh wait, okay. She does have an outfit, that's right. Not a big fan of this shade of pink or orange on her. And I think this is again like almost a poncho style, a bit too baggy. The boots are nice. The shorts are alright. And I do like the golden highlights, works really well. Likewise, I like the hair tassels. I think this is just a case of this is a very busy, but also very loose piece of clothing. So it's not really an outfit. I could see this outfit being A. I could. I just think the color balancing is a bit off. Like, style-wise, this could be A, just not with the color balancing. Let's take a look to make sure. I think she fits more in with a low A than the B tiers. She's meaningfully nicer than all of the B tiers. For any other class, she would absolutely be a B tier, but comparative to snipers, she's absolutely an A. The skin is great, but it's more of a child skin? Yeah. But Luna Cub is mentally pretty childlike, in the sense of she doesn't really have experience with society. And no shot she has another skin. Sweet. Now, moving on to May. Once again, a character I'm going to have to look past my own personal bias, because I am not a big May fan. That being said, the jacket she's got tied around her waist, the color clashes crazily with the turquoise highlights she's going for. Works really well with the socks, but you need to pick one. Pick one or the other, and I think she should pick the orange and get rid of the turquoise. This vest, sweater she's got, really does not fit her well. It is not true sleeveless, it's looking really weird around the sleeves, and it's hanging super loosely around her waist. Likewise, turquoise shorts, what are you doing? Why are you doing that to yourself? Turquoise gloves at least are fine, but the shorts really are not. It's a bit too blinding. Yeah, like this is a really in-your-face outfit, but it doesn't even fit her very well. It doesn't hug her body well, it doesn't really have a consistent theme, it just kind of hits you in the face. I think for any other class, that outfit would be a cringe tier, but I think for snipers it fits in B tier. Let's see what she looks like in her. I don't think she is the skin. No, she doesn't. It does look nicer in the E2. Part of that is the undershirt. The undershirt, she has replaced this terrible sweater with a slightly less terrible black sweater. The coat, she looks much nicer when she's wearing it. May is cringe, so she's C tier. Hey, some people really like May. They might pipe bomb me if I say that. I just think the turquoise is really not a good look. And like, but her E2, definitely a stronger basic. I think it's fair to put her in basic. Her E0 is bad, her E2 is better. And for snipers, like, she fits more in with basic. Talk about an E2 you never use, yeah. I haven't really leveled May. I have enough snipers. Yeah, I won't spend too long on her because there's not too much to talk about her design, and I don't want this stream to go on for 8 hours. We're only like halfway. So yeah, definitely an argument for cringe, but say what you will, her E2 is much nicer. You like her gloves in the E2? Yeah, the gloves are much nicer in the E2. May belongs to a different gacha. Yeah, I kind of get those vibes. She does look like she'd be in a different gacha. Especially her E0. Her E2 does fit more with the Arknights aesthetic. So moving on, we have Melanite. Definitely, Melanite's another one who is hard to talk about, but for a completely different reason. This is way too busy. Way, way, way too busy. There's too many flaps, there's too many strong lines, there's too much see-through plastic, too many zippers, too many pouches. There's so much going on with this one piece of clothing. Yeah, she has a lot going on. Like, color scheme-wise, this is a nice shade of blue to match with that orange, even if it slightly clashes and you'd ideally want a little less rich of an orange. But it's just like, this is so hard to judge or look at because it's so blindingly busy. There's so much going on. Her silhouette is being broken up way too much. Most of this is see-through as well, so the color balancing is all over the place. Giant zipper, not a big fan. I like how it sits around her shoulders. I like how it works with the sleeves, except for the ending of the sleeve where it flips back around on this side. That being said, it's too loose, it's too see-through, there's too much going on. Over-designed mess, yeah, it looks good in the art, it doesn't look good as a piece of clothing. The thigh-high, nice. Thigh straps, not so nice. Does it look better in the E2? No, like, oh. It's so hard to even talk about this one because there's just so much. There's so much. It's so in your face that it's hard to tell what she's wearing. It's all just see-through plastic with so many strong lines, so many extra tassels. I think I might have to put her in cringe just because this works really well as a design for a character in a game. It looks nice, but as an actual outfit, there's just too much. You'd be so confused if you saw someone wearing this IRL because first off, see-through plastic everywhere, but second off, there's just so much going on. Like, it's way too busy. You don't know where her clothing starts and ends. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can tell because her skin color's darker than usual, but it's just, this is such a ridiculously busy design. So I think I'm going to pop her in the cringe tier. She's definitely higher cringe than Catapult or Insider. Actually, no. Yeah, she definitely fits in with the cringe tier. She's about on par with Insider. And it's not even like any major problems, but it's just, how do you talk about this? How do you assess this piece of clothing? It's so in your face, there's so much going on. And she doesn't have a skin, so that default is all I have to go off of. Moving on, we have Meteor. Now, I'm going to say, I actually really like Meteor's default outfit. This is an example of basic done really, really nice. Which is very, very refreshing. The boots, I like the boots except for these weird flaps. The jeans, it's not ideal that they're torn, but it does look kind of nice. I don't like how the boots are platform, I will say that. But the jeans work really well color balance wise with the boots. Thigh strap, not sure what that's attaching. It looks like she's attaching a quiver there. Bold move, Cotton, we'll see if it pays off. The rest of the straps make sense. This pouch you'd ideally want to be sitting a bit higher. This is going to jostle a lot, hit you. I have no idea what this strap across her shoulder is. Oh, it looks like it's holding her bow in place. That's weird. Usually the bow would be the other direction then. But this kind of damaged overshirt, like, she's wearing it really, really well. Fan braces, she's got actual proper glove protection for when she's shooting the bow. Very, very important. She's showing off her stomach while still breaking up her silhouette. Obviously not ideal for camouflage, but she is at least breaking up her silhouette in a very interesting way. Like, not many people could pull this off, but she absolutely pulls it off. So while this is a bit basic, this is really, really nice basic. Like, color balance wise, I think this beige needs to be a little bit darker, but it works really, really well outside of that. It just looks a bit too much like her skin tone. The little bit of red highlight, really fantastic, and it really draws attention to the white streak of hair and the vibrant emerald eyes. Basic but neat. Yeah, this is a really, really nice basic outfit. I would say this is A or even borderline S. I'm leaning more towards A, but I can definitely be swayed to S depending on her outfits, and she has a lot of other outfits. E2, exact same outfit, just from a... Oh no, different outfit. Wearing a jacket. Not as big of a fan of this jacket. Pants are still really nice. Different boots. Very, very nice boots, though. Undershirt, different as well. This is more like a crop top super tight shirt. But I do like the pattern, and it looks very interesting. This is definitely a downgrade from her previous one, but this is still an A tier. Yeah, it makes it look worse, but it's still nice. It's still an A tier, pretty solid casual wear. But yeah, meaningfully worse than her E0. Let's go to her skin. Yeah, starting off strong with the skins. Oh, one sec. I need to fill up my water bottle again. Your boy is back. Sorry about that. The skin is flooding. I am actually of the opinion this is S tier or flooding. I'm not sure if this is quite flooding, but it's definitely very, very nice. This jacket is what Catapult was going for. This is a correct usage of the style and the color scheme. I'm not a big fan of the black strap around the jacket part, though it works really, really lovely with the sleeves. Sorry, I was a bit hungry. I'm getting a bit of a headache, so I've grabbed an apple. I'll try to avoid eating that too loudly. I'll be muted when I eat it. And I'll try to avoid big pauses. Small bites. The crop top, really nice styling. Very, very interesting styling for a crop top. Obviously looks nice. Obviously she's got a lot to show off. But also these little... I'm usually not a fan of weird gaps in clothing, but it looks really nice on that. The overshirt sort of tabard thing that turns into sleeves actually really complements it very, very well. I think it'd be slightly nicer if it was a little bit darker of a tan, but it still looks really, really nice. Aspels are like aspens, yeah, exactly. Not a big fan of the white collar though, but like, it works fine. It draws attention to her face and that's what matters. Love the hat. The jacket overall, it only works because of this angle. The jacket doesn't hug her figure very nicely at all, but because we can see the figure anyway because of how she's wearing it, that's offset significantly. The pants... Oh, no, actually, jacket, this weird yellow tassel on both sides, definitely weird. You'd want that to be a lot shorter, probably only up to about here. Works fine on the sleeves. The layered sleeves, once again, looks fine. She pulls it off. Definitely leaning more towards S tier than flooding, though. Can I describe the next character? I'm not going to subject you to me eating the apple. The pants, I'm not usually a big fan of pants that end like this, that are this baggy, but she makes it work. It looks really nice on her. Shoes really nice, even if she's standing weird. This strap of the belt makes no sense, but the rest of the belt is really fantastic, and likewise the thigh straps. This is once again a case of, take notes, Granny, this is how you do it well. So I'd say this skin is S tier. Like, this is a really nice skin. Definitely brings up the average and makes up for her E2 being a little bit lower on the A. Moving on to her next skin. Can you have an apple slice? You've never seen this one? That's because it's a relatively new CN skin. It isn't out yet. Once again, I would say there is an argument for this skin to be flooding. This is a really, really fantastic skin. It is not out in global. Yeah. The color balancing of the light gray sleeves and this shade of brown mixed with the white and slightly off-white this is really, really nice. Color balancing wise, it's fantastic. Her eyes have changed color. That's funny. The straps around her neck, it's a bit over-designed, and I think it would look a bit nicer simpler, but it still works really, really well. This cross-shoulder strap, likely for her bow, even though her bow doesn't seem to be attached. The way the dress is hugging her figure is fantastic. Really showing off all of her curves, giving her that classic S. Really, really fantastic. And then it hangs loosely here, exposing her sides. This emphasizes the hips, even though there's not much there in this pose. Really, really amazing. Likewise, the cloak of the jacket is large enough she can use it to conceal her location. Very, very fantastic. Love that. This is a case of frills done right, where it's not giant, jagged lines. This looks more textured. This is very, very nice. Pants, really fantastic. Not a big fan of this part of her belt, the way it's sitting to the belt underneath her chest and then also to a thigh strap. No idea what that's about. But the rest of her belts are relatively practical, or at least not going to get in the way. Great skin you'd buy if you used Meteor, yeah. Kind of hard to judge. Yeah, no, like, absolutely. I mean, you can always give your thoughts. This is an upgrade to the original. Yeah, this is same vibes as her original, but meaningfully nicer. Definitely a less is more character. Yeah, like, this is a phenomenal example of basic. Like, color-wise, if you took out the belts, this and the weird spiky parts of the glove. Oh, wait, no, that's a quiver. Okay. This would be really, really fantastic. This is really fantastically balanced basic. The hood is nice. I don't like the straps around her wrists and the vambrace. I think that stylistically clashes. But that's fine because they're mainly there for practicality. The glove is fine. I don't like the flare of these shoes, but outside of that, like, she's got the cowboy flare. Outside of that, really, really fantastic shoes. Your cat stole the radiator. D&D character. I think this skin might be flooding. I guess it's not worth arguing too much about it. Definitely 2 S or S plus tier skins, and 2 default A's. So I think overall she averages to S. Like, definitely nicer than the A's, which is really surprising for a 4-star. Like, her design is really fantastic for her rarity. And for the fact that Cruz power crept her. In a lot of ways. But no, like, she dresses really, really nicely. This is an example of someone experienced enough with her own body to know how to dress really nicely. Your dog ate your TV screen? I doubt that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily go to flooding, but definitely nice. Now, moving on, we have Meteorite, the first sarcasm, and it shows. If I took off the belts and spiky parts, she'd be flooding. I do agree with that, but it is worth considering that she is making her outfit worse with a lot of unnecessary belts. Meteor. Now, obviously, the highlight for Meteor is the sweater that is vacuum sealed to her tits. And the thigh highs. It's a very sexy outfit. I think this is more like an A tier, though. Because at the end of the day, yeah, like, not everyone likes this kind of aesthetic, but it still looks really nice on her, and she can pull it off. Something is throwing you off. Yeah, no, there's definitely problems. Part of that is the belts. The belts are hanging really, really weirdly. Yellow is not a good highlight color for this shade of yellow. The belts around her waist is relatively fine, but the pouches are super loose. There's lots of flaps. At least she's got a cross shoulder, even though it doesn't necessarily make sense. And she also appears to have a coat that's fallen off. You like Meteorite, but she has kind of weird proportions. Yeah, the proportions are slightly off. Turtleneck, though, cringed. Yeah. Look, I'm leaning towards A. For non-snipers, she'd probably be in B. But, like, compare her to any of these, she looks meaningfully nicer. Like, this flap of her skirt, this slight side slit works really well. The pouch is definitely detracting, but the arms are nice. The shoulder, the elbow protection on one arm is nice. You thought she's wearing a corset? No, it's just really weird belts. Definitely looks like a corset. Big forehead, yes sir, yes sir. Her E2, slightly easier to see what's going on with her outfit. And feet more than usual. Yeah. But the shoes are fine, end of the day. And I can't judge. Like, the sweater is less vacuum sealed to her tits here, and it looks nicer. Likewise, the skirt actually looks really nice from the side. It's just hard to tell through all of the belts from the front. There are less belts in this, and they're less in the way. She looks like an NPC in the E2. Yeah, I can sort of see that. Side character vibes. Definitely not main character. But, like, end of the day, she does have... For snipers, definitely at least an A tier. For everyone else, she'd be B tier. She is relatively basic drip, but she does look very nice in that basic. Why does my model's mouth open so much when I chew? Alrighty, now let's take a look at Meteorite's skin. Yeah, this is definitely nicer in a lot of ways. You kind of want an apple now. She's using that strap to load the bow. Yeah, looks like. But that does kind of make sense to a degree. Now, this is... I'm very biased to ladies in suits. This is ladies in suit themes, but I think it's a lot less nice than standard ladies in suits, unfortunately. There's a bit too much overload, very visually busy. This is at least a nice shade of yellow, and it matches her gun, so credit where it's due. But, like, why does she have a camera around her chest? There's a lot of straps over her shoulders that look a bit weird. The sleeve looks very nice, though. The glove looks fine. It's weird that she's only wearing one glove. This is... I like the way this breaks up her silhouette. This phase of the jacket. But it's just then you've got an undershirt that goes a bit long and looks almost like a skirt. Her arm is short. Yeah, no, that's... It's hard to see in the proportions. This does actually make sense. AI art. No, this isn't AI art. Y'all are being too harsh. It is very visibly not AI art. That being said, though, I think this is also an A tier. I think this is an A tier even by other class standards. And for Meteorite, like for Snipers, definitely an A tier. Not good enough to be S, way too busy. But like at its core, if you ignore all of the belts, all of the weirdness, pants are really nice. The skirt acting as a semi-dress, really nice. The over jacket, really nice. The glove, really nice. The belts do definitely detract from it, but like not that awfully. The main one is what's attaching her gun, like her gun is blocking off half her body. This pouch is fine. The camera's weird. And this yellow pouch is also weird. Her hand shrank, yeah. She broke her left wrist. This should be a normal fit. Yeah, this is definitely nicer than a normal fit. I think she doesn't have another skin, right? No, sweet. I think she's a solid A. This was AI art, she'd have a third handle leg. Yeah, she definitely does have first year character vibes, unfortunately. But that being said, for Snipers, very, very strong A. One sec, let me take another apple bite while looking at Pinecone. If I put on my gas mask, you can't see me chew. Now, I don't necessarily agree with her being S tier, but she's definitely at least an A. You can still see my mouth moving, damn it. Outfit isn't vacuum sealed, it looks better. Yeah, you can see in the E2, it definitely looks nicer when it's not vacuum sealed. I'll drag that tab to check out later. Yeah, that's the anime. Yeah, absolutely. Now rate the apple. This is a good apple. This is killing my headache pretty quick. Still lingering a bit, but I woke up basically just in time to prep for this stream. I slept in because I woke up at 3 AM and it took me a few hours to get to sleep. But yeah, like Pinecone, definitely solid fit. I think she's the jacket is nice length around her waist. The garter belt style with the stockings works really, really nicely. Shoes a bit weird, but that's Arknights standard weird. Her left wrist is functional S tier. That's a low bar to clear. I'm not a big fan of this strap around her chin. Not chin. The dress is a little bulky, like the buttons are nice, but it's sitting weirdly. It makes it look like she has a massive stomach for an anime character, not for IRL. It's mainly how it's sitting around her stomach that makes it look weird. Outside of that, it'd be really, really nice. The sweater underneath is really nice, but I'm not a big fan of this side part and the ribbon here in terms of color balancing. In terms of a highlight, it's great, but again, it's going for a weird combo of turquoise, dark blue, and reddish orange. Jacket sitting fine. Not a big fan of this backpack, though. This is really, really bulky and it looks strange, but I will ignore that. The core outfit, I think you might have a point. For Snipers, I think this might be S tier. For anyone else, this would be A tier, though, for other classes. But Snipers are consistently weaker. I can at least see this is either high A or low S. Let's take a look at the rest of her outfits first, to be sure. E2 fixes the weirdness of her skirt. Her corset-style skirt looks much, much nicer here. Yep, no longer making her look like she's a massive stomach. This is really form-fitting. I love the flares at the back. Love the thigh straps. Love the garter belt style of the stocking. Yeah, this is... I can definitely see this outfit being S tier from this angle. She could be leaning forward. It looks like she's thrusting her waist forward. Yeah, that's what they're going for. Platinum and Fiametta. Yeah, Platinum... Fiametta's already been done. She was S borderline flooding. But Plat will also be up there. I go alphabetically, so Platinum is very, very soon, but we have already done Fiametta. Sorry about that. Very, very hungry. I really like the outfit better in this angle. My main problem is how it sits around her stomach. And this not only gets rid of this, it also shows that it is also really highlighting her waist. And her ass, obviously. The straps across her chest look much nicer at this angle. They're much larger, and the color is much more consistent. Platinum will be here in 4 hours. No, she's like next. Also, hello again, Nucknut. You've been here a little bit, but just saw you rocked in. Good to see you. Yeah, I definitely think, probably low S tier, but this is a really fantastic outfit. Color balancing, the lighting makes it look much, much nicer. The sweater's sitting much nicer, and mainly it's the case of this dress part, the skirt part, sitting way, way better on her in her E2. Really, really fantastic. And does she have a skin? Yes, she does. Oh, this is a really nice idol skin. This is the same sort of vibes Arknights is going for. I think this is much, much nicer. I think the skirt has a few too many busy tassels, but that's relatively fine. The main core of the skirt is really nice and interesting. The asymmetrical, different colored thigh highs are nice. Really, really nice boots. Obviously, her hairstyle is amazing. I don't know if this outfit would be S tier, but it's definitely close enough that it wouldn't sway the ranking either way. Looks generic. Yeah, I think this outfit is more of an A tier, but it's still a very, very nice outfit, and it's good for a performance. This genuinely looks like AI art. I think you'll need to use AI art more. Or maybe it's just I have a good eye for it. AI art is so visibly easy to spot. This looks nothing like AI art to me. Might be one of the few who prefers her default. I definitely do prefer her default to her outfit. I definitely agree with you on that one. Her idol is less nice than her default. I don't think this is less nice enough to drag her default out of S tier, though, is more what I was trying to say. I did phrase it a bit poorly. Her idol outfit looks rad. Yeah, it's a bit basic, but it's a nice basic. I'd give this a sort of mid to high A, her idol outfit. But I don't think it's low enough on the A tier to drag her default outfit out of S tier. Aosta clears. Yeah, Aosta clears the bottom of the list. He's not robot tier, he's wearing clothing. That's the only compliment I can give his outfit. So yeah, I think I will pop Pinecone in an S. The color balancing is really nice. And outside, her E0 looks a bit scuffed on the skirt, but her E2 shows that it is a really nice skirt. It was just a strange angle, unfortunately. Now, moving on, like I told you, up next is Platinum. I told you we went ages off of Platinum. One sec, gonna have another quick apple bite. Pinecone does not thrust to assert dominance. But that is a very funny comment. Levels of flooding. Now. Zippers overload is a big problem in Arknights. That being said, Platinum, for the Zippers overload characters, pulls it off the best by far. She is the best character with lots of zippers, design-wise. You took a 4-hour break and now you're at Platinum. I mean, hey, we are more than halfway. That being said, I'm definitely going to have to speed up again, because this is going to take... I'm going to miss family dinner at this rate. Okay, sweet, so let's go. Starting us off, lovely monochrome. White, black, grey, great combinations. The zippers, she actually pulls off the zippers, which is really impressive, because usually it looks really, really bad. This layered aspect coming from her shoulder, it looks a bit strange, but she pulls it off. She's showing off a very nice midriff, but that being said, like, this shirt is not ideal. This is really sitting weirdly on her. It only looks nice because we can see her bare exposed skin. The outfit is detracting from that. rather than adding to it. Shorts hanging a little bit low. They ideally need to be slightly higher, and the design of the shorts is a bit strange, even though they look nice and they work on her. She thrusts... Not gonna read that one. Platinum, flat as justice. Her thigh highs look really great. Her shoes look really, really great. The jacket is a bit too bulky, bit too busy. This is again a case of Platinum looks really amazing because Platinum is cute. The outfit isn't majorly detracting though. This is definitely at least an A tier. Minimum A tier. Definitely no shot it's B tier. And there is argument for higher. I don't think her default outfit is flooding though. It has a few weird things about it. Like, this underlayer of shirt is detracting from her abs. Her very, very nice stomach. The collar's a bit weird. The jacket's a bit too bulky and has a few too many flowing sharp lines. To quote herself, I'm pretty hot. Yeah. Shirt is too small and slightly impractical. Yeah. You spelled that wrong, but that's fine, man. Don't worry. Yeah, it's the shorts are slightly too low. The shirt's a bit too small. Things like that. Second favorite sociopath. Casimirs are designed different. They all look great. I do agree with that. Like, bare minimum is A tier for this. Borderline S. So let's take a look at the rest of her outfits. Starting off with the E2. Her shirt looks a lot better in her E2 because we don't see the weirdness at the front and it sits better at the back. The shorts being that low, I will actually ignore that because it looks like it's for the tail. It looks better in the E2 and that's functionally the same outfit even though it's sitting differently. I still think the jacket is a bit too busy. And again, like, this looks fantastic because Platinum is really, really hot, not because her outfit is adding to it majorly. Her outfit's definitely adding to it. It's minimum A tier. I don't think this is quite strong enough to be S, though. There's too many zippers. The jacket's got too many sharp lines. It's too bulky. Like, this is a very heavy jacket. Her skin's where she gets hot. E2 characters have such great background art. Yeah, they add so many fantastic details to all the E2s. I love it. Her shorts should be lower, like knee height. Alrighty, so I think this is still an A borderline S. Let's move on to her first outfit, while I take another bite of apple. I once again think, like with her default outfit, as an art design, it's really, really amazing, but as an outfit, this is actually... It's not basic, it's still at least an A tier, but this is not as good as the design makes it out to be. Epic music while eating an apple, yes sir. Like, there are lots of flowing parts that'll get tangled, even more so than her hair. This is way too heavy to be hanging around her shoulders properly. It'll get caught on things, it'll get dirty. I will say it does make her look very nice. It's very risque. This is a case of adding more to make it look like she's more exposed, which is fair enough. She wants to show off her body. Her shoes, very, very nice. I love this thigh strap, the aesthetic of it, the little flower leaves. Likewise around her wrists. Likewise this part highlighting her crotch. Fair enough, you do you, girl. But I think this is, again, another A tier in terms of actual outfit. This would be cringe on most people. She does pull it off. But it's still a bit over-designed, and it would look nicer if she removed some of the parts. Like a few of the straps, maybe making this massive jacket coat thing a little bit lighter, a little bit less flowy. Smash. The head thing is distracting. Yeah, it is a bit distracting. It's another case of, like, sometimes a little bit less is a bit more. And she doesn't have another outfit, so I think she's just a very high A. Let me compare her to the rest of the snipers, actually. She might be S for snipers. Because it's snipers, she might be S. I think comparative to snipers, she's S tier, yeah. Definitely low S, but meaningfully nicer than all of the A tiers. S tier, and you're not saying this just because she's on your home screen for 4 years. You don't think Meteorite is dressed... Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think Meteorite or Jessica... Like, those were basically... Meteorite specifically was the one I was thinking about. Meteorite and Exia, I think she is nicer dressed than them because she pulls it off. But that being said, like, her outfit is kind of... Her outfits do have problems. If it was anyone else wearing these outfits, they would be cringe. That being said, she does pull them off. So that does make up for it. Alrighty, now moving on to Pozemka, while I take yet another bite of apple. My apologies. I'm actually almost done the apple. Now, Lewis, I absolutely agree with you. Pozemska's outfit is a lot. It does work, though. But it would work nicer if it was a little bit more simplistic. If she removed some of the flowing tassels from her arm and the back of her skirt, or just made them a bit shorter, and made it a bit more coherent, this would be nicer. That being said, it's still a really, really fantastic outfit, and the core design of it is really fantastic. Shoes are a bit weird, especially these weird straps she has around her shins and thighs. No idea why she apparently has knee protection. But the shoes are fine for Arknight standards. Nice thigh strap, even if a bit weird, bit too highlighted. Not sure what these thigh straps are about. It looks like she's wearing, like, a leotard underneath. Yeah, she is. Sweet. It's see-through. Of course it is, Puzzy. The red on black, really, really lovely. Works fantastically with the pink of her hair. Likewise, this little red ornament around her neck. I think this would be nicer if she removed some of it, made it a bit more simpler, though. A bit more simple. Peak Durin design. You can't design if she wants to be a fancy bikini or a dress. Yeah, it's definitely like a weird midway. The belts around her waist, bit too over-designed. Likewise, the way this skirt is sitting at her waist, it's got too many flowing parts. I do still think this is S tier. I just think this could be flooding if it was a bit more simplified, if that makes sense. Peak Russian depression, yeah. Clear plastic red dress. Yeah, it is weird that her dress is see-through. Let's see what it looks like in her E2. Okay, yeah, it's not see-through in her E2, and it looks much, much nicer. Looks like a different fabric. It's also sitting nicer on her. Less confusing parts, less dangly parts. Except for obviously around the back, which is still a major problem. But it's sort of hiding the weird dangles, and as a result, you see sort of the core of the outfit, and it's a very nice core. It is a beach dress, yeah. You need to be clear the plastic is transparent. Look at the bit over her leg. What, in the E2? I don't think it's transparent in the E2, but it definitely is in the E0, yeah. Yeah, it is in theory a beach dress. She's about to read the Holy Bibles. Arknights cannot stop. Yeah, they have a mandatory amount of see-through plastic they have to use. So I think her default, I think for snipers she's an S, mid S for snipers, but I think it would be low S, high A for others, because this outfit is really nice in core concept, but it'd be nicer if you removed parts. Way too many flowing lines, way too busy. Part of that's her hair as well. She has a very, very busy hairstyle, but then adding to that with lots of weird straps and belts and highlights, like, it just really emphasizes this is a busy look. It's not as much as Melanite, where it's absolutely overwhelming in your face, but it would be nicer if it was a little bit toned down. The red dress parts are her dress or ribbons. It looks like a dress. When did I turn into a VTuber? A few days ago. Hello, hello, sir. Welcome, welcome back. My VTuber name is South. I still go by Tarkus, or whatever you want to call me. Wink. I also have a Discord if anyone wants to join and get pinged when I am about to go live. It is pinned in the top of the chat and in the top of the description if you're on YouTube. Yeah, her dress only works with designs in this art, but it does work. I don't even think on Pozemka this would work outside of the art. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's going to get tangled, it's going to get dirty, she's going to trip on it. I think it's still an S tier by sniper standards, but I think it would be an A tier for others. Because again, like, she looks gorgeous, her hair is gorgeous. The busyness of the dress, it's a really nice core dress, but it's just way too busy. Let's see what she looks like in her skin. Her skin's really, really nice, though. Once again, it's... I think this is a bit too busy, and that's why a lot of fan artists draw it, like, a little bit understated. Obviously, the dress is hugging her hips and breasts really, really well. The necktie going straight into her cleavage is funny. I actually really like the jacket. The jacket is really, really fantastic, even if it's way too long and hangs too long. Thigh highs, stockings rather, really nice. Nice shoes, even though they need to be tighter. It's hard to see around her waist. This looks more like a proportion issue than anything. It's sitting very strangely around her stomach, the dress. But obviously, plain black and white color scheme, really fantastic. Draws attention to her pink. Very, very nice. She has a Type Rider crossbow. Sick skin. Pozyomka. Yeah, right. I just read it Pozemka whenever I see it written. I'm bad at pronouncing Russian. Reminiscent of Viviana's outfit. Yeah. I actually think this is basically an improved version of Viviana's outfit because it's less busy, though parts of Viviana's are definitely much, much nicer. I think this would be an S even for non-snipers. So yeah, I think overall Posy is definitely an S. The main issue with this is how it sits around her stomach, but that looks like a proportion issue because it looks like her stomach is way too long. Her other thigh should, like... Yeah, her stomach is just too long. She has an extended torso, same as Lukluma's summer skin. So sorry, you'll probably never unsee that if you can see it now. But as it stands, like, way too long of a stomach. So I'll ignore that bit of weirdness there, because the core of the outfit's main problems are the belts. Like, it's got way too many hanging belts. So definitely not flooding. Because again, the highlight is just, hey, look at how cute her face is, look at how cute her hair is. But that being said, it's a lot less busy than her default outfit, which means the outfit looks a lot better. But that being said, like, she looks fantastic. Part of that's definitely the art, though. The clothing is complementing it, but it's not like a standout. It's definitely just going, hey, I'm really hot and pretty. So I'm wearing clothing good enough to highlight that. Which, hey, it works. She is very hot and she is very pretty. Isn't she one of the tallest females in the game? Yes, sir, she is. So yeah, I think Pozyomka is... Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Still took me for a second. Is she flooding? No, I think design-wise she's very, very pretty. I don't think her actual clothing is nice enough to be flooding. Snipers have surprisingly few floods so far. S, yeah. Definitely a strong S, though. Like, it's just there are problems with her outfit. Like, there's so much busyness, so many flowing parts that it does just detract from the outfit. And it's mainly just carried by her being really, really pretty. But I can't give her too many props to that. Now that Posy's done, you're gonna sleep? Have fun, Will. Thanks for stopping by. Platinum and S, let's go, yeah. Fiammetta should be flooding. I might revisit Fiammetta later. Comparative to the other snipers, she might be flooding. You are right on that. But either way, it's borderline because there are a few problems with her E0, E2. Her skin is definitely flooding, though. Alrighty, now... Another quick bite of apple, and let's move on to Pruvence. Dies in Russian and in French. Do the puppy shoulders work? Okay, so... Posy is the 4th tallest female. A. Now, Pruvence. I actually do like Pruvence's design. To start with, dark purples work fantastically with her hair color. So she's clearly styled at least the colors around what she looks like. There are some problems with her outfit, but I think this is actually really, really nice. It wouldn't work on many people, but she pulls it off specifically. The large collar, it still looks a bit weird, but it looks less weird than it usually does. She's definitely pulling it off to a degree. I'm not a big fan of this flap here. I think this is... If this was a bit tighter, it'd look a lot nicer. But she does look pretty nice. The puffy shoulders I'm not too much of a fan of, but it does complement the rest of her outfit, even if I think it would look nicer without puffy shoulders. The jacket is a very strange design. I don't like the zipper. I don't like how much this belt is hanging. The rest of the belt is lovely, I just think the extra is hanging really weirdly. I like how tight it is. I think it would be nicer if her stomach... No, actually, not her stomach being exposed. I think it'd be nicer if the undershirt was tighter. The undershirt definitely needs to be tighter, but the jacket itself is very, very nice, even if the collar should be a little bit shorter. Her fit almost works. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. She's really, really close to getting it right. She just got it slightly wrong. Not a big fan of the jacket having a massive zipper, but that's fine. The undershirt is kind of where it starts falling apart. It's a bit too puffy around her stomach again. The shorts, you can't even really tell she's wearing shorts because of how much skin is exposed and how many belts there are. Definitely a bit of belt overload, which is classic for Arknights, and she's pulling off the Skadi. That being said, I actually think she pulls it off better than Skadi. She is showing off more thigh and looks nicer because of it. Her pants, though, are really weird. Especially, like, oh no, actually, no, sorry. Her shoes are really weird, the way they flare. The pants, she actually pulls them off, which is a surprise. Her shoes have spiked toes, and then a giant collar. That being said, like, the way the pants fit into the shoes is nice, the knee guards are nice. I think, for snipers, this is looking like another S tier. Definitely not flooding. Yeah, they have claws. They have toe claws. But I think, like, this is meaningfully nice enough. Specifically on her. On anyone else, this doesn't work. Only Pruvence can pull this off, but that's kind of bonus points in a way. Let's see what she looks like in her other outfits, though. The bottom of her outfit, it is a bit of a hot mess. That being said, like, the biggest problem with her outfit, in my opinion, is the puffy shoulders, the slightly too large collar, and the puffy undershirt. And I think it would look a lot nicer if she fixed that. Or, like, slightly change that. And then, obviously, the belt overload, but that's standard. Patented grate your thigh shorts, yeah. Look, it wouldn't work if she didn't have nice thighs, but because she does, she can kind of get away with it. Let's take a look at her E2. Definitely looks much, much worse than her E2. Significantly. She has cut away a giant slab of what made the jacket cool and is now exposing massive amounts of stomach. At least she's... yeah, it looks like she took off the undershirt entirely, actually. And is wearing a slightly different shade overshirt. Yeah, no more shirt. Oh, you can see how weird the pants are. Oh, man. These pants are borderline don't leave the house. They somehow look more naked than panties. Right, the dog kind of cool. Dog knows where it's at. He's wearing sunglasses that aren't see-through. The legs look fine. Leggings look fine. Knee protection looks fine. Thigh strap's a little bit strange, but still looks fine. Shoes, massive entry point, and still the weird claws. Satchel, that needs to be tighter. That needs to be closer to her body. That's gonna, like, hit her fucking shins. In the art book, you can tell those aren't pants, those are panties. Yeah, they look like it. Oh, her E2 might be a D tier. It might drag her down. You're making everyone uncomfortable if you leave the house like this. Yeah, the Metal Gear Revengeance dog outdrips her. You're absolutely right. To be fair, let's make sure... I will take into account her outfits before making that final judgment. Even her face looks weird in the E2. Yeah, that's launch operator syndrome. What if we took stereotypical anime art job and made it plastic? Oh, once again. Unlike in her E0, this level of thigh exposure, it looks really uncomfortable and would make other people uncomfortable. Likewise, her bikini bottom is sitting way too low. It should be sitting higher. Her bikini bottoms would fall off if she took off the shorts. These shorts, these look like handles. This is just too suggestive to wear in public. This is way too long on her thigh. It's for her arrows of some kind. Still, it's really weird to see a quiver on your thigh. Not in a beach, it wouldn't. Does anyone have memories of hitting your ankle on the corner of the bed frame? Yes, sir. She can't due to her tail. Yeah, I can see that. But, like, the shorts, at least, are going higher. So, actually, she could. She could have them sitting the same spot as her shorts. The jacket is really weird. I hate this jacket. The collar is, like, Seto Kaiba style collar. It's semi-translucent plastic that, like, not properly see-through. It's sitting really weird around her breasts. It's got a zipper. The sleeves are oversized. It's got a second zipper here. Wearing hot pants to No Land Man, but it's actually just thick lingerie. Yeah. Credit where it's due, the bikini part of this is very, very nice. The shorts are also very, very nice, even if the bikini bottoms aren't. The sandals are fine. And then her other skin. She started off really strong in her E0. While she still looks really good, this outfit is not very good. Wearing super bulky, super heavy from mid-chest up, and then just knee guards and short shorts, looks strange. Yeah, it's nice to have skin shown off, but this looks really, really strange. Those don't look like sunglasses. They don't look see-through, but I'm going to assume there's sunglasses. Yeah, this is the case of someone needs to buy her some clothes. I do like the giant wolf ear parts of her hood. Why are her shorts open? These are shorts, not panties, to be fair. But, like, I don't think... I think everything outside of her E0 is borderline don't leave the house tier. No, her swimsuit is also nice, even if this does make me a bit uncomfortable. But this skin is also kind of, like, looks like she managed to snatch someone's jacket, and that's it. She doesn't have any other clothing. But this, like, she's just wearing really short panties. This is really uncomfortable. So I think as much as I really love Pruvence, she might have to go into the D tier. She should not be leaving the house dressed like that. Even though she's in the, like, she looks like a hobo. She had to leave the house in 5 seconds. Yeah, exactly. She grabbed a pair of panties and a jacket. That's it. Alright, now moving on, we have your boy Rangers. Now, this is the other end of the spectrum from Pruvence, as much as I do like Pruvence. This is probably the highest he'll ever be on a tier list, because not gonna lie, damn, he wears this really, really well. Despite being a scaly, the necklace is a great highlight color. I'm not as big of a fan of the sub blue on the jacket, but he also wears the shirt really, really well. Like, this is really well fitted to him. And it also flares out into a semi-skirt. Looks really fantastic, almost a monk aesthetic. The undershirt's really, really tight. Yeah, no, this is a full-on skirt. The shoes are weird, but I'm going to ignore those completely. That is... You can't wear normal shoes with those feet. I'm not going to judge. Is this dude supposed to be OP in lore? Yeah, he was, and then he's, like, really old now. Grandpa Rangers. I think he might be A tier, or borderline S. I think for snipers he's an S tier, for everywhere else he's an A. This is a weird strap, not for his quiver, but probably for his bow. Belt, absolutely fine. Let's take a look to compare everyone, because he doesn't have a skin. I think he's more an A tier. Yeah, he matches more in with the A. But still, like, he wears the default really, really well. Like, credit where it's due. Fair enough, simplicity works. Yeah, this is a really good example of simplicity. He's taken literally the default uniform and he looks really good in it. Despite me not liking scalies, despite his weird-ass feet, like, he actually pulls this off, you know? Then we have yet another... Honestly, damn, basic Rhodes Island fit not missing. Reserve Operator Sniper also pulls it off. Like, this is actually really nice streetwear. The belt on the jacket is a little bit strange. Not a big fan of that. But outside of that, like, this is really nice. Yeah, it's relatively simple, but, like, you could see people wearing this IRL and you think, yeah, they look really, really good. Nice shoes, solid trousers, fantastic jacket. Again, wearing the Rhodes Island jacket really well. Great undershirt. When the basic characters are better tripped than Aosta. Aosta fans weeping, but they also can't argue it. The gas mask, fantastic. The scarf, fantastic. Not a big fan of the cap, though. The turquoise does kind of work, though, even though I'm still not a big fan of this shade of turquoise for relatively dark designs. But, like, honestly, I think he's another A tier. My boy Reserve Up. Cracking it out. Looks fantastic. And obviously does not have a skin. Now, moving on to Poker. We are at the 4.5 hour mark, so I will try to speed up, because I probably have a soft limit of about 6 hours. So yeah, I'm going to start going a bit quicker again. Now, Poker in her default is once again like the rest of the Ursus gang, limited to the fact that she's wearing a school uniform, to a degree. That being said, she is wearing this really, really excellently. She has modified it. She is flooding like crazy. Ah yes, rock. I don't speak Russian. But yes, Poker, also known as Rosa. Like, this dress looks fantastic on her. I'm not a big fan of it actually exposing parts of her chest here. I think it'd be nicer with an undershirt rather than her skin. The tie looks amazing though. It's sitting great on her chest. The button's fantastic. This is a really great combo of a duller blue with a royal red. This is red and blue done right. Former noble for you? Yeah, absolutely. One of the best fits in the game. Unironically, like, this is really nice. Yeah, there are some weird straps and zippers on the jacket, but outside of that, like, the core of the outfit, the core dress is phenomenal. The shoes are great. Amazing stockings. Really, really great. The jacket does actually decrease a few points, but not enough to be out of flooding. Like, the jacket still looks good, even though it's belt overload. Like, I don't like that the ribbon also looks like belts. Poker is goodbye, by the way. Oh, are you leaving because of poker? Fair enough. She's got a harpoon launcher. Her outfit is definitely not styled around this, though I do like that she's using a ribbon, a red ribbon, tie to hold up her handle. The whole design just works. Yeah, like, this is a really great design. Her hat doesn't quite fit in with the rest of it, but it's by no means bad. You get to her E2, hat's falling off. Okay, yeah, this is another case of validating me. When her jacket is falling off and her hat is falling off, she looks nicer. So she would definitely look like they add something, but just the style also detracts from it. So here you still get the bonus of the color balancing with it, but you get the core of the outfit, which is the skirt is actually just really, really nice. To quote Rhodes personnel, the biggest student in Rhodes. God tier, her hair's about to get pinched by literally everything. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of her haircut. I do agree with you on that. It is going to get in the way. Especially when you're using giant wearing mechanical parts like a portable siege weapon. That being said, her actual outfit, like, especially given the context of this is a modified school uniform, man, it is modified really well. I like her with less clothing. That's a mistranslation. She's a university student. She is of age. Instant scalp, yeah, unfortunately so if there's any moving parts. But I don't count that too much against them. And then obviously, she has a skin, which is phenomenal. There are a few weird bits about this outfit, like some of the patterning down the middle here looks weird, but this is still another flooding outfit. Like, the color balance is excellent. Once again, lovely shade of blue with the royal red, sitting excellently on her. Lovely highlights, lovely neck piece. You can tell she's really well dressed. She fits the aesthetic of a former nodal. Hot wet. The art makes it look way better than it is. I do agree, definitely. The art is a major contributor of the color balancing in the art, and the lighting is fantastic. The skin, yeah, absolutely. The skin is straight up called a masterpiece. I do actually agree with you. I think her skin is not quite as nice as her default. The best thing about her skin is the little, bears that reload her weapon. Yeah. It's very, very cute. She's got all of these bears. But, like, that being said, like, her skin is still, at worst, an S tier. You know what I mean? It's still a really nice skin. Still really, really lovely dress. Very impractical, but it's clearly for a photo shoot of some kind. The hat, I do prefer this hat to a previous one, and I love the ornaments around her ears. But I don't think this is, even if this was just an S tier, I don't think it'd be enough to drag down her default. 10 out of 10 would read the event again. Ah yes, depression, the event. Like, compared to the rest of S tier, I think she definitely does match more with Cruz. I definitely do think I'll potentially reevaluate Fear Meta later on. Because Fear Meta, definitely, I think she might be more flooding for snipers. Rosa is probably low on the flooding, but definitely still flooding. Meaningfully nicer than any of the S tiers. Except maybe Fear Meta, who I will need to reevaluate after this. Now, coming up, we have Rosmontas, everyone's favorite in-game daughter. Her gift to the dock is one of the most daring. Yes, sir, it is. Now, once again, Rhodes Island Basic coming in clutch. Darkest, yeah. Aside from, of course, the see-through plastic. So, I really love the way Rosmontas' jacket fits on her. But having a very underage girl wearing see-through plastic over her thighs is a little weird. Hell yeah, more see-through plastic. Yeah, let's go, boys. More see-through plastic. The jacket is really, really fantastic. The shoes are a bit weird. But it's just like, this is so see-through over her crotch. It makes her look naked. Let's check the E2 to be sure. Oh, yeah. As much as I hate to do it to her, yeah, this is the kind of thing where you wear this, someone's meeting the FBI. So I will also take a look at her skin. Her skin's definitely not D tier. Definitely not don't leave the house inappropriate. It's the apocalypse, they need to recycle plastic. I do like her skin, but again, it's mostly design. Outfit-wise, this is a relatively simple dress. Not even wearing shoes. Just a relatively simple dress. What's worse, underage girls in see-through plastic or mass casualty specialized soldiers. Rhodes Island does both. But yeah, I think this is going to be another case of do not leave the house, because I don't think a 12-year-old looking girl with see-through plastic over her crotch and thighs and nothing else is a very It definitely makes people uncomfortable, and you wouldn't want them to leave the house dressed like that. So that is the point of the tier. It's not that it looks super bad or anything, it's just, please get dressed before leaving the house, you know what I mean? Blaze, why did you put the dearly adopted daughter in a see-through raincoat without anything underneath? Fist of the North recycle. Alrighty, so moving on from Rosmontis, we have Schwartz. Now, starting off, getting it out of the way. Schwartz is hot. We can all agree there, Schwartz is hot. That being said, this isn't about how hot she is, this is about her outfit. And her E0, it's definitely at least an A, but I don't think it's much higher than that. It's a choice, yeah. Her jacket is really see-through and it looks really strange. I'm not a big fan of these crossbody belts that look like they go direct to her crotch. They do, like, it's important to add color balancing there, I get it. But, like, the short... It's just a weird contrast where the heavy scarf, slightly exposed cleavage, obviously, because see-through plastic, but in a good way here. Like, the bra part I really, really like. I'm not a big fan of these crossbody straps, and I don't like how much of her skin is exposed comparative to her scarf. The scarf looks really, really nice, but if you saw her from just above the shoulders, you would not expect her to be basically naked, is sort of what I'm getting at. You like her jacket? I can see that. I just think it would be nicer if it wasn't see-through. It's all contrast for her stomach. Yeah, she's in siesta. Yeah, I know. The shorts, very, very tight, like uncomfortably so. Especially since they're then held up by straps. Her shorts need to be just a little bit looser and hanging a little bit lower. The shoot's absolutely fine. Shoes, rather. And obviously she's not wearing much clothing, so there's not much else to talk about. Can you say your point again? I got distracted. Yeah, that kind of is the point. So I think while she's incredibly hot, as an outfit, this is like at best an A tier. Because yeah, it looks nice, but at the end of the day, the outfit is just showing off how hot she is. The outfit isn't really adding to it. Though I will say, like, the chest and the scarf, really, really fantastic. It's the rest of it is just kind of cringe. But like, overall, I reckon it's still an A tier. The jacket is 10. If the jacket wasn't see-through, I'd agree with you. Fit-wise, it's a really fantastic jacket. It just looks really strange having it be so see-through. The X thing is supposed to help her with climbing. Yeah, fair enough. If they're functional, they don't look nice though. Her S2 exact same outfit. No major difference, except different pose, and it looks like she's wearing fishnet panties underneath her shorts. That's good to know. Oh, and the see-through jacket has a zipper. How did I miss that? When you get to her skins, though, it definitely starts ramping up. But once again, like, even with her first skin, as art, this looks really amazing. As a design, this looks really, really amazing. Oh, her E2 face is menacing? Yeah, it is. She's very scary. But then you look down and you're distracted by the stomach. Schwartz is 10 out of 10. I do agree with you. I'm only talking about her fashion sense. She looks really hot, but that's because she's really hot, not because of her outfits. Now, that being said, her first skin, she definitely pulls it off, but as an outfit, this is probably only an S. The pink of the jacket is a bit weird, the double layer zipper is a bit weird. This vest, this red vest, like, the fit of it is strange, her bra is really strange, her boobs look way smaller in this one. E1 better than E2? Yeah, I do much. My favorite is her E0. I also use this skin a lot. The thigh highs are excellent. The thighs are excellent. The shorts, though, same shorts as her E0, E2. It's just a case of, like, similar to Skadi, Schwartz looks really amazing because Schwartz is hot, not because it's a nice outfit. Her skins were chosen by Ceylon, yeah. I do love the bell. I'm not a big fan of this really heavy scarf around her neck, though. Much too large of a turtleneck style. I love the dolls as well. The fact that she is a little Schwartz and Ceylon doll, very cute. Ceylon is bad too. Be scary for your enemies, hot to your girlfriend. Then you get... I think her nicest outfit is her second skin, as an actual outfit. This is a pretty functional outfit. Yeah, she's got the horse girl pants on, very, very tight leggings. But end of the day, they do look really nice, and they do have a lot of good highlights, like this little slit of black here, very, very nice. Shoes, perfectly functional. Thigh strap, a little bit weird. Other thigh strap with a pouch, a little bit weird. The way it goes there, also a little bit weird. You can even see in this art that these pouches are impractical and should be lower, because her arm is already hitting them. You use this? Yeah, I don't blame you. That being said, like, the shirt is really fantastic, shows off her body very, very nicely. Sleeves are really good. I do like the addition of little bits of armor around the shoulders. Hat is very nice. Could be better, but still very, very nice. So I think this outfit might be S tier, but the other two are A. This is definitely, like, her outfits don't detract from her attractiveness like Skadi, so it is worth noticing. She's mainly dressing to make people know she's attractive. But at the end of the day, that still means the outfit isn't the best. Trespassing for the pick, yes. So I think this outfit would be S, but I think overall I've got to give Shorts an A. Let me compare to the rest of the A tiers first. Never mind, right, this is Snipers. Definitely an S by Sniper standards. Ceylon would have wanted the birthday suit for her girlfriend. Not out in public. Yeah, I think for any other class, she would definitely average down to A, but I think she's high enough A that by Sniper standards, she's instead a low S. Just because, Snipers overall, not gonna lie, their drip comparative to the other classes, much worse. But still, like, pretty impressive drip. The horse girl pants are thin enough they show her navel. Yes, they do. Best cringe boy incoming. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Next on up, we have Caesar. A character a lot of people forgot about, also known as Flamebringer. Wait, this isn't Flamebringer? Sniper drip is that bad? Only comparative to other Arknights designs. By IRL standards, pretty much all of them are still clearing. All of them are still incredibly fashionable. But it's just a case of, like, Snipers are noticeably overall averaging lower than the rest of the tiers. The rest of the... What's the word? Classes. There we go. Death Destroyer of words. Who knows what Ceylon could be into? Almost at 5 hours, yeah. I'm aiming for sub 6. I'm aiming for sub 6. Oh god, his skill. Yep. So, now, putting aside his in-game use, where his talent is the most useful part. This jacket is in theory nice, but the collar lets it down. Outside of the collar, it's sitting on him really, really nicely. But again, the sleeves are also really damaged. It doesn't look nice. This looks like he had a nice jacket at one point and it's been damaged, rather than tactical damage to make it look nicer. Tinfoil hat, the aliens are going to get you. The belts do look nice. The shirt is a train wreck. This shirt is way too damaged. This is scrap. This is cloth. Use this to, like, fucking clean something. Don't wear this. The undershirt is alright because it's still intact, but I do prefer the color scheme of the overshirt. Necklace, really, really lovely. The sleeves are really bad. He needs to get a better version of this jacket that isn't damaged. Armband, fine. Gloves, fine, if a bit weirdly taloned. The headpiece is so strange. So strange. It makes his silhouette look so weird. The color balance isn't very good. I thought I wasn't rating NPC. He's not an NPC. He just played Bloodborne, yeah. So he ripped himself. Please be nice, Tuny. Yeah, absolutely. The knee pads are fine, if a little bit strange. Boots are fine. For Arknights, pretty good. Pants are fine. Like, again, this was at one stage an S tier or even flooding outfit, aside from the hat. But it is now damaged to the point where it's like an A tier at best. This guy is supposed to be the Oppenheimer of terror. Hate the eggshell hat. Yeah, without the hat, I think I could still give this an S tier. But, like, the hat is such... The hat is so cringe. Is he nicer than E2? Yeah, like, look at this. Look at how much nicer he looks without the dumb hat. Also, his shirt is intact here. He took my advice. His jacket, the ripped sleeves look slightly less bad because the angle shows off the pants nicer. Like, I think this would be S. I think his E2 is S. Because literally just removing the hat is enough to still make it S tier. Flooding from the waist down, yeah. Flooding like crazy from the waist down. I do hard agree on that. Skyfire is your Oppenheimer, but instead of terror, it's her clothing. Yes, sir, she does canonically burn off her own clothing. You actually kind of like it. I can get why you like it, just like... In terms of actual outfit, it doesn't color match, and it makes his silhouette worse, if that makes sense. Like, this isn't... You can definitely like it. I do understand how you can like it. Just like, it's definitely drawing away from the outfit and his own attractiveness, if that makes sense. It looks better in the E2. Even if I'm not a big fan of his hairstyle. But not right. Just ranking him, the outfit as a whole looks better when you remove the hat. And when the shirt is intact. and he doesn't have a skin, I think with his E2 in mind, I can justify an S tier for him. He looks pretty nice. It's just a case of like the damage was too much in the E0, but he seems to have fixed that. So he's either repaired the shirt or he's gotten another identical shirt. So he clearly has fashion sense. He just managed to like break his clothing mid-mission. He's trying to be Luke from Tales, yes sir. So yeah, I'm going to chuck your boy Seiza. S tier for Seiza, highest he has been or ever will be on a tier list. He was bad before W was even added. W. Why did I pronounce that so weirdly? Oh, it is what it is. Now, moving on to Shirayuki, the definitely a ninja. Now, I'll start off from the bottom. Shoes, weird, but relatively fine by Arknight standards. Socks, a little bit weird to have them asymmetrical. The pants are fine. But Shirayuki's just kind of like a solid basic. I do like the fishnet around her shoulder. I will say I like that. But the hood is a little bit too bulky. It's once again a case of the silhouette from the shoulders up gives you a different vibe as the rest of the outfit. If there was a jacket or a slightly larger or baggier shirt, I think the hood would work really well. But part of that's definitely its angle. You can't ignore the headpiece just to bring the average up for style. He would... Look... His outfit is still really, really good, it just got damaged. It was mainly about his shirt being repaired. I think, actually, Shirayuki might be an A. This is a really, really nice basic. Let's take a look at her from... Yeah. Maybe not, actually. The pants look weird from the front. Imagine they gave her a cyberpunk outfit. Okay, yeah, like, this is a very, very basic... It's basically one singular color. It's basically just pure black. The... part around her wrist, really strange. Forearm and wrist, that's not good. It is only on one hand, but it's still kind of cringe. The rest of the outfit, relatively plain, well-fitted top. Fishnet shoulders, really interesting. The hood, I'm not a big fan of comparative to the top. I think it makes the silhouette too top-heavy, but the pants are fine. Toeless socks. Yeah. More like toeless shoes. I don't think she's wearing socks. Then her skin. Her skin is definitely an improvement. As an outfit, this is much more coherent, much nicer. The shoes still massively big around the ankles. Let's look past that. Once again, monochrome, single color, but going for white this time. Looks much better on the legs, very, very tight. A few weird details, but it does work well because it's a single color. The skirt, if it wasn't for the zipper, I'd say this is a very good skirt. That and, of course, the do-up belt. I do like that she's got a cat mask, though, and a gas mask. I think this might be enough to take her up to an A, because she is already a very, very nice default. But again, this is a relatively default. There's no real color balancing here. It's just different shades of whitish gray. And it is unfortunate that because of the pose, we can't really see what's going on with the shirt. It is hugging her form nicely, though. But again, like, she's attractive enough and fit enough to pull it off. And the fur around her shoulders is nice, even though I'm not a big fan of the fur. Likewise, the little parts around her shoulders here, very, very nice. Really weird hands. Yeah, the gloves are strange. But I don't think they're... I don't think comparative to the rest of snipers, they're enough to drag her down to B tier. I think she's just a solid A. And I think she'd be an A for even non-snipers. But it is worth noting that, like, she's probably a high A comparative to snipers. From Shirayuki, we then have Storm Eye. The only IS exclusive unit who is bad, unfortunately. And likewise, like, not gonna lie, he doesn't really pull off the fit as well as some of the others. He's by no means bad, but I unironically think the reserve op sniper pulls it off better than him. The front is too bulky. Like, it's giving him an absolute square proportion. Damn, you remembered? Yeah, of course I remembered his name. All of the characters who are released, I know their names. There he is, Black Ops, Rhodes, Hawkeye, yeah. I love the mask, I really, really do. That's a really cool design feature. It doesn't quite work with his hairstyle and the two little horns, but it's really nice. The collar looks really fantastic. From the shoulders up, he looks amazing. The problem is his silhouette is so heavy because of this massive armored piece. Like, the jacket is on really tightly. I love that he's showing us his forearms. He would look so much nicer without this armor. Like, it is meaningfully decreasing the quality of the outfit. But that being said, it is there for practical reasons. The trousers, fine, even though I'm not a big fan of these weird straps, but they're also relatively low detail, so not too much to say about the trousers. Yeah, I think he still might be A tier. He's definitely... There's no problems at all with his outfit, and it still looks really nice on him outside of the armor, which I'm not going to rank too harshly, because again, it is for practicality purposes. Having armor is better than not having armor. The turquoise, again, not a big fan of, but that's just the standard for Rhodes Island. Yeah, I think he's still an A tier, but he is noticeably worse than Reserve Op Sniper. The man is ready to play paintball. Yeah. Least armored paintball enjoyer. That's a good way of summing him up. So, yeah, coming up, Stormeye. Yeah, definitely, I think he's still an A tier. Just like, he is noticeably worse than Reserve Op Sniper. And even Rangers. Just because he has, yeah, the art makes him look really hot. And I love the full face mask, but the rest of his outfit is just... It's a slightly worse iteration of the standard, if that makes sense. He look good without armor. Yep, definitely not without clothes. Now, from there... Terror Research Commission. Reactive armor on his waist. Yeah, it looks like, ablative armor you'd get on tanks. Now, unfortunately, I can't put this straight in the Therm X tier because they are, in fact, wearing clothing. Cats, woo, yeah, woo. Terror Search is the objective best in the game. Flooding, better or worse without... I think Stormeye would be better with a Minecraft t-shirt, not gonna lie, because if you can see it, there's no armor. 3 cats in a trench coat without the trench coat. Now, they have very basic outfits on. That being said, I'll cut them some slack. They are literally cats. And the outfits look nice on them. I unironically think Terror Research Commission is an S tier. I don't think it's enough to be in flooding. I'll have to see their skin, because they do actually have a skin, by the way, if you weren't aware. The bottom one, I think, could be flooding. That's a really, really simplistic but nice outfit. The dark olive, the monocle, really, really classy. Plays off the shirt, plays off the coloring of the fur. This one has a bit more basic of a design, leaning more towards the A tier side of things, but still in the S tier. Not too fond of the collar or the overalls, but the red, like, color balance-wise, it matches really, really well. They all have really good color balancing. And then there's Goofy Goober here. Looks very silly, but very, very cute. Jessica is also literally a cat. Be it most of you. I do get that. They're very basic. I think for any other tier, they'd probably still hit B tier. They might still hit B tier. It's weird. They're either B, A, or S. Wiggler Palico is flooding in default and skin. I assume that's the bottom one. I've never played Monster Hunter. I'm going to assume you mean the bottom one. Rank them all at once or separately? All at once. Aggregate of the 3. In their skin... Oh... I hate the fact that they actually kind of go hard. Masked one, of course. Oh, yeah, gotcha. The top one. Look. It feels really silly to say, but these are some really well-dressed cats. Like, I'm not as big of a fan of this one here in either of them. I think he's bringing down the team, but I think the other two are unironically, like, borderline flooding. The skin is giving you Among Us drip. POV cats dressed better than humans, unironically. Like, the clothing color balance is really nice. It's simplistic, but in a good way. Like, this is streetwear where if adapted for you, or a real person and you saw him wearing it, you'd think they were fly as hell. You'd think they were crazy stylish. This guy kind of letting down the team. I think this guy is only an S tier, but I do think the others might be flooding. Who would win, Aosta or 3 cats? Each of these cats individually is outdripping Aosta like no one's business. Snoop Dogg, yep. Yeah, like, it feels so silly to say, but like, it's really simplistic design, but really nice simplistic. The color balancing is on point. They have perfect levels of highlights, and it's really playing into what they can do with the fur. The goggles and sunglasses and ornaments match their sizing. All of the clothing is visibly tailored for them specifically. He's the smart one. Giga Chad BGM. If I had it open, I would put that on, yes. Unironically, I think they might be flooding. Wait, let me take a look at their default again. If it was just this, they would be flooding. I think this drags him down to just S tier. This guy's still flooding, bottom one's still flooding, but the others are a little bit worse. Which one of those looks like a wiggler to you, and how is it not the one with a huge floppy head? I don't know, man. I don't know anything about Monstana. Literally nothing. Terra Drip Commission yet. It feels so silly to say, but they are going to get a strong S tier, borderline flooding. I just don't think in good conscience I can put them in flooding. In any other class, they would definitely just be S tier, so I'm going to pop in an S tier. Capcom sweep. No, I love the pot drip, just like, not as stylish. It works for him, but not for anyone else. I've seen people stuck in urns, they're not fashionable. Now moving on to Toddyfons. Toddyfons definitely has a subjective sexual outfit in a very, very strange way. It's not the outfit you'd expect of someone using a siege weapon, let me put it that way. The thigh-highs, incredibly detailed patterns, similar to Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses. Very nice thigh-highs, very nice shoes. The dress is incredibly tight. I do like the skirt as well, though. Like, this is a really nice asymmetric skirt. It doesn't really mesh with her weapon in terms of practicality, but in terms of clothing, it's pretty good. CEO of racism. Yes, sir, she does bonus damage to Sarkaz. You just noticed her arms. Her arms are a bit weird. That being said, this looks like it's a piece of clothing. This looks like it is a glove of some kind, rather than that, which is... She has the "I'm horny" question mark vibes, yeah. She punched someone to dress... Yeah. She's gonna punch me if she ever meets me IRL. Yeah, she did canonically assault someone for talking about her dress sense. I think this is mainly detracted from by the weird pouches and the, red bra. Red bra, definitely a strange choice for a white dress. That being said, this is easily at least an A tier, maybe an S. We'll get there, but probably leaning more towards A. It is relatively simple. There's not too many moving parts. Like, the belt is relatively nice. I'm not a big fan of the braid-style belt, but, like, color-wise, it's really, really nice. Even if it's sitting weird. I don't like this red frill here. This is sitting too high up. It should be a bit lower and more around one side, in my opinion. I like that her dress is somehow tight enough to show off her belly button. Looks weird, dress is weird, yeah. Half of a frilled skirt, what is she doing? Yeah. Is that a mouthguard? No, that's just a flap of her hair. Nihilista from Nike. I don't actually know any Nike characters. All I know about that game is that it really focuses on ass for some reason. Don't let them run free. I think I'm leaning more towards A with her default, because it is relatively simple, and there are a few downsides. Like, this half fur over one shoulder, a bit of a downside. These straps are really weird and really attention-drawing in a bad way. This should be cross-shoulder, but end of the day it works fine. I don't like this sleeve or this sleeve. Like, the sleeves are weird, but the core dress, the thigh-highs look really nice. Shoes look really nice. Let's check it out in the E2. The dress definitely looks more balanced here. It looks like it's less being pulled over one arm. So maybe she was just wearing it wrong, or maybe it slipped down or something. This is definitely still the same dress. The left side is cringed here. Yeah, it looks better in the E2, though. It is a bit cringe, though. You talked all that and still give her an A? She's definitely... Her outfit matters a bit less in this case, because she's definitely dressing in a suggestive way to show off how sexy she is. So, even though the outfit itself is a little bit iffy, the main point of the outfit seems to be to show off her body, which it's succeeding at, so... Look, man, we're in snipers, we need to curve the grades, and grade the curves, apparently. Look at her smiling at all the hate crimes she's committing. I'm definitely biased because she has really nice stockings. It's just a case of, like, when you compare her to all of the B tiers, she's definitely nicer than all of the B tiers, if that makes sense. Does she have a skin? Let's compare. No. So I think she's going to be low A. Definitely low A, but meaningfully, like, she matches more with characters like Meteorite and Eku and... Definitely low A. Definitely low A. There is definitely an argument for her to be B. But the B tiers all have something majorly wrong. She only has a few minor wrongs. I'd be a great math teacher. Nah, she's cringe. I can also see that. I definitely can. Like, this is a really weird aesthetic. But part of the reason I've got her in A is because she does kind of pull off the weird aesthetic. Anyone else would look ridiculous wearing this clothing. A warning shot shooting to a crowd will warn those sarcasm enough. Totter is her skin. No, Totter's not her skin, he's his own guy. Speaking of, let's move on to Totter. Now, not gonna lie, this guy kinda dressed crazy good. Starting us off, those are really strong pants. Not a big fan of this inside flap here. But the pants themselves are really, really great. Boots really great. The way his jacket turns into like a semi-skirt looks fantastic. Really good highlight there. Color balancing excellent. The deep black shirt combined with lighter pants, lighter jacket really draws attention to his chest. And let me tell you, he's got something to show off there. Likewise, I'm not a big fan of the knife part of the van braces, but other than that, the gloves look really, really cool and work really well with the van braces. His jacket being tucked into them looks fantastic. This weird tassel hanging off of his wrist will get in the way and will be an inconvenience, especially for an archer. That being said, like, by Arknights' weird tassel standards, this is, like, top tier. This is fine. He looks like a scientist. Yeah, he's got a lab coat kind of vibe. This weird tassel around his waist as well, a bit weird. Likewise, this belt, very strange. The top belt makes perfect sense, works fine. The secondary belt looks weird. And then he's got a third belt as well. Least belted Arknights individual. Undershirt, it's rare to see a dude pull off a v-neck, he pulls it off. Likewise, this overshirt is a bit strange. It wouldn't work on many people, but he pulls it off. Unironically, I think the worst part of this outfit is the weird feathers over the shoulder. Which, I completely get what they're going for. I think it would look nicer without it, or with it slightly changed. Like, it's mainly just the way it curves across his chest that looks weird. He's even pulling off the weird clip over his jacket, and I love that he's sleeveless on one and van-braced on the other. That being said, like, this guy definitely a strong S tier. It could be a bit nicer. It is, again, another case of mainly showing off he's really hot. But this is a really, really strong outfit. Sanest Arknights belt enjoy. Yeah. Fewest belts in the game. And then, of course, we have his E2. Now, the feathers in his E2 look nicer here. And he's lost his van brace and he's suffered some damage to his coat. But other than that, it is meaningfully the same outfit. And the pose shows off that, yes, this is a really handsome guy. This guy has massive, sexy lumberjack energy, if that makes sense. The only problems are a few straps and belts, but everyone in Arknights pretty much has that. He's definitely near flooding. For snipers, he might be flooding. You're absolutely right. Definitely considering. Sweet, no skin. Let's take a look at S tier. I think for non-snipers, he would be S tier, but for snipers, he's definitely flooding. He is by far the most fashionable male sniper. He looks really, really great. But I think he's relatively low flooding, if that makes sense. Like, there are a few things about his outfits that could pop a bit more, like slightly nicer color balancing, but he's really, really hot. He looks fantastic. He's not like Gnosis level flooding, is what I mean. Like, I definitely do see the argument for flooding either way. I'm sort of like a weird in-between of S and flooding. But like, when you compare it to Gnosis, he's definitely not clear-cut flooding in the same way Gnosis was. But he does look really, really hot. So, moving on. Oh yeah, classic, by the way. Male Knight's W. Male Knight's Enjoy is still eating good. He's the only male sniper that doesn't look like an NPC. Let's have a check. Yeah, Nachiel does give off kind of NPC vibes. Default. Yeah, actually, you might be right. Only male sniper who doesn't give off NPC vibes. Wait, where did I put Edelweiss, Fedora, Incel, and Flooding? Yes, because I'm ranking his outfits and not him as a person. His outfits are phenomenal. Executor in grey. Executor does look nice, but not as nice as his guard version. His guard version has more drip. He got better when he got promoted. Look, the Fedora does look bad on most people, but Gnosis did pull it off. I usually don't like the kind of outfit Gnosis goes for, but he pulls them off. He looks incredible. He's clearly very fashionable. You'd love to see a Vermeil skin. She's a fun character, unfortunately. Right, so yeah. For anyone who doesn't know a little bit of context about Vermeil. Vermeil was a launch character. They hired an artist to do her and her E2. And then after launch of Arknights, the Vermeil artist drew like 100 porn images of her in the official style, because they are the official artist. And weirdly enough, Arknights hasn't hired them back. You hate fedoras because of the people that wear them IRL. Yeah, exactly. It looks great on Gnosis, though. Lamau, what? Yeah, no, unironically, the Vermeil artist, like, right after Arknights launch, did a shit ton of Vermeil porn. And then dropped off the face of the earth. They were asked to stop in, like, strong quotation marks. Yes, they were. Giga Chad move. It's interesting, yeah. I think it would be a lot less weird if Vermeil didn't look underaged. Especially when they really emphasized it. First time tuning into a stream, oh, you joined at a fantastic moment. Yeah, the official artist for Vermeil. This character on the screen right now, who is a launch character. Right after Arknights launched, they dropped like 50 softcore to hardcore porn images of her, which make her look even younger than the official art. And the devs were not happy about that. So that's why this character doesn't have a skin and probably never will. Giga Chad BGM, they sent Executor after him. Good on AK. Yeah, unironically, good on AK for reacting the way they did, because AK is definitely going a relatively non-lewd anime route, so that did kind of harm their image. And I don't think they went too hard on the guy, but like it was definitely weird for the official artist of an underage character to draw porn, making them look even more underaged. They can still get another artist, they might in the future, it's just she's a 4-star. But yeah, maybe it'll happen in the future. Frederico's adoptive daughter. Now I will say, Vermeil's design is actually pretty solid. The shoes are whatever, that's expected of launch. I do not like the fact that these are non-symmetrical. Man, this is why there hasn't been Vermeil content. Yeah, unironically, the reason there has been no Vermeil content is because of all the porn the official artist drew. I know a lot of people who I've gotten into Arknights who really like Vermeil, and every time they've been like, oh, why is there no Vermeil skin? She seems pretty popular, and I have to be like, well... Luna Cub is like a replacement? Yeah, very similar vibes. Why draw not safe work of this character when Gladia exists? Wasn't expecting that lore. Yeah, I don't think the Arknights devs were expecting that lore either. You shouldn't have to specify, hey, on your official count, marked as the official artist for this underage character, please do not draw extensive amounts of porn of them, emphasizing how young they are. The woman was scantily clad. Yeah, no, like, it is very nice to have some anime games where they're still scantily clad, but for anime standards they're very conservative, which I massively appreciate. It's not like Azur Lane where like people might call the cops if they see you playing it in public with some of the skins. Now that being said, like Vermeil's outfit actually kind of goes hard. The shorts are a little bit basic. The shirt hangs off her really, really well. I don't like how the sleeves appear to be set up, the fact that it seems sort of sleeveless, but that's covered up pretty well by her jacket. I love the full proper armor on one arm. That is a really cool aesthetic. Best Fox Sniper? Yes, by default. She is indeed the only Fox Sniper. The hood looks a bit weird on her jacket, but other than that, it's really nice. I love the wolf with the glowing red eyes. I love the fang necklace. This is another example of basic done pretty well. The belt makes sense because it's how she's holding the quiver, though ideally you'd want that the other way. But makes sense because she's drawing with her right arm, she's holding with her left. It's a mechanical arm? Oh, is it? Huh. That's even cooler then. Not armor, it's an artificial limb. Then she chose a really cool artificial limb. If it was Seiza or Passenger who made that arm, probably Seiza. Passenger doesn't seem like the type. Plus, if it's well-known lore, it will have been Seiza, because Seiza's been in the game a while. The Eurypathy on her arms is a good touch, yeah. It's difficult to add a sleeve because it would cover them up. Yeah, like, sometimes they do expose parts just to show off the design better. Even if it looks weird. But I unironically think Vermeil might be an A. This is relatively basic, but it's really nice basic. The shoes are a bit weird. The socks would be better if they were both bandaged. The shorts, while basic, like, the color balancing is nice. It's a good shade of orange to highlight her hair. The shirt would be nicer if it had visible straps, but because it's mostly covered by the cloak, like, you can get away with it. Eurypathy also hurts to cover. Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't it the guy who left his stuff to her whose will Frederico was executing? I don't remember. I remember he was executing someone's will. I don't know if it was Vermeil's or not. Neither made the army, it was a Sank the Hunter. Based. Edward Elric. Yeah. Edward Elric, but he got reincarnated into Arknights. Now, obviously she doesn't have a skin. Let's look at her E2. Once again, the shirt looks better when you can't see how weird it is around the top. Honestly, like, I unironically think Vermeil gets an A. Like, this is a really basic design, but it does everything right. Like, it's a very nice basic. Her arm screams character who would have done a... Yeah, but not by the official artist. AI art. She doesn't look like AI art. You guys need to look at more AI art. That low cut for the pants, yeah, it is a bit low cut, but it's also kind of fine. She doesn't have much hip to balance it off. And at the end of the day, it is still staying up. It is still above her hips enough that it would stay up. You can see it now, yeah. It is a bit low cut for the pants, absolutely. Solid A tier. Why doesn't she wear some, I don't know, actually. Do you mean like a shirt? I would agree. Why doesn't she wear a shirt? Knowing the situation, almost falling short. Yeah, look. The official Arknights devs have already gone after the artist for drawing extensive amounts of porn of a child character. On the official count as the official artist. I don't need to rank the design harshly for that. Undergarments, yeah, it does look a bit weird. But end of the day, it's staying up. But yeah, I think she gets a solid A. Like, I'd say she's even relatively high on the A tier. It's basic, but a lot of the problems most snipers have had is that they're massively over-designed and they would look much nicer if it was a bit simpler. Vermeil takes really simple, but it's a really, really nice simple. Like, the color balancing is on point, it's mobile. Yeah, it's a little sus, but it's fine. It's not don't leave the house tier level sus, which is the which is the artist as a whole is a don't leave the house tier level sus. Isn't she dressed like a poor character because she's a wilderness child? Like, character design poor? Yeah, exactly. Like, it makes sense for her to have not perfectly fitting clothes that don't work super well. Because she's scavenged them, she's a wilderness character. But that being said, like, she still looks really, really nice, that in mind. You can't even say you wish her pants fell ironically because the lore, yep. Poor Vermeil, her in-game and IRL lore are just suffering. Just hire Kato Kasan. Kato Kasan drew lots of porn about an adult character because he liked that character and couldn't pull her. Can't leave the house, probably arrested, yeah. Do not. But yeah, like, I feel so bad for Vermeil because she actually has a really solid design and is pretty cute. And then there's just the lore context of what happened with her official artist. Now, moving on to the finale before we get to the spicy special DLC, we have your girl W. Now, if you take a look at my VTuber's model, you can probably tell I have a slight bias towards certain types of color scheme. That being said, W, you sleep. Look, I do get why people dislike her outfit. She does have a sort of, clown circus theme going on with the style. I understand a lot of people don't like that. That being said, she's clearly, like, chosen the style carefully and well, and it suits her. So, like, I completely get not liking the style. I won't judge you for not liking it. I understand. Because, objectively, a lot of this stuff comes down to personal preference to a degree. That's why I'm trying to ignore most of my opinions. Like, so I'm gonna take a second to look at W and make sure I'm thinking about her clothing rather than her. Awfully unpractical fit, top tier skin. shaking her. The skirt is a bit cringe, I get that. You like Harley, W is awesome. Okay, one sec. Let me take a propaganda... Oh, propaganda? That's what British people do when they have a good look at something. Okay, let me take a proper look at W's outfit. So I make sure I'm judging her based on her and not just her color scheme. And her being a sadist. Now, I'll start bottom up. Her shoes are fine. Her leggings are really, really nice. Like, yeah, I'm definitely biased towards this. This texture of leggings is really interesting. Likewise, this bandage across one of them works fantastically for asymmetry. There's a reason there's so much fan art of W, and that's not just her proportions and her sadism. Like, actually, design-wise, these are really, really fantastically chosen out leggings, looking respectfully. Now, I actually, as an outfit, do not like this skirt nearly as much. So I definitely understand why people dislike it. Like, looking at the actual skirt, it definitely sort of does, like you said, have ballerina-style vibes. A lot of people would also start bottom up. Yeah, I should think of a better way to phrase that for future. The color scheme of the skirt is really good. W's color balancing is really good. Like I was mentioning earlier, generally speaking, for female characters, the best places to highlight: face, bust, hips. She is highlighting all three of those really, really well in different ways. For men, obviously, it is generally face and stomach. Though it can also be legs, it depends on what kind of vibe you're going for. You like the W sprite from the recent main story other than the OG? Yeah, like with Chen and Amiya, she has a lot of extra NPC-only ones. Now, her jacket... Oh, wait, sorry, I should finish her skirt. Her skirt style is kind of bad. It's got too much of that ballerina style. She's definitely going to flash people. Less of an issue because these are more like pants rather than just leggings. But the color scheme is really, really good. Balances super well with her shirt and jacket and pants. I love the faint hints of blue on her pants as well. Now, her shirt is really, really fantastic. It's a plain grey shirt, but it fits her super well, unlike the skirt. Obviously, shows off her bust, acts as good highlight, but it's not too distracting. You don't want to overload your design like a lot of other characters have. So it's understated, but this is a very, very nice shirt. You're getting the image of her dancing around the battlefield like a ballerina while throwing bombs. Could you say she's bad at... No, she's not bad at dressing, you're right. She does sort of intentionally dress badly. But like that being said, like trying to rank the outfit just by itself. Obviously, there's always some context. The jacket, I think, is actually the weakest part of the outfit. I really like the jacket. I really like the sleeves and the color scheme. It's got the weird classic belt clip. It's got a zipper, even though... Look, let's be real. This jacket is visibly too small for W. She's never going to be able to do it up. And not just because her boobs are too big. Even if she was completely flat, her jacket is genuinely just too small for her. Which is a stylistic thing, but I think it looks really weird. I think it would look nicer if the jacket swung slightly further in and protruded a little bit further down. The sleeves of her jacket, though, really, really nice. And I'm not going to give her credit for the scars across her arms, but she's balanced her outfit around the scars across her arms and used them as a highlight, which is really, really interesting. Her gloves, also really nice, pretty practical by Arknight standards. Her scarf, very, very nice, even if it's been damaged. That's fine. I still really like this outfit, but I'll assess the rest of them before trying to find a place to put it. You want a scarf? Yeah, it's a really nice scarf. You get to her E2, exact same art. The skirt looks better, though. This time, the skirt is not a ballerina skirt. It's longer and it's flowing better. And the red highlights don't work quite as well without it sticking up so much. There's definitely less red, but it sits better on her. There's an animation called Arknights Cuckoo that plays in the ballerina theme. I mean, she even has official art done by the official artist Leduc, with her in a ballerina outfit. It's fine for Leduc to do it, because Leduc draws adult characters. Now, once again, you can see this is a really nice, well-fitted shirt. The jacket's still kind of detracting from it. The jacket sleeve's really fantastic. Even the way it's hanging here is really fantastic, but it needs to come slightly further in, slightly more over her chest. It's just too small for her. That Leduc image was insane. Yeah, Leduc gets a bit sussy. I don't like the scarf as much in the E2, or these tassels, like with a keychain for the detonators. A little bit impractical. That being said, still incredible stockings or pants. Hard to tell which. Love the bandage on one side. The shoes look a little scuffed, but look, shoes are hard. Then you've got her default outfit. This is definitely more a case of practicality over style. That being said, the shirt still looks really, really good on her. It's a very well-fitted shirt, even though it's a little short around the stomach. The pants are also a little short. They should be sitting a little bit higher, but very practical pants. But the highlight of her, her skin is the background with Inez and Hodoro. That being said, like, I would say this is a solid A tier for non-snipers, S tier for snipers, this outfit. I'm not as big of a fan of her outfit as her default, but it's definitely aimed more at practicality, but it's still a bit drab. You could still add a few more highlights to this. It's intact enough, and like, she definitely is limited because she doesn't have access to much clothing, so I won't detract super many points from this, because as soon as she got access to like a clothing budget, she did kind of go hard. Phantom Thief skin wear. Yeah, look, there's a... Unironically, I might say for the NPC drip tier list, I will let people submit their favorite characters, including characters who are already actual characters, with their NPC forms. Because, like, W and Chen and Amiya have some fantastic skins, same as Kalzi, that are just event only. I'm not sure how I'll do that yet, or if I'll do it. But I think... let's take a look at the list. I think she might be flooding. For non-snipers, I think she'd only be S tier, though. Like, she's definitely still a low flooding. At best. You're in my house owning me. Yeah, it's just a case of, like, she is meaningfully more put together than characters like Meteor and Arado. Like, they have slight problems with their outfit. They're still really fantastic outfits, but they just have a few slight problems. I do think that even putting aside my own biases, W's outfit sense, she's really, really stylish. So I think I'm gonna put her in flooding. And I was trying to avoid that because of bias, but like looking at this list, I think for non-snipers she wouldn't be flooding, she'd just be S tier. But for snipers, she's definitely one of the best dressed snipers in the game. So I'm gonna pop her there. Now, I will quickly reevaluate Fear Meta before moving on to the DLC, because I definitely think Fear Meta might also be worthy of flooding. I'm gonna look at just her default outfit again. There definitely are problems with this default outfit. I remember now. The jacket is sitting really, really weirdly, and the skirt should be a bit further forward. Your last thing to add, potato. Yeah, W does hold a potato. It's very cute. Her skin is so nice, though. I think maybe for snipers, she could be flooding. But I think... I think her default outfit does have problems. I think she fits better in S. Having looked at it again, like, I can remind myself the problems. The jacket is really not where it's at. And there are a few weird belts, and the skirt is a bit strange. So, like, yeah, having seen it again, I'm glad I looked at it again, but I'm pretty happier with her in S than flooding. Imagine Blue Archive AK collab. What, where every character goes to Blue Archive to get insanely sexualized, and then we have really tame versions? And also, how are we going to do that when Rosmontis is already in Blue Archive? If she goes flooding, the cats get flooding? Yeah, I think she's probably top of S tier. Like, tied with the cats top of S tier. There is an argument to be made for them being flooding. I do think they are meaningfully, overall on average, worse than the flooding operators. Yuka, but an AK. Alrighty, now, moving on. We have more DLC than usual, because we have 4 snipers, and the 4 operators who were announced on the latest CN event. Thorn's altar for Blue Archive. Thorn's is already in Blue Archive. What do you mean? He's Karen. Yes, please. Look, if you're... Yeah, they do a Blue Archive collab and they hire the Vermeil artist again. You know what I'm saying? Nothing against Blue Archive players. It just made me a bit uncomfortable that they really emphasized how all of the characters were underaged. Alrighty, so moving on to the first of the day, we have Caper in the super special spicy DLC tier list. An actual sniper, not just here because she's new. She is coming up relatively soon. Are skins counted? Yes sir, yes sir. Though not NPC only skins, but I'm thinking I'll probably ask people to submit NPC only skins they like as well, because some characters have really amazing NPC only skins. I'm not fully sure how I'll do the NPCs yet, or even if I will. I'm leaning towards doing it, just probably probably not next week. I'll need time to think on how to do it. But yes, every skin for every character, unless I miss it, in which case please let me know. But I'm not counting story-only skins, because unironically, Chen has 20. And as you can see by how long this stream has been going, this has already been a pretty long tier list. Righty now, Caper. Unironically, Caper is definitely a sniper, if you know what I'm saying. I'm leaning towards a B tier. Maybe even a C. Exactly 5.5 hours, yes. To be fair, part of this is just I've gotten better at streaming. Like, Specialists took me 40 minutes total. I was very, very nervous, and it's very audible. I've definitely gotten better at getting my thoughts across and streaming as a whole. And part of that's thanks to all of you guys showing up. It is massively helpful. It's wonderful having you here to bounce off of and throw jokes at me. And you guys often bring up things I don't notice. It's always great to get a second set of eyes. W stream. TY, TY. Glad you're enjoying. Now, starting off, Caper's shoes. Bad. Caper's asymmetric socks rather, thigh highs. This also looks bad because the texture's so weird. Like, it's such a vibrant color. So many strong lines. Weird belt right at the top. Yeah, you don't like her... I'm usually a massive fan of asymmetry, but a lot of the snipers, their asymmetry in the stockings does not work. Ideally, you'd want very slightly shorter, or a softer color, a little more understated, no belt at the top, and then this length. The skirt underneath her jacket looks alright, but I can't really see much about it. Her jacket is just too heavy. It gives her a rectangle silhouette. Like, it's slightly flared at the bottom, but it completely hides what her body looks like. The hood also looks really, really strange with this flare at the background. I do like that she's got a shit-eating grin. Her face is almost as punchable as Leonhardt's, but this time it's, like, endearing. Cottontail boots are nice. Yeah, I do like the little cottontail. It does look really strange from an outfit perspective, though. It's mainly just, like, the jacket is super heavy, and there's a lot going on with the jacket, but it's just kind of basic. Like, it's got a lot of flaps, got a lot of covering, got a lot of little ornaments and highlights and tassels. Crossbody belt holding thermal canisters of some kind for her weapon. It's just a super heavy jacket, and the jacket is fine. And it would even be nice by IRL standards, but the jacket is essentially the whole outfit. It's not an outfit, it's just a nice jacket. Her art style is cool. Yeah, her art style is definitely cool. Gives me kind of Kafka vibes, but I don't think it was the same artist. Ain't the only thing she's eating. What, your fists and something else? So I think I'm leaning towards B tier for Caper. Okay, this is nice. We can see some of the rest of her outfit without the jacket. That's good. This skirt is too short. But look, some people like that. I think this is an uncomfortably short mini skirt. I do think it would be a bit nicer if it was a little bit longer, but like that being said, like that's a stylistic thing. Her undershirt, I don't like the way it exposes her stomach. I think this kind of shirt would look better if it went to her skirt. But again, like stylistic, I don't think this is meaningful enough to change it from B. This isn't enough to make it cringe by any means, because like this is just a style I don't like. It looks kind of fine on her. She looks high as a kite, yeah. Her smugness has risen. She got so smug her jacket popped open. Could be shorter. Yeah. What, the shirt or the skirt or both? That being said, like, I think this is a rare example of black and red being done badly. Like, the red is just too bright and the black is too understated. She doesn't have a skin yet. No, sweet. I think she's a solid B tier. Like, just no real major fashion. Nothing really majorly wrong either, though. Like, not too much to say about Caper, because it's just... Most of her outfit is just the jacket. And the jacket is complex, but it doesn't... Like, none of the pieces really complement each other. Is why it's sort of hard to describe. Because it's not a case of everything bounces off each other and works really well together. It's just kind of a solid jacket, a decent skirt, a decent undershirt, decent stockings that just don't quite match. Her legs are actually filled in. She's eating well. Yeah, she isn't. She's even Japanese level fat, which is to say she has a visible stomach. Not even protruding, just it's not abs. Her skin is too pink for black and red, yet part of it's definitely the lighting. You like this kind of art might eat to her when she comes out. Yeah, that's fair. I do get why people like this. I just think, like, outfit-wise, the main focus is on her face. Like, it's a fine outfit, but it's sort of stuff you'd see... I've seen people IRL wear something similar to this. Obviously with less over-the-top additions, but, like, it's nothing too notable. Subcutaneous in your anime? Alrighty, so moving on. Oh, still so mad that Praminix is not even slightly chubby. You do you, man. I never got Praminix being chubby vibes. Now, moving on, we have Cold Shot. Now, definitely a bit of a mummy operator. That being said, there are a few problems with her outfit, but by Sniper, probably going to end up in an A, because there are more problems with Snipers overall than other classes. Ayo, yeah, definitely. That being said, like, to start us off with, the jacket itself, the yellow jacket, really nice, slightly clashes with her hair, but still looks fine, like, still fine. The fit is really, really nice, especially the way it goes over her chest. The zip up, the length is actually really, really great. The jacket as a standalone piece of clothing is fantastic. Likewise, this shade of yellow works well with this black. The undershirt also works really, really well. And even the cross-shoulder belt here, strap here to hold the collar in place does actually look really nice. Praminix spends a lot of cardio. Yeah, Praminix is busy with Shera getting in a lot of cardio. I understand what you're saying. Give me a drink, bartender. Now, like, her thigh highs, though. I'm a big fan of thighs. I don't like the way these thigh highs are sitting, the way it transitions to a completely different fabric and a completely different fit. It almost looks like she's wearing two different sets of thigh highs, and this olive one is just over it. Likewise, the shoes. The shoes are fine, but whatever these leg warmers are a disaster. Leg warmers, there's a reason they went out of fashion. There's a reason that only hippies liked them. Not a big fan, especially with the giant classic Arknights zipper. So, the leg's kind of an L. The skirt is actually really, really nice. Like, the underskirt, Not as short as Inez's, not as tight as Inez's, which is to say she's not guaranteed to flash everyone every time she moves, which is to say it's a functional piece of clothing. I also like how the jacket is hanging around her waist. Very classic, works as a back skirt. Very, very nice. The jacket looks pretty nice. It'd be nice wearing her as well. Bummer. Yeah. Hey, you've got Inez for that. Now, the main problem is this weird apron and how loosely it's hanging. First off, the apron has a zipper across the front of it. The belt is fine. The belt is a little bit low, but works mostly fine. It's mainly just this apron. It looks very, very strange. Likewise, her gloves look really weird. Not a big fan of the glove style, the way that they got super bulky around the wrist. But like without this apron, or if this apron was a bit higher up and a bit tighter, I think she'd look a lot better. That being said, I'm still leaning towards A tier. Like, this is still a really well put together outfit, and end of the day, if she tightened to this, she could fix the main problem with her outfit. Let's see what she looks like in the E2. Yeah, like, look, there you go, exactly. Once she tightens the apron, it looks a lot more coherent. It looks a bit worse, the jacket, from this angle, but that's fine. So, definitely the legs are an L. Having been reminded of the legs, because they are front and center, definitely no shot is she in S tier. These legs are awful. But I think overall, for a sniper, definitely a strong A tier. Just like, please take off these leg warmers. Please fix up your thigh highs. The skirt is fine, even though it looks like it's shorts in the E2 rather than a skirt. So, definitely gonna chuck her in an A tier. It is a shame that her legs are so cringe, because otherwise she would be a strong S tier contender. But even this, like, she feels low A, because those legs are a major issue. Like, they're majorly detracting from the rest of the outfit. They're bringing a lot of attention down to her feet. And even if you have a foot fetish, for your standard outfit, you don't want the highlight of your outfit to be your feet. Never realized how many zippers and belts most Arknights operators have until now. Yes, belt overload is very common in Arknights. It's like stirrups, but with a fusion for a dead trend. Yeah. Oh, you mean the, do you guys do breast milk here? Do you mean that trend with the apron? Or are you going for something different? The chaps are nice. It's more just, it doesn't... Her legs are too all over the place. You can pull off the chap style. Like, you can. It's hard to do, but it's also a case of her leggings look really weird. Her stock, they have two different level of thigh high tucked in under each other. And the shoes are fine, but the fact that this is a giant zip-up leg warmer just looks strange. And she doesn't have a skin yet. So now, moving on, this is one of the latest announced ones. Cold Shot, I believe, was a sniper. This is Grainbuds. She is not a sniper. I believe she's a supporter. Don't remember. But she is the newest announced with the new Sui sibling. Each artist is required to meet a belt strap zipper quota, except a very small handful where they beg and plead for an exception. She's a sniper now, yeah. All of these characters are now honorary snipers. Now, that being said, she definitely fits in with the snipers in a lot of way, which is to say her outfit is kind of over-designed. They're, like, what is the point of these 4 belts? Even just one looks weird. It looks really strange. I don't know what it's sitting on. Her shirt looks kind of nice. I think it'd be nicer if it hugged her figure a little bit more. It looks like it's being propped up by this really weird set of shorts and some of the belts. The haircut is a choice. Yes, sir, it is. They went Lulu from FF10 outfit. Yeah. The overshirt is kind of nice. The undershirt has the potential to be nice. It doesn't match with the overshirt style, though. I do like the undershirt, the way it's tied together. The green undershirt is also kind of nice, even though I don't like the implication of this white undershirt not going all the way down. She has the weird boy shorts, and she's not even a boy. It's spreading. Insane hairstyling can count. Yeah, you're right. But I wouldn't count it against them too much. You're done with prep for the exam. When is W? You just missed her. Her hairdresser is a snail, be respectful. But yeah, for perspective, W ended up where she belonged. I had to spend a lot of time thinking about it and removing my own bias. For snipers, she's definitely one of the most nicely dressed characters in the game. Okay, you go die. I mean, hey, you can always just check it out on the VOD. Who has the highest number of belts? I'm gonna bet Angelina. She wanted to have horns, please be nice. Yeah, that's... I like it below the fringe, but, like, that's a real choice, man. I'm gonna rewatch a... More watch time for me. Another 2 cents of ad revenue, because I'm now monetized. Missed everything. Did Insider get flooding? No. Unfortunately not. But we did get Totter in flooding. Totter is definitely flooding. Heresy. I mean, look, I think I made a pretty good argument for what I disliked about Insider. I liked certain parts of him, but there were definitely some flaws. That being said, if you do rewatch that part, and let me know any objections, I'll definitely take them into consideration. That being said, I think Grainbuds might just be in the cringe tier as well. There's so much going on, like, none of these lines are flattering to her. Everything's kind of clashing, like, not color balance-wise, but design-wise. This looks like a really chaste, full-body dress shirt, but it isn't because it turns green. The yellow needs to be slightly higher up on her shoulders to match that. It's got weird straps right over her shoulders. The sleeves end super weirdly. The vambraces look really, really strange. I do like her, but I think her outfit is cringe. She doesn't quite pull it off. She's also got the weird boy shorts that a lot of characters have. Lots of weird belts that make no sense. Lots of weird dangly bits, like triple bell. That is hitting her in the thigh every time she walks anywhere. All of these straps serve no real purpose. They're all over the place. This is massively dangly. That's her weapon. I won't count that. The back of the cloak is not sitting well as well, which is a major thing. I don't know if she's full-on cringe tier. I think she might be very high cringe or very low B, which is unfortunate. No other artist could make this outfit look flattering on her. Yeah, the artist definitely did a phenomenal job. Like, say what you will, this outfit... It's the outfit that's the problem, not the art style. Props to the artist, they did a fantastic job drawing it. I just think, like, as an actual outfit, this is kind of cringe. It's just, like, it's clashing with itself. It needs a coherent theme, and it would be benefited if they just removed some of the parts. Whether that's one of the undershirts, whether that's completely changing the shorts, maybe remove the jacket as a whole. If you're going for something a bit more chaste, maybe remove some of these belts. Yeah. There definitely has been some Grainbuds art, but it's mostly been an endless stream of shoe. So yeah, honorary sniper, fitting right in with being a bit over-designed. Now, moving on, we have Kestrel. She has at least 4 shirts on. Yeah, no, like, that's part of what makes it so weird. She's got an overshirt, another shirt, and then the jacket. And they all clash with each other. Now, I'll start off by saying, I'm very biased against this hairstyle. I really don't like this hairstyle. So I'm going to completely ignore that and scroll down so I don't have to look at it. I'm just going to rate her actual fit. You love women. Oh, I take it you're an enjoyer. I do get why people like this. But there are a few problems with the outfit. The shoes, very, very nice. I don't like this highlight shade of orange. I think it clashes with their skin tone. And I think the black needs to be slightly darker to work with it. The little highlights of white work fine. The socks work fine. This is one of the worst pieces of pants I have ever seen in Arknights. What in the hell is this? Congrats Toland on the transition. Yeah, actually, you know what? Definitely does give off that kind of vibes. But yeah, like, these pants are really atrocious. Yeah, pant. It's not even pants, it's plural. So, like, exposing specifically the knee, super baggy, exposing massive chunks of the thigh. For an event that's about hot sand, she's wearing jackets, yeah. It should have been a gold highlight. Yeah, or even just like a slightly more understated version of orange. Like, I get what they're going for, it's just, even just making the black a bit darker would make this work as a highlight. It's just a bit too, full of an orange, if that makes sense. Whereas the other half, yeah, exactly, like, this pant, I'm not even going to pluralize it, this pant looks really bad. It would look less bad with the other one. She does have nice legs, but I think if you straight up removed this, her outfit would be improved, and she has a few other parts like that too. Like, for example, the weird suspenders attaching to her shorts. What in the actual hell is that? Sorry, I just remembered a song I want to listen to after this at some stage, so I'm just going to quickly jot that down. Righty, there we go, there we go. All sorted. Part of the BGM just reminded me of it, and I haven't heard it in ages. Where did the rest of her pants go? Yeah, you misunderstand. She doesn't have pants. She has pant. Just the one. Now, her shorts. Once again, a weirdish green-blue. Not a good highlight when you're going with orange. Clashes with her skin tone. Same as the orange. Which is a bit unfortunate, shows a bit of poor color awareness. Like, even this yellow clashes with the rest of her outfit. Clashes with the skin tone, clashes with the black, unfortunately. She stole Scardy's pants but got caught, so could only take one leg. It went to Gonda. She's an Aussie. That's unfortunate. She's one of my people. Oh, and yes, in case people couldn't tell, I am in fact incredibly Australian. In case you can't tell very much English accents. Her jacket is relatively nice compared to the rest of her outfit, even if I'm not a big fan of the fluff, and I think the orange is the wrong color on her. The jacket's nice. The crossbody suspenders, not nice. The fact that she's got a weird bikini on over a strapless bra, also not nice. She's from Sargon? Sweet, I don't have to claim her. The shorts, fine stylistically, don't work with the pants, don't work with the color. So, let's see in a E2 first. Yeah, this kind of shows off all of the problems, even though it's, the color balancing is definitely nicer in this. I like that the bra part went from yellow to orange. This shade of orange works fine with her skin tone, even if it's not ideal. The other orange is too full. This shade of green looks much better as green rather than turquoise like it was. Bustier? Yeah, thank you, bustier, not bikini. I was talking about the style, but you're right, that's the term for it. You hope you get real Sargon content. But yeah, like, this really highlights her pant. Her jacket is nice, I'll give her that. But I think she's another cringe tier. You hate to see it. But, like, overall, it's just a case of the color balancing really does not mesh very well. And so many individual parts of her outfit, it would look nicer if it was just removed. Like, remove these belt straps, remove this single leg pant, and you've got a pretty solid punk sort of aesthetic outfit, and it'll look nice. If the content is Kestrel seducing them. You love her, but it's subjective. No, I completely get how people love her. She definitely has the kind of vibe with her face that can pull off this kind of outfit. But it's just a case of, like, if you remove these straps here, slightly change up the colors, and remove this pant, or even the pant can stay, ignoring that, just slightly change up the color balancing, and this will be immediately nicer, and likewise remove these two weird straps. So it's just a case of, like, it's definitely not D tier. I could even see B tier. But I think the fact that this is a relatively basic punk outfit that would look better if you removed a few parts is kind of going against her here. She looks great until you take a closer look. Yeah, aside from the pant. It looks nice in her E2. It doesn't look nice in her E0, though. God, she looks so good. I do understand why people like her. I understand. This is part of it right here. But no, like, I won't judge. I just think, like, in terms of actual outfit, it's kind of a bad outfit. I do understand why people like her, though. It's just, like, she only kind of pulls off the outfit. It still looks, even on her, it still looks a bit weird. And on anyone else, like, this is a really bad outfit. Mainly because of the color balancing. If she improved the color balancing, like, case in point, the E2 looks a lot nicer, even though it's the same outfit, just because the lighting makes the color balancing nicer, even though the jacket goes from black to green, which looks less nice. Yeah, what animal is she? She is a kestrel, if you can believe it or not. It is a type of bird. Nothing about her design looks good. She's such an awful mess that you kind of love her. Yeah, like, it's weird that this, like, it's definitely intentionally a little bit fashionably bad. And it works. It works for her, it gives her some personality. But the actual outfit is bad. She's good despite the outfit, not because of it. Even though it does give her, like, distinct vibes and a bit of personality. You've got to look it up because you identify as dumb. Don't worry, it's a weird type of bird. But yeah, like, I'm definitely not against Kestrel. I do completely understand why people like her. It's just the actual outfit, a little bit on the cringe side. Now, moving on to Ray. Another Aussie first meta Australian unit. Let's go! Now, that being said, what is not meta is her outfit. She's going for the safari theme. But so many zippers. No one's gonna blame... Yeah, no one's gonna blame you for not knowing what a kestrel is, man. No, man, no one's gonna blame you for not knowing what a kestrel is. They only exist on, like, 2 countries in the world. They're a very niche type of bird. They're like a borderline a subset of eagle, if I remember right. Now, to start us off with, in theory, this stripe down her thigh-high stockings, really, really nice. In practice, the stockings need to be darker. I think they're darker in her E2. Yes. Immediately, it looks so much nicer with darker stockings. Does not work at all in her E0. It looks really bad in her E0 because it acts as a highlight color because the stockings are so comparatively light to them. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. 13006550506. Yeah, we have another Aussie in chat. Welcome, Shrimp Boot. Now, her shorts. Her shorts do show off her legs. Once again, looks really bad in her E0, looks really nice in her E2. They are mini shorts, but look, at the end of the day, they're tight. It's just a case of it looks bad from the front because of the belt, and that's why when the belt is done up properly and not so much a focal point, it looks much nicer. They're only related to Eagle in that they're both... Oh, yeah, Falcon. Sorry, yeah. Subset of Falcon is what I meant. not Eagle. Thank you. The gun gets absorbed with coats and straps, yeah. Now, this first layer of coat that goes around one boob and has a zipper there does look really nice and works really well with this black undershirt, even though I think she'd look nicer if the black undershirt was lower. Like, she looks like she has a weird stomach bulge here and it does detract from her design. But that being said, that's not about the outfit, that's just she's wearing it a bit wrong. Coolio. Yeah, she done cut dozens of kilos of muscle in between her E0 and E2. Yes, sir, she did. She goes from a stick to a lot more full. I definitely prefer her E2, but I think it still is weird to see an anime character with like a weird stomach bulge. Definitely looks weird. Yeah, she does. I was thinking the same thing. She's got whole yak style tubes. But it's just the second layer of coat. If she completely removed it, this outfit would be nicer. It massively detracts from it. The scarf is alright. I like the sand on Safari beige color. Like, good color scheme. The shirt is fine. The red whistle is a good highlight. Her hair's nice. Her hat makes no sense. Her gloves are nice, but you just need to remove this jacket entirely and it'll look much nicer. That being said, in her E2, the jacket looks fine. That being said, still lots and lots of belts and weird straps. Nowhere near as much, because we can't see the other side where most of them... Which, to be honest, part of it will definitely be her gun. It looks like at least half of them are her gun. You've seen the weird Ryan loop on a bunch of coats at this point. Yeah, it's strange. Whole Hyaks, I believe, has a lore reason where, like, it's literally giving her sustenance and she actually needs them to survive. Am I really talking about the drip? Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to disagree, and sorry if I'm not explaining myself super well, but I'm very much judging them on the drip. Otherwise, she'd be S tier for being an amazing character who's also Australian. The first meta unit who's Aussie. She looks zoned out. Yes, she does. I think, unfortunately, the highest I can probably give her is basic. Maybe even borderline cringe. Does she have a skin? No. I heard about removing the cloth. Oh yeah, you joined at the wrong time. I think her outfit would be nicer in the E0 without the jacket. It looks fine in the E2, and it's definitely a better color in the E2. I think this shirt underneath is not super flattering, especially because she has this weird stomach bulge, and the super short shorts is massively, like, highlighting that. Part of that's, but, like, you've got to consider that canon. You can't just say, oh, well, she doesn't have the stomach. Some people do have weird stomach bulges. It's not very flattering. She's wearing too short, too skimpy clothing that really highlights it, especially because the shirt doesn't reach all the way to the shorts. You're drawing her and it was a nightmare. Get rid of the pantyhose. I do think the pantyhose in the E2 look really nice. In the E0, they do not. Because the pantyhose themselves are too bright and it makes this line act as a highlight color, which does not work. The pouches look much nicer. The shading is much nicer in the E2. I think she's borderline. I think she's got to be cringe. Like, not don't leave the house level, but she does need to improve her outfit. Which is a shame, because it does look kind of nice. Like, as an art, it looks nice, aside from the stomach. Capybara drip. Hope she's not going to shoot some ostriches. Yes, for those who didn't hear the story last time, Australia has actually, unironically, canonically declared war on emus. That is not a joke. I know Australia is well known for gaslighting. We did unironically, no jokes, go to war with emus. It was 3 Australian soldiers in 1 mobile jeep with a machine gun. And fun fact, emus are kind of bullet resistant. And technically speaking, we lost. Because the emu population is higher than it was before that purge. Since you missed this, where'd I put Cold Shot? I put Cold Shot in A tier. Mainly because her pants are bad. Outside of her pants, Cold Shot's outfit is pretty solid. She would be a contender for S tier without the really bad pants. But as much as I'm a fan of pants, like, same as Ray's pants are not where it's at. You need an emu operator. You feel gaslighted. No, like, unironically, I'm a big fan of gaslighting. Like, case in point, Australians will really often, they'll gaslight you, they'll say drop bears aren't real and that it's a joke. Because drop bears will harm, but, like, not permanently maim you. They're a subspecies of koala. They, as the name implies, they jump out of trees at people, and unironically, they are attracted to non-Australian accents because Aussies know how to deal with drop bears. So it's just a case of over the years they recognize. Like, I don't even know why they attack us. It's not like they ever eat us or bite us or seriously harm us. It's just some weird fucking defense mechanism. But we like to make jokes about them not being real because it's funny to watch foreigners get got by drop bears. It'll like mildly inconvenience your day. You won't actually get too injured though. But if you do want to avoid that, like, if you put a little bit of Vegemite on, like, the crease of your ears, for whatever reason, the smell, like, makes them a bit more docile, they're less likely to jump you. You can live with A tier. Yeah, Cold Shot, definitely the strongest DLC so far. When is the sequel to the Emu War? The Emu War was unwinnable as soon as it turns out they're bullet resistant. Yeah, exactly. And also because of the way they work in packs and dodge, it's, like, super hard to get groups of them. Women aren't real. Yes, they are. Drop bird poisonous. They're not poisonous. That's part of the gaslighting thing we like to joke about. We make them out like the chupacabra to be some fictional super dangerous animal. They just, like, give you a fright. Like, maybe you'll get a scratch or something, because they do have claws, but they don't actively swipe at you or anything. So, like, don't worry too much about it. Just know that, like, whenever an Aussie's like, lol, drop bears aren't real, they're just messing with you. But, like, in terms of Aussie wildlife, drop bears are pretty non-dangerous. You're more likely to have a negative encounter with a spider, so just check the inside of your shoes before you put them on, bang them against something so that any spider gets dislodged. Likewise, check the bottom of the toilet seat before you sit down, just in case. Like, just little things like that. And also wear sunscreen unless you're going in winter. The emus tanked the bullets? Yes, sir, they did. Emus, turns out, they're kind of bullet resistant, and they're very, very fast. So we'd essentially drive up a jeep, shoot one emu, it'd, like, have a 50-50 of surviving, and the others would scatter. Yeah, it's more a case of them dodging than being super resistant. It would take, like, I think 50 bullets per emu on average. You got fooled and... Oh, you just got fooled and I told you that what I said wasn't true already? Sorry, I don't understand that sentence grammatically. I'm a bit tired. You'd watch a movie about the Emu War, it is a very fun story. Man, bear, elk is real. Never heard of that one. The drop bears will... Stop trolling the foreigners, they don't understand. Drop bears won't bloody kill you. We have enough dangerous wildlife. Like, don't make up fake ones and make them feel threatened by that. The main ones are snakes and spiders, which are everywhere. Bottom of the toilet seat, yeah, like, if you're gonna sit down, just, like, lift it up an inch or two with your foot. It only takes a second. The chances are incredibly low of anything being there. It's just, same as your shoes, it's very unlikely things end up there, but it's just worth doing. Again, like, it sounds a lot worse than it is. It's not. Like, chances of you encountering a spider in your fucking bathroom are, like, it'll happen once or twice in your life if you live in Australia for 40 years. Like, it's just a case of, look, it's the same way as the most practical one is don't approach the wildlife. None of it's friendly. None of it will really fuck with you. Just don't approach, and if it, except magpies. Magpies sometimes fuck with you if it's swooping season. If magpies do swoop you, just maintain eye contact and back away. Unironically, they won't swoop as long as you're looking at them. If they try to fly around, follow them with your eyes and leave as quickly as you can. Outside of that, check your shoes before you put them on. Spiders like to crawl in there because it's damp. And wear sunscreen during summer. But, like, it's not a major thing. Just don't fuck with the wildlife. Wear sunscreen. You'll be fine. Australia is not nearly as dangerous as pop culture makes it out to be. Every culture has its own common sense. In the same way, like, in the desert, you don't actually want to go shirtless. You want to wear a very thin piece of sort of silky fabric, because otherwise you'll get crazy sunburned, and it also gets incredibly cold at night, which is something a lot of people don't realize. So it's the same way, like, Americans know how to deal with bears and moose, because they have bears and moose. But, like, genuinely, Australia's not that bad. Just watch out for creepy crawlies, wear sunscreen, you'll be fine. You threw hands with a spider and lost? Yeah. Average small Australian spider, they can... The largest spider I've ever seen was like a foot long. Maybe more like 8 inches, to be fair. They can get pretty big, but that's pretty rare. Emu drip ranking? No. The Lewis gun mag only had 47 rounds. Yeah, it would take like an entire mag to kill one emu. You are foreigners and you just enjoy trolling. Hey, that makes you an honorary Australian. If you're joining in on the gaslighting, you're basically Aussie. Don't think you can take a quick drive in the wilderness? Yeah, okay. That is actually a really good point. So, for context of how large Australia is, despite the fact that 99% of our population lives on the 10% of the coast, the closest city to where I live, Sydney, is 3 hours away. 3.5 hours by car. It is not a quick drive anywhere in Australia, except in the city I live in where everything is 20 minutes away. You don't believe me, it's dangerous. It is dangerous to a degree, but like as long as you check your shoes for and clothes for creepy crawlies before you put them on, and I don't mean like a thorough check, I just mean like if you've got a shirt that's been crumpled and laying out and a bit sweaty, give it a quick flick to one side to dislodge anything. If you've got your shoes, tap on the top, make sure nothing's living in there, then just bang them gently against the stairs or something. Make sure anything gets dislodged, but chances are there'll be nothing in there like 99.9% of the time. Main thing is just always wear sunscreen unless it's exactly winter. Doesn't matter if it's spring or autumn, wear sunscreen. You get crazy sunburned, we have a very weak ozone layer. Horror stories of people trying to drive due to petrol issues, road hypnosis, yeah. Yeah, Australia, I wouldn't drive if it's your first time visiting. We have massive gaps between places. So just do be careful of that. If you feel tired, just pull over. Just find somewhere you can pull over, get out, have a nap, have a bit of a walk, whatever. I would say do that every hour or two, especially if you're not used to driving long distances. For me, I can usually make it to Sydney before I start getting fatigued. It's 3 hours dead on to where I usually go. But that being said, like, I will still usually often need to pull over to the side for an hour or two. Australia's not that bad, just avoid the wildlife. Yeah, it's like, most wildlife won't try to fuck with you. Just don't fuck with the wildlife, and you'll be fine. If a snake starts chasing you, obviously run. If you're doing any bushwalks or anything, you have to be careful of snakes. But mainly it's just spiders in the sun. You think a moose dropped an elbow on your face once from the top right? Yeah, they tend to do that, man. Mad Max is a documentary about Australia. No, Mad Max has much better infrastructure. Any Aussie here can vouch. Mad Max has a more robust political system and better public infrastructure. Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, gonna be honest, as much as it hurts to do, Ray is definitely in the cringe. So far, a lot of these DLC operators are in the cringe. Her outfit is just... it needs improvement. Sorry, I got distracted on a long tangent about Australia. But yeah, like, main thing, just avoid the sun, wear sunscreen, make sure you check for spiders, don't fuck with wildlife, and if a magpie starts swooping you, face them and walk away. That's it. But thighs, yes, very, very nice thighs. I like Ray's thighs, but her stomach looks weird. Her shirt needs to be improved to no jacket kind of contrasts. Now, moving on to probably the best drip of the DLC so far, definitely. Maybe overall. Shoe. Now, I'll start off, full disclosure, I'm slightly biased against Shoe's type of drip. There are parts of this I personally don't like, but I'm going to completely ignore that. I am self-aware enough to know that this is a really nice design. There's a reason there's been literally hundreds of fan art already made and she was announced 4 days ago. Anime women with pants. You need 100k more LMD. Depends on what rarity you're E2ing. Dragon Mum. Yes, she is the Dragon Mum. You love women in pants. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, as an actual outfit, these are really, really nice pants. I love the slit with the highlight colors there. Like, I'm personally not a big fan of this type of wave of highlight, but for highlight colors, these work really, really well. The pants look fantastic. They highlight her hips. Really fantastic. She doesn't even look like she has chicken legs, even though her shoes look a bit small. Likewise, she's balanced her outfit around the colors of her arms, which is something all the Sui siblings do. All of them have pretty stupendous drip. Oh, it's the new sniper. Oh, that was Ray. You just missed her. But kind of cringe. But she's very, very strong, and she's Aussie, so I rep her anyway. You don't like the blue, it's a bit too bright. I do agree. I think the blue is a bit too royal, a bit too full. Not even necessarily a matter of brightness. It's got too much blue in it. It needs to be a bit softer. Sniper? He was talking about Ray. Shu is a defender. Saria archetype. Alright, I'm no longer disgusted by what's on the screen, so I'll remove the disgusted face. Now, I'm not a big fan of this weird necklace chest thing. Likewise, I'm also not usually a big fan of true strapless dresses like this, even though obviously, like, she's flat enough it'll stay off, and it looks like the necklace is up, and definitely looks like the necklace is helping. She's wearing her jacket a little bit loosely. I think the only real problem with this outfit, though, is it's just the blue is a bit too full. It's a bit too much royal blue. I think it'd look nicer if it was slightly less heavily stated, because then the highlight would be more on her face. But as it stands, like, at this image, the highlight is on the bottom of her hair because of how bright the blue is. If you're looking from just the torso up, the highlight is on her face because it's the only really super full. Yes, people have made plenty of jokes about that because she is about agriculture. Flat but fertile. In her E2, she's wearing her jacket. I think it looks nicer with the jacket slightly off her arms, but it is also nice here. Zippers, she pulls it off. And she doesn't have a skin yet. Now, I unironically do think she is an S tier or flooding. I'm personally leaning towards S tier. I don't think her design is as stylish as the rest of the Sui siblings. Like, it's still incredibly stylish. I think the color balance issue, without that, it would be flooding. But I think with the color balance issue of the highlights being down here, it does kind of oversaturate it a little bit. So I think I'm going to chuck it in S, though I definitely see the argument for flooding. Definitely high S as well. I think she's more in line with Fear Meta and Terror Research Commission, where really close to phenomenal outfit that just has one or two slight problems that just detract meaningfully from it. You almost forgot to say you're obligated to say Wan Qing is breedable. We're not quite up to him yet. Don't worry, you've got plenty of time to gush about how breedable he is. If the blue was more turquoise... Yeah, unironically, this would be a good place for turquoise. Blue-yellow is a solid color-wise. Oh, it's based on an IRL location. That's really interesting. That is really cool. Look for new image of Chinese rice patties. I just think there's too much deep blue highlight. Like, it works really well as a highlight color. I just think it's too much and too low proportion-wise that it throws off the balancing, because her face looks phenomenal with this highlight, but because it's so much all over the tips of her hair, it means instead you're looking at her hair, which means the attention of her outfit is down here rather than up here. And I much prefer it up here. Wanking the new sniper. IKEA color combo. Alright, now moving on, we have 3 left. You also thought it was too blue, but that image changes everything. No, that's fair. I can definitely see the argument for flooding. I just personally think, like, comparatively, the color balance, even if I understand the reason why they did it, the color balance for the rest of the Sui siblings is a bit nicer. I don't think she's quite the same level of fashion. Now, moving on to another upcoming sniper, Typhon. Now, it is hard to tell where Typhon's outfit begins, because her fuck-off enormous bow and titanic arrows and back rig. But none of those are part of her outfit, so I'm not going to criticize her for them. And like with KB, she actually does kind of pull it off. Getting KB vibes? Yeah, definitely. Now, I'll start off. The black works really well with her hair color. So while she might just naturally be drawn to more subtle, understated colors, it works really, really fantastic with this sort of lilac light purple. Likewise, white, grey, and black is a classic combination, and same with a slightly see-through V-neck, which I've got that too, it's just a different shade, so I'm definitely biased towards it. I actually really do like these weird little belts around the top of her chest. I think they work really well as highlights, except for this little part of pink here. But that being said, like, it's not super bad or anything. I think it would be better with plain straps, but I actually do like what they've gone for. I don't like the collar, but color balance wise, it does lift it up, the overall average of the overall average highlight of the colors up to her face again, which is really, really nice. I do naturally like this see-through material. The diamond's not even that bad. I think it actually works. She pulls it off. Naturally, she is very, very busty. Unfortunately, I can't really see the bottom of her shirt. It looks like she has a few weird straps right under her boobs, which do look a bit weird because they're white highlights. The jacket is hanging a bit weirdly, but honestly looks pretty nice. It looks like it's more getting caught on her weapon. It's very hard to judge Typhon because of how much of her body her weapon... Yeah, how does she draw that bow with the tiny arms? What is she doing exposing skin? She's in the ice fjords. I mean, so is Aurora, and Aurora is borderline overdressed given how hot she is. She has to warm herself up before touching anyone post-combat, because her skin is cold enough they'll get frostbite. This is a decent example of asymmetrical thigh highs. These look nice. The straps on her right thigh, though, are way too tight. They're cutting off circulation. So is the thigh high on her left. Outside of that, really nice color balancing. Not a big fan of this pink highlight. I think it's too bright, but it's sort of a faded pink, so it's alright. Likewise, I do like how it's strapped into the shorts, even though that'll make it a massive pain to take off. The shorts themselves, very, very nice, but it's hard to tell. Definitely leaning probably towards A, maybe S tier, maybe. Let's see what she does have a skin, though, and she has an E2, so let's see if we can see more of her outfit. Alright, so I was right. She does have a few weird belts right under her bust. I think that does meaningfully detract from it. Her jacket looks a bit weird. These straps are all really kind of pointless, really a bit over-designed. Even without the bow in the way, it looks nicer because it's cleaner without the bow, but it still is taking away from the outfit by adding more details. Do not let Typhon into Talus 2 and Talus 1. I don't know what Talus 2 and Talus 1 are, though I'd love to learn. Shorts look fine. Skirt flared decently. I think this is just like a really nice basic that goes up to A tier because it's a nice enough basic. It is hard to describe though because like there's so much going on in her visual design. It's hard to focus. Battling the desire to draw skin squish on any fabric. Skin dentation, yes sir, yes sir. I think this is actually more B tier. I think it's just she is attractive, so that ramps it up a bit. Before I decide, I'll take a look at her skin. Oh man, the skin dentation again. She is cutting off circulation like crazy. The boots are pretty nice though. The socks underneath look weird. Likewise, this leopard strap pouch over her boots, I don't like it. But the boots are nice. You get it, the straps cut off circulation, so she gets more. The dress is really nice. So is the jacket. This is a really nice jacket, and I do actually like the zebra tie and collar. I didn't think I would, but I do. I think this outfit is more of an A tier. The belt makes sense. I'm not a big fan of this zebra belt. It works as the tie, but you don't want to double down like that. She definitely puts some effort into looking nice and dressing nicely. So, yeah, I definitely think this takes her back up to A tier. Space Station from Prey? Ah, gotcha, gotcha. And Talus 2 is from Enfield. I don't know much about Enfield yet. I'm trying to keep myself relatively spoiler-free. I think, yeah, let me check the rest of the tier list. Yeah, she's definitely nicer than the other B tiers. I think Typhon is a relatively strong A tier, even though her outfits are relatively simple. Like, it's definitely, both of them are simple outfits, showing off more her body. She definitely has it a bit easier than a lot of the other characters, because at the end of the day, if you have really wide hips, a large ass, and large breasts, most outfits will generally look nicer on you, as long as they physically fit your proportions. She accidentally put on a tourniquet. Let's hope her hair doesn't get caught in the bow. Or she doesn't hit herself in the chest while shooting. That's unironically a problem for busty women who do archery. Unironically, a major problem. And I think I've seen fan art of her doing that. I think comparative to the snipers, she's definitely A tier. She might be more B tier outside of that, though. But comparative to this list, she's definitely nicer than any of the B tiers. Especially in her skin. Alrighty, now let's move on to Wan Qing. Now, this your boy? This the boy you say is breedable? Can confirm, clipped yourself once and got really careful. Yeah, no. Even, like, muscular dudes will clip themselves on the tits. Smash those. This your boy? Now, I will say, though, jokes aside, while I'm not personally a fan of this design, I can definitely see the argument for flooding, and I think at worst, he is an S tier. He's either S or flooding. These are really, really nice pants, work really fantastically with the boots, work really well with the pouches that act as a half skirt to break up the silhouette. I think there are too many pouches, too many belts, too many straps. I personally think he's more on the S tier side. Part of why he looks so good is definitely just the art. The art is really fantastic. Leglock, who said that? Milkman Drip. Holy, the boots look cool as fuck. The boots are super cool, even with the classic Arknights collar there. He's a sniper. No, he's one of the new units who was announced in CN's latest event after I started this series. So, like, right when I was down to just casters and snipers left, they announced 4 more units, so I chucked them on the end of this one. Yeah, they're nice pants. He may be a farmer. I'm not reading that. He's a flag bearer. Okay, interesting. He's a welfare that rivals metal. Sweet. Casual but very nice sense of fashion. Yeah, I think he's a solid S tier. I don't quite think he's flooding. The shirt, I would say, is flooding, but I do think, like, other parts detract from it. Like, these weird straps, that's a super tight backpack. This brown needs to be a slightly different shade to really make it pop. The gloves are a little bit strange, and there's so much going on in the pants and the belts. New flag bearer? Yeah. He only just came out in CN, like, 4 days ago. Like, announced 4 days ago. He isn't out in CN yet, so we have a while. Even after the first skill, he gives 25 attack speed bonus conditionally. That is pretty insane. That's like a 20% DPS bonus. You'll pass. Fair enough, Lapland. I definitely get that. I do think he's more S tier, but let's check out his E2 first. Yeah, again, his default shirt is really fantastic. I think his shirt is flooding. I just do think, like, some of the busyness is gone in the E2 and it looks nicer. With less, but I still am leaning towards S tier. It's a bit too busy, there's a bit too many strong lines, strong pouches. It's still a really fantastic, if basic, outfit, but like, I definitely think he fits more in with the S tier operators than he does with the flooding. And now, moving on to the finale, the horns of... Yeah, fair enough, you do. Who is the artist? The color's clean? I do not know, unfortunately. The artist is written in Chinese and Japanese. So if you can read that, that's who. He forgot to let go of the kite. Yeah, he's taken airborne. He's holding on for dear life. Unluck, fair enough. Now moving on, this is like your classic Jansha. But, that being said, there's a reason people have been waiting for this MF since I think he used to be an NPC. I could be getting him confused with someone else. His armpits. Not gonna lie. No, he's not a sniper either. This is a case of these are the newest CN ops. This guy is flooding like crazy. The color balance is phenomenal. The dull golden highlights work super well with this shade of black. I'm not a big fan of the zipper on this style of coat, but the way the rest of it's sitting over his shoulders is phenomenal. The way the highlights hugs his shoulders too. The collar is larger than I'd usually like, but looks amazing. The undershirt really highlights it, makes it pop, brings the attention up to his face, so does the red, which is really great to see. Yeah, he's a Musha guard, sweet. For wankering. Yeah, don't... Oh, yeah, fair enough. The armpits propaganda. I actually think he pulls it off. There's enough hint of muscle here that it really works. And this dark blue works super well with the black. Likewise, red and black, he's pulled it off. Like, it's hard to mess up red and black. I've only seen it messed up once in the entirety of Arknights. Works really well. And then the silver on the blue as well, but it's a faded silver, so it doesn't contrast the gold too much. Almost the same style as Mlinar. Yeah, he's not quite as flooded as Mlinar, but he definitely gives me Mlinar vibes in terms of style. Like this undershirt, it's both loose and really tight in a really appealing way. Really, really visually appealing. This strap coming down to his belt also works to break it up really fantastically. The belt is amazing. I'm not too fond of this part of the whatever is attached to his belt, this silver part. I think that's too bright. But it's not too bad. And that's also like some ornament, some sort of functional thing. That's probably the weakest part, but for that to be the weakest part of the outfit, the rest of the outfit is pretty damn amazing. The dress is fantastic. The double slit showing off this incredibly stylistic light blue. Lovely curves here. This is phenomenal. The little red highlight, green, gold, red. That's a fantastic tassel ornament to have hanging. This belt holding his sword in place looks amazing. I love the way he's got like a semi-skirt coming from his belt. I love that style, especially leading into a proper skirt. You wonder how his sweat tastes? I'll let you find that out. Yeah, NPC in the Sui events. Yeah, I thought he was in the Ling event. So yeah, people have been waiting for him for a while. And case in point, I did remember him even if I wasn't 100% positive. That's actually a mask? Oh, if so, that's kind of cool. Masks are based. I think he would look better with that over his face than there, but if it's sitting there just so that he doesn't have to wear it, like that's absolutely fine. Is he a guard? Yes, he is a Musha guard, so hella good archetype. We need more Blitz emotes for the chain. Oh, yes, right. Hello, everyone. I have a Discord. Join if you want to. It can let you get pinged when I go live, and it also has just some fun folks having a time. We're not a cult. Why would you think we're a cult? If you have any emote suggestions, also pop them in there. It is pinned in the top of both chats, in Twitch and in YouTube, and it's also in the top of the YouTube description. Male Knights stays winning, absolutely. Like, on average, Male Knights is crazy good. If you want any more Blitz emotes, man, just pop it in suggestion. Unironically, if anyone wants to add an emote to the Discord, find what you want the emote to be, put it in suggestions. If I like it, I'll make it an emote. I have like 90 open slots. It's a cult, join it, yeah. It's a cult of Poncerus and KB, and also of me. It's named Tarkus' Stalkers. Maybe it should be named South Stalkers, but the alliteration makes it worse in my opinion. Blue Tongue Society. Sounds like a cult in disguise. We're not a cult, and if you keep asking that question, we have a sledgehammer for your kneecaps. So, don't worry about it. Just join for your own safety. If you don't want to receive a pipe bomb by surprise in the mail. You can make emotes, yes sir. Did you say cult? Yes sir. You regret asking? No, 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 don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We don't have a sledgehammer for your kneecaps. Don't worry about it. Muckhead. But yeah, like, this guy is flooded like crazy. And yes, by the way, that is a joke. I'm not actually gonna fucking pipe bomb you or break your kneecaps. It's all just jokes in the same way it being named Tarkus's Stalkers. It's just because that's the kind of humor I find funny. We aren't a cult, we're a club. Yeah, yeah. And we've got a special club for those who don't join. Specifically their kneecaps. I like that phrasing. But yeah, like, even the way the cloak part sits, the way it curves around his back, really fantastic. Like, even the shoes really nice, even though still a bit of the standard Arknights shoes jank, kinda sus. Don't worry about it. I'm a Lapland enjoyer, if you need another reason. Lapland is easy in my top 5. And I don't like his E2 as much, because it's sitting around his shoulders weirder. But still really phenomenal. The red highlights look better hidden away in the E0, but it makes sense for them to be this fabric. Like, it makes perfect logical sense. It is currently fluttering up over his shoulders. This isn't how it sits normally. He's also got the power stance like no one's business, and he's got his sword drawn. I also love that his outfit is styled after his sword as well, same shade. Lapland enjoyer based? Yes sir, Lapland is unironically the reason I'm playing Arknights. I started when the game first dropped, got bored midway through the Granny event, one stage before I got Granny. Then I saw Lapland's face, and I replayed Arknights. And I've been playing since. So unironically, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Lapland. No, I mean, you like a boy's legs? I'm asexual. I'm just ranking it based on aesthetic. I like his pants and his skirt. I don't care about his legs. I'm asexual leaning straight, though not too much either way. Confidence, Zuele. Yeah, the power stance. Say what you will, this is a nice stance. Obviously, like, I don't think this sits as nicely as it does in his E0, but that's just because it's literally being flipped up by, like, the wind or something. It'll come back down, sit normally. Facing the world, yeah. Your boy is ready for anything needed. And look, without that silver mask on his waist, it looks much nicer. I was correct. I don't know what happened to the mask, but it unironically, it does mess with the color balancing, but, like, not too egregiously. It's just slightly too much of a highlight. That being said, like, this shows off the tightness of the undershirt, the fantastic forearms. I'm not a big fan of this armor style, but it is proper armor. Like, this is proper armor, this is how they do it, with van braces. But I just don't like the massive curve. I prefer other van brace styles. Look at the dragon, yes sir, yes sir. You made chicken nuggets? Yeah, I'm on my way. Don't worry about sending me your location, I already have it. On my way to pinch your chicken nuggets. Wait, 6 hour stream anyway, sorry for not coming to... Mate, that's absolutely fine. If you have fun, please do watch. If you don't have fun, please find something else that you find fun. That being said, thanks for swinging by. It's great to see you here. There's the mask on the dragon. Oh yeah, I can see that. It looks darker. I didn't recognize it wasn't silver. This artist did Xerny, then he stays winning. This artist draws amazing fashion. And yeah, Tofik, at the end of the day, it's all just about having fun. So glad you're having fun watching. And the replay will be up relatively soon because I'm actually almost done. This is the last character. And then I'll probably waffle for a bit because I enjoy waffling. Sounds familiar, but also kind of sus for you. Xerny? Xerny's pretty hot. Like, he's got the classic British gentleman style vibes going on and he pulls it off. I'm asexual. I'm also very confident in my sexuality, so I don't mind saying men or women are hot. But I understand, like, there are people who really love male characters and people who really love female characters. And that's absolutely fine. That being said, like, male Knights Enjoyers definitely winning. On average, they have phenomenal designs. Like, this guy is indisputably flooding like crazy. So given the proportion of male versus female, the fact that 2 out of 3 flooding are male really tells you how fire the male designs are. This is the worst showing men have had except for snipers, and it's still like an average of A+. Alrighty, that is indeed the final operator of this tier list. Final operator I will be ranking as a whole. So I am going to switch scenes and then waffle for a little bit, but we're definitely wrapping down about now. Let me pull myself up. Hey, how you doing? Let me zoom in. No, actually, let me zoom out. Let me show you my thighs. I am a skirt enjoyer. Check out me swaying. I love these. And yes, for anyone who hasn't caught the previous stream, I am now a VTuber. Nice to meet you. I'm called South or Tarkus or anything you want to talk to me about. I'm also monetized. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That being said, you do not have to donate. This content is free. It's mainly so that I can pinch a few pennies of ad revenue based off of the ads that YouTube is already showing you. He did Noir Court, Alter, and Baseline. Yeah, this guy's a really good artist. No nuts, no sir. Female model. I've had friends joke about definitely still having a penis. I can confirm this model does not have a penis, don't you worry. I've also had people apparently say I look like Closure, which is fair enough. But the artist who drew this, based on my design, does not play Arknights, so they don't know Closure at all. It was very much coincidence. Oh, sad face. You're straight, but super into I thought that said bi lore. No, BI and Genshin Impact lore. I don't know what BI is. Don't ask questions, yes sir. Just a deep voice, yes sir, yes sir. I am what's called a basso profundo. It is the most deep voice you will hear. It is the deepest default type of voice. It is incredibly, incredibly rare. This is actually relatively high for my voice, because I'm very excited when I stream and I'm having a lot of fun. The coincidence of Closure's drip is good. Yeah, I know, right? Into boys. Oh, gotcha, BL. Yep, I thought that was BI. Now clear Patriot with everyone you put in flooding. That'd be pretty easy. I put some top tier units in flooding. Also, you can kind of just cheese Patriot with the mines. That being said, in case anyone needs to dip early and doesn't want to watch me waffle and wind down for about 5 minutes, thank you so much for coming. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you're at this stage in the stream, unless you've just joined, I'd imagine you enjoyed, and that's very, very flattering. Thanks for listening to me waffle for 6.5 hours about character design I like. Thank you so much for coming. I have a Discord if you want to join. You can ping me, you can choose emotes, you can chat with me, whatever you want. You can get pinged when I go live as well. And I'm also monetized, wink wink, though once again, as I just explained, never feel pressured to give me money. That's absolutely fine. Main thing is having fun, and hopefully you're enjoying yourself. But yeah, not gonna lie, like, Sniper's definitely the weakest of the overall classes in Arknights. That being said, they're still pretty damn strong. There's still some very fantastic designs, but like, it was noticeably... It's a bit of a shame, because I thought I was saving best for last. Snipers, there are a couple of really big standouts, but their actual outfits are a little bit worse than the average. I was very surprised. Boys love, guys love. Oh, gotcha. They looked like eyes. I bet your face is similar to Kratos? No, actually. I do give off GigaChad vibes, I've been told. I am 6'2", I weigh just over 100 pounds. A little bit of that is fat, but only a few kilos, and I'm actively working to lose that. And I box. So I'm not, like, built like a professional boxer, but I definitely have some visible muscle, let's just say. Defenders stay winning, I definitely agree with you. Defenders fucking fire! JK, yeah, I mean, look, Kratos is a handsome guy in his own way. I won't be offended by that. I personally am not a big fan of my face, but other people have told me I'm attractive, and I have had people flirt with me IRL, so that is what it is. Especially despite my personality, if you know what I'm saying. But yes, Vegemite, what about it? It's delicious on toast. But, oh yeah, for any non-Aussies, if you do try out Vegemite, try it out on toast and get a very thin spread. It is an incredibly strong flavor. If you know wasabi, treat it similarly to the wasabi. Which is that once you get used to it, yeah, you can consume a lot, but it is an overpowering flavor. Take very, very small chunks, consume in small amounts while you get used to it. I would get one piece of toast, very, very thin spread of Vegemite, see how you like it. Don't take a fucking spoonful and shove it straight into your mouth like I've seen some people do. That is disgusting. I could have become a VTuber with a Vegemite model. What would I possibly base the design around? What possible, like, features could I have? Also, at the end of the day, I wanted to show off what I like, which is, I like asymmetric skirts, very tight shirts and shorts. I love heavy red jackets, I love goth aesthetics, as you can no doubt see. I love monochrome color schemes, and I love swaying a lot. Part of the reason this model is so sway is I sway in my chair a lot. Try to get scars, beard, and a mustache. I don't like facial hair, I have to not have facial hair for work anyway, so that works out. I do have a few scars. I can't talk about how I got them, because that ties into the parts of one of my jobs I can't talk about in general. But I do have a few scars. Tomska Vegemite ad style, we're talking Vegemite chart, what, like the Marmite joke he did? That would be funny, but I think that would get old sick. And at the end of the day, I'd like to think this VTuber model is pretty appealing to look at, and definitely flashbangs people when they click in not knowing who I am. Damn it, a feminine boiler. I mean what I like in terms of design, not what I wear. I don't wear skirts IRL, believe it or not. Okay, I should clarify, I am a drama student. I have worn skirts IRL. I don't wear skirts IRL. That is the clarification. I have in the past worn high heels and makeup and skirts for the sake of drama performances. But in my day-to-day, I usually just wear like gym clothes because I'm going to the gym, or a relatively nice suit, and when it's cold enough, one of my really fantastic jackets. I've got a lot of really nice jackets, but I am extremely heat sensitive, so... Just take a talking Vegemite glass with sunglasses and a top hat. That would be funny, but it would get old very quickly. Those damn emus. Let me zoom in a bit. You don't need to see the bottom of my shoes. Former femboy? No, I wasn't a femboy. I was the theater kid. Very important distinction. That being said, I also work in programming, so I do own some programmer socks, if you know what I'm saying. Eh. Eh. Which is to say thigh highs. Very colourful thigh highs. I have another friend who is also a programmer, and I thought it'd be funny to play into the meme, and it was. So he laughed, I laughed, and I haven't thrown him out because I just shove him in the back of the closet. But yeah, like I mainly base this VTuber model off of what I find appealing. Because case in point, like, I realized when I looked through my analytics, a lot of people who end up watching my content have similar tastes to me. So I'd rather be authentic and end up with people who like what I like. There's no such thing as a former femboy. Absolutely true. No such thing as a former femboy. There's only femboys and pretenders. It's not your choice if you're a femboy. It's my choice if you're a femboy. You're a femboy. Okay. What stories can I tell? Do I have a story? Oh yeah, right. Let me tell the story of this morning. Very, very short story. I was really hyped to go to the gym. Incredibly hyped. I've been sleeping like absolute shit for the last week. Which, you know, I've got chronic insomnia. It is what it is. I don't mean that in a complaining way. I just get used to it. Some days you have bad weeks. I was like, oh yeah. I woke up at 3 AM. I'm sure I'll be fine. I can take another nap. I don't have to stream until 11, and the gym's open till 10. What's the problem gonna be? So after 2 hours of trying to fall asleep, which is about standard for me, 5 AM, I pass out. I wake out. It is 9:50. I have not prepared for the stream ahead of time, because 9:50 is one of the latest times I've ever slept into, ever. So suddenly I've got a rush to get everything open, and I didn't have time for lunch, but I did have time for breakfast. That's good to be a programmer, because last time you played with JavaScript, your head was smoking. It takes time. The weird thing about programming, it's a pyramid scheme. Everything is either really, really simple or brain dead easy. And gradually, more things flip into the brain dead easy camp, because you understand how to do them. Then most of the problem is... a good idea of programming is, the motto is, we don't do it because it's easy, we do it because we thought it was easy. Thought it would be easy. You had a cold for the past week? Oh, that sucks, man. I hope you feel better now, though. Colds are not fun. What GPU does my rig contain? I think a 4060 or something. Despite the fact that I work in tech, and am now a VTuber, I am like tech illiterate. I know jack all. I have a pretty high-end, relatively recent one, but not the absolutely most high-end. You're mostly out of it? Hey, that's wonderful to hear. But yeah, like, it is shocking that I've made a career as a programmer, and am successfully streaming as a VTuber. Vegemite is Aussie Nutella? Yes, sir, yes, sir. He's for sure in Chong. Yeah, Chong, Yui, and Ling. I forgot the context for a second and thought you were talking about boys love. You're still on a 1060, goddamn. I only very recently got this. I had a very... I mean, it was a solid laptop. It would struggle with Dark Souls 1, but pretty good for a laptop. I bought it 2015, and I used it up until this year where I got a new PC. IT position, Stack Overflow expert. Yeah, and we're even outsourcing that to ChatGPT for the most part now, which just scrapes the web for us. Am I going to post the compiled tier list? In theory, yes. I want to shorten all of these vids into either one 40-minute vid or a series of 10-minute vids. 1060 chads rise up. That being said, like, it's going to be hard to edit these tier lists down and time-consuming. It might take me multiple weeks. I'm not very good at editing. I'm mainly used to doing little short shit posts. But I definitely want to make it more consumable for more people, because then more people will watch it and hopefully enjoy it, and also I'll get more feedback and disagreements. And I like, as you can probably tell, I really love the designs in Arknights, and I'm really interested to hear other people's opinions on them as well. 6650 XT, gang, anyone? I only know the Nvidia ones, and only vaguely. 660 for you. You got the Bitcoin boom and haven't upgraded. If you got in early on the Bitcoin boom, you can afford to upgrade. Just sell some of your Bitcoin. Oh no, you mean you got the PC before the Bitcoin boom. Okay, that makes sense. That being said, to put in perspective comparatively, my laptop, I needed an external SSD drive to install Genshin Impact, and I would run it on the minimum settings, and my laptop was fucking sweating and would often crash if I played too long. On my current UPC, I can run Genshin and Honkai Star Rail at max settings, both simultaneously, while also playing Arknights, while also listening to YouTube videos on max graphics, max settings, and the fan is dead silent. So it's probably massively overkill for my needs, but I don't intend to replace it anytime soon. And while it was expensive, it wasn't like crazy expensive or anything, especially given how infrequently you purchase it. And I figured, look, I'd rather get something pretty solid now, especially because it was on sale, that will last me a good another 5-10 years, no worries, and not have to think about it and keep up with modern games. A quick shitty fear metal. I love the metal pipe meme. Thank you so much. If it's good, I'll add it. If not, I'll probably still repost it and find it funny. It's just a case of, when I say it's good, I mean, would it be good for future jokes? Would other people enjoy it going forward? That's what I'll base it off of, and I won't always get that right, but I will certainly find it funny, so thank you so much for adding that. God, no, you never got into Bitcoin. Yeah, you did kind of miss out, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, it's just a speculative asset. It was like 2013 when you first heard of it, you wrote it off. Yeah, a lot of people did. Oh, cool jacket. Thank you so much. I'm so happy with it. I love this jacket. The designer did such an amazing job. I had the general gist of what I wanted, and then they just really made it come to life. Like, even the skirt here. Yeah, I gave 2 full slides of what I wanted the thighs and skirt to look like. Which I gave 5 slides total, and 2 of them were devoted to the thighs. But they did a really good job, and these are some really nice sway thighs. Actually, you don't like it, you're a fix-it, don't worry. It will be, I need to go have dinner. I started at 11 AM, and it's time for family dinner very, very soon. So I'll need to do that before I hop on Discord. Though I'll make sure the stream ended properly, obviously, after I end it before I dip. And likewise, sorry for eating the apple and needing to go to the bathroom. I imagine if I, given how long I tend to stream, because I enjoy it so much, I'll probably end up going for longer streams. I'll need to get like a be right back screen. I also need to get a just starting screen at some stage. Have a good meal. I'm not dipping just yet, but I very much will. I'm looking forward to it. And if it's not, I can also get pizza. I kind of want a pizza, but that's mainly because I'm hungry. I'm trying to stop eating pizza. Whenever I end up starving myself, because I need 3.5 meals a day because I exercise a lot, I then overcompensate with pizza, which tastes bad as soon as I'm full. How dare you have to pee, bring a bottle next time. Yeah, diaper check, am I right? That being said, I just tend to instead dehydrate myself, which is the natural and healthy resolution. But this time, because I'd just woken up, essentially, when I started streaming, I didn't have time to rehydrate from the morning and then dehydrate again. I'm the epitome of health and a fantastic role model. Please drink water. Learn from water. Sorry. For you Americans, please drink water. We call it water down here in Aussie. Have I ever tried tofu? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whenever I make a chili stir fry, I used to do chicken, but I unironically think it tastes better with tofu and it's much easier to cook. So I make a chili tofu stir fry, and it's lovely. I also make chili nachos. I like chili things. And I make a good chili hot pot. I know quite a few recipes. It's just funny that so many of my favorites are just spice overload. I have a very high spice tolerance. I used to work in a kitchen with a bunch of Indian chefs. So anyone who has ever eaten like proper Indian spice, you know where that's going. They did prank me a time or two, and I ended up enjoying it. So then they started actually just gradually increasing the spice. I could put together a bathroom song. You haven't heard me sing yet, and I don't think I could make a bathroom song pop off. Do I have English-Irish type fry at breakfast in Australia? Not really. For me, I generally just have fruit or leftovers, or if I don't have leftovers and don't have fruit, I will just have toast with either Vegemite or peanut butter, depending on if peanut butter will make me feel sick. Yeah, dihydrogen monoxide. Everyone, this is a warning. Just so you know, the local water supply has been contaminated with dihydrogen monoxide. Be careful. If taken in extreme enough doses, it can be lethal. There are plenty of cases of people being surrounded by dihydrogen monoxide and being unable to breathe. For those of you who don't know, just in case, dihydrogen monoxide is water. Stir fry with South Carolina Reaper. Not quite that spicy, but I'll take like a full packet of Bird's Eye chili, and then like a couple tablespoons of cayenne pepper, and a couple tablespoons of a different chili flake I've got. Okay, you get it? Yeah. Just want to clarify, I make lots of jokes about that. I will never actually try to harm you. If I have a joke about I'm gonna kill you, that is a joke. I try to avoid those though, because they don't come across super great when you're not like IRL friends with the person. There we go, you put both in suggestion. Thank you very much, sir. Now join the Discord. Yes, sir, join the Discord for the cut a gun emote. It's peak. It is a very, very funny emote. They did a fantastic job. There's a reason we've all spammed it. Join the cult of Poncerus, also known as my Discord, also known as Tarkus' Stalkers. And yes, I will eventually start figuring out how to add either Twitch emotes or YouTube emotes, now that I'm monetized and theoretically can. But again, like, I'm just mainly happy. It's very flattering that you guys are here to watch me rant. I don't have a strict schedule for what I'm going to stream next week, but it will probably be very similar time slots to this week, which is to say 5:15 p.m. AEST, or 7:15, I'll use GMT. 7:15 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, which is time zone 0, so whatever you are, you can add or subtract that. For example, Australia is time zone plus 10, so I just always add 10 hours. At least the city I am in Australia. So right after work, so 7:15 a.m. in Greenwich Mean Time on Monday, likewise on Thursday, and then about this time as well Saturday. I don't know what I'm going to be streaming yet. Probably on Saturday I'll do something like a Guilty Gear music tier list. Strive at least, the character themes. But I'll probably be trying a bunch of variety games. That being said, like, I'll try to make them entertaining, of course. I completely understand a lot of you are just here for Arknights. I won't be offended. If you do feel like swinging by, please do. I'd love to have you here, but like, I completely get it. A lot of the time it's just a case of we have a similar interest and we won't always have overlapping interests with a lot of other things. So I will never ever be offended. If you don't enjoy my content, I'd much rather you do something that makes you happy. End of the day, I'm just here to try and make people smile, so... I'm just a clown dancing in front of a circus and hoping people laugh. Cutter gun, what's it look like? It looks like Cutter with a gun. Fia's face could be an emote in itself because of how she looks at you. Likewise, Schwartz, for something menacing. Like she's looking at walking garbage. Yes, sir, for anyone who's masochistic. I'm both masochistic and sadistic, so I can be whichever you'd like me to be. Library of Ruiner streams. I'm tempted to... I don't have it yet. It is a paid game from what I understand, and so I'm waiting for it to go on sale, and I need to check it out more. But I do have, like... I think I'm probably going to start streaming Sekiro at some stage. That's a really fun game I played once in 2019 for 17 hours total. But I still remember specific items. Like, the game left a very strong impression on me. And I have a gimmick that I think will make it more fun. But I won't spoil it just yet, because I'm not sure I'm going to do it right away. But gonna try out a few different games, and mostly just chatting with people, of course, because it's wonderful to have you here, wonderful to talk to you. Level 75, still no 6-star sniper. You'll get there eventually, don't worry too much. Hopefully you get Exu, though I understand it'll be quite difficult because she's no longer in the standard pool. Just be like other boys. Oh, what do other boys do? Play NFL? Date women? So you're a switch? Not so much. It's just, I enjoy pain, whether that's receiving or dishing out. Like boxing, I enjoy getting hit as well as punching people. It's really hard to describe because it's also not a sex thing at all. I'm asexual. Sekiro and hard mode, shadows die once. No, it's a different gimmick. Sekiro sweep, Sekiro but no control. Someone already did that. He's called Maxwell. He's very funny. You should check him out. He does have a schizo kind of vibe though. I enjoy pain. Only certain types of pain and only to certain thresholds. Like, if you stabbed me with a nail, I wouldn't have fun. Like being hit. Yeah, getting punched in boxing is actually really fun because it gives you like a jolt of adrenaline and gets you really hyper-focused. If you get punched really hard, it's not fun. Like one time I had my mouth guard knocked out of my mouth. I got hit in the jaw super hard. Had to take a break for that round. We're only doing medium sparring or light sparring as well. And one time I had someone hit me in the guts with a super solid uppercut that like completely jostled my ribcage and that felt terrible. But outside of those two, where they have actually felt really bad, like, it's fun getting punched. Obviously, I try to avoid it because it's more fun doing the punching. It's never fun getting punched in the nuts. I do get punched in the nuts a fair amount. I am very, very tall. I'm 6'2", and even for someone who's tall, I have really long reach when it comes to punching. So naturally, I can't even complain because I'm punching them in the face. Because I can just get around their guard. I literally tower over people, like literally T-pose to assert dominance. But as a result, if they slightly miss my stomach, because most people are shorter than me, they just nail me right in the groin. Sekiro, but I'm in mortal peril. A normal person can get the same sort of thing from like flopping hard on a bed or couch. Yeah, it's just the adrenaline more about it. Sounds like describing a masochist hobby. I still try to avoid being hit. It's just like being hit enhances the hobby of boxing for me. Like the fact that anytime you get hit, it means you messed up. And you also get that immediate reinforcement of your body of, hey, dickhead, focus. So whenever you get hit, it's like, it switches your mind back into gear and makes you just hyper-focus on what you're doing again, which I find really fun. It's not so much the pain I find fun, I'm neutral on the pain. I don't really care about receiving or giving pain. I try to avoid it, obviously, but like it's not so much that. It's the adrenaline and the hyper-focus it gives you, if that makes sense. Hopefully that explains. It's hard to explain. You need to mod Sekiro to Alpha Crimson Weave from PGR. I'm planning on playing without mods, but there are a lot of fun Sekiro mods. Sekiro, but in Minecraft, no sir. Start of October, you don't have any 6 stars, but you've got Fia, Rosa, and Arkedo. Ayy. Arkedo and Fia and Rosa are all really, really cute. Rocky is unreliable. You got knocked out in 3 punches. Look, part of the problem, and I definitely hold back in sparring, not because I'm like super insanely skilled or anything, because I'm really tall and really heavy. I weigh 100 kilos. I am a super heavyweight. I am the 96 kilo plus weight class, which is the highest weight class. Or 95, I think it is. Combined with my height, if I punch you full force, and we're having a friendly spar, and you're 5'2", and you weigh 60, you're losing teeth. So I definitely hold back a little bit, depending on height difference. But generally speaking, I'll try to match whatever level of force someone is using against me. So if you start swinging max force, I'll respect that. I'll fight back. Just I default to going slightly hard when there's a major weight or height gap because I don't want to be unfair to you. I'll still fight you with my hardest, like with all of my focus, all of the limited amount of skill I have, and the best footwork and combos I can break out. I will just like pull the punches slightly when I hit you, unless you start going full on. Then I'll go full on back. You get, I enjoy it, yeah, to a degree. It's not so much I enjoy the feeling of being in pain. It's the result of the feeling of being in pain, which is the hyper-focus, adrenaline rush, let's go. I forgot about Cholta. No, I didn't. Cholta's hot, but she is a solid C tier, unfortunately. B tier. I really like Cholta from the shoulders up, but this is mainly just a case of Cholta being really, really hot. Her outfit, when you actually look at it, is just not very good, unfortunately. But no, you did. I have forgotten units in the past. If I've forgotten anyone, please do let me know. I'll quickly rant them. Even if I've forgotten anyone in the past, I can do at least a quick video edition. Speaking of, I will probably be breaking my video streak today. If not, I'm currently at 28. I might punch out today in 1 or 2 more days and get to 30 or 31 and stop there. But just, I woke up late and have been streaming all day. She definitely needs soul buff in her melons. Make sure you buy your opponent milk for the strong bones and teeth. Rhodes Island official bikini is not exactly drippy. Yeah, exactly. Hoping to get Typhon? Yes, sir, as well. I have every operator, so technically I'm hoping to get everyone, but Typhon especially looks really, really fun and really strong. Even though she's not really my kind of playstyle, usually. But I'll still really enjoy using her. I level most of the operators and at least try them out to a degree. If you're looking for melons, then yes, Typhon is definitely also a good choice. Tourist C looks like a loser. Yeah, take that, Tourist C. You're out here just being really fit, really attractive, and really busty. What a fucking cringe lord, am I right? Planning on getting Typhon? Yeah, I think a lot of people are. She's been like #1 most searched on the EN Wiki since she was announced in CN. She's outperformed every current event. Thoughts on Ray? I really like that there's a strong Aussie, and I hope she gets an Australian accent in her English voice. I hope one of the Aussies gets a proper Aussie accent. Just one, just one. That being said, her outfit's kind of a bit whack. Especially she's got a weird bulgy stomach, but like I overall like her design and art a lot, and I really do like that she's a strong Aussie. She's the best Aussie unit in the game. You're currently broke. Hey, best of luck, man. You never know. But yeah, no, boxing's really fun. I'm glad I picked it up. Why did I bring it up? Oh, right, I'm tall. I'm tall and kind of muscular. I need to lose a bit of weight, though. I'm fat by my standards, not, like, fat, just I have a few kilos. Not quite Japanese-level fat, I do have a slight stomach, but I'm working on getting rid of that. Definitely helps days like this where I hyper-focus on something for 7 hours without going to the bathroom, drinking, or eating. You have a lot of flats and just one with big melons, Utage. You might like this game called As Your Lane, if you've ever heard of it. It has a few characters who will be right up your alley. Do I upload my art somewhere or something? Do you mean the model art or the art I draw? I just want to check. Bro, you took a full REM sleep. Yeah. Yeah, my longest stream by far, 6 hours, 51 minutes. Probably going to go to about 7 hours and wind down there, since it's only 10 minutes away. A few? A few what, Xavier? Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Oh, is Cruce not a proper accent? No. Cruce is audibly British. It's one of those things, like, I completely get it. To people who don't know Aussie accents super well, a lot of, Americanized Aussie accents sound Australian. But if you actually do have an Aussie accent and are from Australia, and pretty much any Aussie you ask will back this up, it's very, very noticeably a different accent. But, like, I completely get why people can't tell so much when you're not from Australia. Oh, a few As Your Lane characters. Yeah. Plenty of them are bustier than their heads in each breast. Wait, did people think Cruce has an Aussie accent? Some people do, and I get that. She at least tried. But she does have a slight British accent. And to be fair, Aussie accent is unironically just drunk British. So, like, at the end of the day, they're not that wrong. Boys topic, go wild, let's go. What's boys topic? Bustier than entire torsos, yes sir, especially in fan art. Oh, the art I draw? I do post them sometimes on Twitter, sometimes on Reddit. I don't think I've ever shared my Twitter on this account, actually. Let me pull it up. I've only posted, like, a handful of things on this, but I'll share it if people want to follow or check it out. I don't use Twitter too much. Oh, and there is a funny story behind the name, though. So obviously, I was considering full rebrand instead of being Tarkus being South, and then I saw, hey, a lot of people actually have really similar interests to me who watch my stuff. I looked through my analytics on YouTube, and all of you motherfuckers were watching from HoloLive clips. So I was like, okay, maybe I don't need to completely pivot. It's you, your people. Chris should have had a heavy Aussie accent. That would have been very, very funny. Melons, etc. But you'll get warned if you text it here. I don't mind you being horny as long as you're not, like, super insanely horny. I don't filter anyone unless you, like, drop slurs or death threats. If you do get filtered here, that is the default filter, because I don't have any mods, and I have not filtered a single person's message. Likewise, if any of your comments on my videos got filtered, please let me know. That's not me doing it. Damn, I'm pretty good. Oh, thank you very much. I've improved a lot recently now that I've started properly practicing. I'm really happy with some of those. Not all of those, but some of those. Like, some of them are slightly messed up. But I need to draw more often. But I've noticeably improved. I also have some on my old Reddit account that's tied to this identity, but most of them aren't very good. I've definitely improved. I give myself a solid 4 out of 10, where it's like, generally it won't hurt your eyes, and there's a few stylistic things that sometimes it'll look nice. Still, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. I'm hoping to improve a lot in art. I just don't practice as often as I should. Nike characters, Chef's Kiss. I don't know many of the Nike characters, but they look pretty great. Can we get a thick Aussie accent? Here I am. How you doing, mate? How's it going? Got some Vegemite? Wanna have a barbecue? Mate, just chuck a Yui, swing down to the servo, grab some booze. Oh, no, go to the bottle, not the servo. You know what I'm saying? Swing by Woolies. Let's have a meet-up, mate. How you doing? Yeah, yeah. There you go. You're not safe here. You're safe here from me. You might not be safe from YouTube's autofilter. They provoked the YouTube god. I'm still streaming. You did 3 full streams of IAS and went to lunch for an hour. I'm almost done. I'll be ending in 5 minutes, tops. Dang it, you don't have a Twitter. Yeah, it is a bit annoying that you need to be signed up to Twitter now to just check out other people's tweets. I definitely don't like that. Especially because I like to search things a lot in incognito mode so that I don't completely fuck my algorithm. That being said, I'm very new to Twitter, like with Twitch. But hey, it's fun. There's a lot of cringe and there's a lot of good art, and I enjoy both of those. Go down to Macca's, yeah mate. Oh yeah, in case anyone doesn't know, McDonald's is actually named Macca's in Australia. We petitioned that they change the name, and enough people wanted them to that they actually did. Grinding for the BG music, ayy. Another 5 minutes, 5 hours later, yeah. You wake up tomorrow and I still haven't ended. Stuck on X6, your brain cells are melting. I get that. I'm just boomer enough that I can brute force it. Do I have Insta? No, unfortunately. And you're curious to what I draw in quotation marks? I I'm not inherently against drawing lewd things, I just generally don't, because I find clothing usually a lot more interesting. The closest I've done to a lewd thing was a shitpost I drew where I gave Nyan breasts where each boob was bigger than her entire torso. But that was very low quality, that was a very quick shitpost. I'm also currently drawing a few lewd things for some friends that I promised them, but they're very, very niche and probably not something you'd enjoy. I'm not against it, I just really like drawing clothing. I find clothing really great, and it also gives you great excuses to hide parts you don't want to draw. Like, for example, you'll notice I generally draw just one eye, because I get one eye right, and then don't want to fuck up the other one. That's pretty cool of them, yeah. Or that's pretty cook of them. Yeah, look, shout out where it's due. They did actually rename it based on what we wanted, which was pretty fun. So it is officially Macca's. That's not a joke. It is actually Macca's. That's not an abbreviation. We abbreviate a lot of things. It is unironically called Macca's. You want to learn how to draw knockers? They're actually relatively easy to draw, though it is hard to draw the hang. Unironically, like, get some water balloons, fill them with water. How they sit on things is the exact same curvature. Like, it's very, very similar, at least. You run Inez and Texas as your main guns, despite having Myrtle. I usually run Texas, Myrtle, and Bagpipe, and sometimes I'll spice it up with Cantabile. But that being said, they're pretty good at DPGen, and that's mainly what I need them for. And then Bagpipe is a guard. Like, she's a Vanguard Lamau, not an actual Vanguard. Based Inez and Texas, to be honest. Yes, sir, Texas is a harem protagonist. Everyone in Penguin Logistics basically canonically has a crush on her. It's really funny. The nice thing about drawing anime boobs is the internet is full of references. Yes, sir. Likewise, IRL boobs. There's definitely a lot of good reference image. And honestly, AI art works decently for reference image if you just want to get like a general vibe. Like if you want to get a vague pose that you then adapt. Like, oh, character facing this way, that's the general proportions. Okay, I'll go off of that once you're at a decent level of skill. I sometimes use it to just get very, very vague vibe. I don't trace it though. But I'm not inherently against AI, I'm just not about that personally. Like, you do you. It lets people who couldn't do it before use it. So, hey, I'm glad you can create things you like. I personally find it very obvious it's AI though, and I also find it pretty disgusting some people don't tag it as AI and pretend they drew it by hand. Drawing boobs is not hard, hands and feet, however. Yes, sir, and eyes and chins. Hair is pretty easy, but eyes, chins, hands, and feet? I mean, look, can you guess the reason I have a heavy coat? Like, my artist did a good job of hands, but at the same time, like, a lot of people just don't draw them. They will crop it out however they can. Not enough blue tongue representation. Blue tongues wouldn't be special if everyone had them. I already have really nice thighs. That's good enough for me. Definitely better to learn from pros and not from weebs. A lot of weebs are pros, unironically. Drawing boobs, easy. Drawing literally everything else, pain. Not everything else. It's relatively easy to get the curvature of the stomach right. Likewise, shoulders. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but those are relatively simple lines that will often pop really, really easily. Should you touch it? What? My thighs? You've done 8 pages of hand studies and you still suck at them. Yes, sir. Me too. A's just like me, for real, for real. I've spent so many hours practicing drawing eyes, and now I can sort of do one eye right. You need Kubai, Hoshiguma cockblocked you twice. Imagine getting a Hoshi dupe twice. At least she's a nice character. When the eyes are different size. Yeah, especially when you don't notice until you're like halfway through shading. Yes, sir, you want to touch my thighs? Here, let me zoom in on you. That way when you see me sway, it'll just be my thighs. There, are you satisfied? Are you not entertained? But no, I'm very happy with the thighs. I was really confused because I forgot that, like, unironically, 40% of the source material I sent was just details on the thighs and skirt. And then I was like, wow, the artist, the base sketch, it's looking really thigh heavy. How did they know I have a thigh fetish? Then I looked through the reference art I sent them, and I was like, oh no, they did it exactly according to spec. When you draw eyes, you draw one to completion before the second. I will generally draw both at a time, and often, like, I'll start by drawing one, I'll mirror it, and then I'll fix the proportions from there. Just to make sure that the general sizes are right if I'm doing a face-on. Thigh Master, that's enough, your mum is watching on the screen. There you go. I mean, I don't think my full body is any less sus. Especially, like, my stomach is visible, my belly button. You can't get eye sizes right. It's hard, it takes a lot of practice. It's unfortunate, especially the face. The reason you notice it so much, we are hardwired to look at faces a lot. So even if there's a tiny error on the face, you'll immediately identify it. It's so much easier to spot errors on the face than anywhere else. Like, even if your hands are completely fucked up, generally speaking, you won't notice them as quickly. You'll notice them if you have a look at the hand specifically, but if the face is fucked up, your eyes immediately pop to the face and go, that's fucked up. YouTube is censoring you literally 1999. I can't do anything about that. I have it set to minimum censorship. It should only be catching slurs and death threats. I don't have many stream rules. Don't say slurs, don't send death threats, and no doxing yourself or others. As long as you do that, you're chill with me. You came back to VTuber Thighs? Hey, welcome, welcome. Sus, sus, sus. Your full body will be sus, but appeal to the other side at Arknights. Look, for anime, this is relatively tame, except for the, exposed stomach. Mantits. I don't know how to break it to you. This VTuber model, also known as South, is very definitively female. There is no giant futa horsecock. This is very much a female model. You draw circular eyes rather than corner-based, so it's not much of an issue for you. Yeah, there are definitely different ways you can do it. Slap. What, slapping my thighs? I mean, hey, I'm all about that pain. I'm a little bit of a masochist, you know what I'm saying? Alrighty, we have crossed the 7-hour mark. I'll start winding down properly now. I am really surprised how good my vocal stamina is. I could keep going. And I definitely understand now why people can stream for so long. This is really, really fun. Touch the button bigger. Oh yeah, there's a meme about that for Montpellier and Zulane. Most people won't know the art I'm referencing, but there's one specific one. So thank you all so much for coming. Apologies for anyone who just popped in. I'm just about to end. I just saw 4 of you pop in. So if you are interested in seeing me checking when my schedule is updated, getting pinged when I go live, watching me more, chatting to me in Discord, or just interacting with a pretty solid community and definitely not a cult, join the Discord. It is pinned in the top of the description on YouTube and pinned in the top of the chats on both Twitch and YouTube. But it's only been 25,200 seconds. Rest up, I'm insane. Look, the more I do this, the more I realize I am indeed an extrovert. I'm just antisocial. I gain energy from this. Take care, thank you so much. Oh no, not that art. Yeah, you know the one. Ignore the not safe for work reactions, it doesn't exist. Maybe cutting VODs of the tier list and the full stream's a different thing. Yeah, I'm definitely intending to. It'll definitely take me time. It takes a lot of time to edit. My goal would be to cut down each stream into probably about a 10-minute VOD. On average. That'll definitely be easy for something like The Specialist, where it was 40 minutes in total, and probably be a bit hard for this one, where it's 7 hours. Introvert with extrovert qualities. Yes, sir, I'm antisocial, but I'm very much extroverted. So thank you all so much for coming. It has been crazy that some of you have been here for the full 7 hours. What chads. I hope you had fun. If you're still here at this stage, I imagine you did, but who knows, maybe you just really hated it and just couldn't be bothered getting up and turning it off. I need to attract AK moths somehow. Night. Not quite night for me. It is 6... Oh god, it is 6 PM. Never mind, it's almost night. 07, GG's, night y'all. 07, please sleep well, please rest up. Have a fantastic weekend if it's Friday for you. Have a fantastic rest of the weekend if you're more in my section of the world. 8 o'clock over here, but nighty night. A night. Have a fantastic evening. You survived. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to head out now. ADST gang. Another Aussie just from the mining side of things. 2 a.m. is time for you to start with dinner. It's 6 p.m. It's time for me to have lunch. 2 p.m. Why should you all sleep? That means I started 5 a.m. for you. I'm probably slightly off with that math. Might be more like 7 a.m. I always slightly eyeballed it wrong. You survived the 7-hour... You should be asleep, man. It's like midnight for you. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. I'm glad you hopefully enjoyed. Hopefully my voice isn't too annoying. Okay, I will head off now. Thank you so much for coming. Catch you all next time. My schedule will be same time slots as it was this week, most likely, or very similar. Just different games. I haven't decided quite yet what I'm going to do. I'll probably update the schedule tomorrow. No, it's only 11. Good on you. Do you guys even sleep? I have chronic insomnia, sir. No, I do not. Joke's on you, it's 11 p.m. Okay, so this new time slot did work out well for you US frogs. Alrighty, I will head it here because otherwise I'll keep waffling for another half hour. Catch you round. Thank you so much for swinging by. Have a fantastic night. Have a fantastic night, Sealmassa. Don't think I ignored you. Sorry, it took me a second to respond there. Catch you all round. Have a fantastic night, Lapland. I hope you do get to sleep eventually. 1:04 a.m. You should definitely be in bed. Glad you're enjoying it, though. See you all next time, and have a fantastic weekend. South out!